Chapter 46. This is a new week. Friends, please help me open the next chapter and recommend it. Thank you. There was no suspense in the next 3 matches. How Lion Woozy, the second and third ranked disciples, all finished their matches within a minute, and the top 40 were determined. The boring matches with great disparity in strength were finally over. The referee did not waste any time. After quickly drawing lots, the matches began. Finally, when the sky was about to turn dark, the 5 rounds of elimination matches, 10 arenas, and 10 groups ended one after another. Chun Hao was worried that he would meet Hao Lion Woozy too early. The situation did not happen, and he successfully advanced to the top 5. The disciple in second place, who had just become a grade 6 martial master, was unlucky enough to meet Hao Lion Woozy in the top 5 and was eliminated without any suspense. It was also that battle that finally allowed Chun Hao to see how powerful Hao Lion Woozy was. A grade 6 martial master could not even last 3 moves against Hao Lion Woozy. Moreover, Chun Hao was clear that if Hao Lion Woozy wanted to, she could defeat her opponent in 1 move. After a day of competition, only Xiao Jihan and Chun Hao were left of the Xiao clan's 10 disciples. Tomorrow was the round-robin match for the top 5. After joining up with the Xiao clan's disciples, Chun Hao walked towards the Xiao clan's encampment amidst the congratulations of Xiao Jishan, Lil Ling, and some other Xiao clan disciples. Junior brother, don't think so much. Hao Lion Woozy is indeed not someone you can fight against. A grade 8 martial master is too strong. Your current results have already shaken the entire Cloud State City. Don't force yourself. No matter what, second place in the group shouldn't be a problem for you. After all, you've only been cultivating for half a year. Xiao Mei looked at Chun Hao, who seemed to be deep in thought, and could not help but comfort him. Hearing Xiao Mei's words, Chun Hao's brows relaxed. He grinned and said, "Senior sister, you're thinking too much. I'm thinking too much." Hao Lion Woozy is indeed very strong. However, I feel that her fan club is even stronger. With my current cultivation, I have no chance of winning. Even if I lose, it would be normal. What fan club? Xiao Mei was a little surprised. Ever since she came into contact with Chun Hao, she had heard several new terms. A fan club is also a group of supporters and admirers. Didn't you see how crazy the audience was every time she went on stage today? Let's not talk about this anymore. No matter if I win or lose, I will do my best to fight. As Chun Hao said this, he suddenly seemed to be talking to himself. Sigh, if only there were some more high-grade elixirs. Xiao Mei was surprised. Junior brother, you couldn't have comprehended the barrier again? It seems so. It's a pity that I haven't tempered my origin power enough. Otherwise, I think I would be able to quickly step into the 4th grade of martial master. So, don't say that I'm hiding it from you. It was only when I started fighting with Mo Yuxiang that I suddenly realized it. Chun Hao seemed to have intentionally raised his voice a little. This caused the ears of Xiao Ding and the rest, who were walking in front, to tremble, especially Xiao Jihan. When Chun Hao saw the subtle changes in the crowd, his eyes flashed with joy. This time, he wasn't talking to Xiao Jihan, but to Xiao Ding. As Chun Hao had said, Hao Lian Woozy basically had no chance of winning against him now. A grade 8 martial master was much stronger than Xiao Jihan. Moreover, although no one had forced Hao Lianwu to use her true strength in today's battle, Chun Hao's sharp intuition had sensed that there seemed to be a familiar energy on Hao Lianwu's body. This feeling was very strange, but it was real. As for what kind of energy it was, Chun Hao wasn't sure. He would probably only know after he had fought and forced Hao Lianwuzi to use it. At night, a full moon hung in the sky. The clear and cold moonlight sprinkled down on the bustling Cloud State City. All the taverns, tea-houses, brothels, and other places were packed with people. Everyone was talking about today's competition with great interest. Without a doubt, Hao Lian Wuzi, Hao Lian Yiqing, Xiao Xianghao, and Xiao Jihan were the names that appeared the most frequently. After Chen Hao finished his meal, he went straight to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed, and the faint moonlight poured through the window onto his delicate and handsome face. However, he wasn't cultivating. His black eyes emitted a faint glow under the moonlight. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he seemed to be deep in thought, as if he was waiting for something. Dong, dong, dong. Soft knocks on the door were finally heard, just as Chun Hao had expected. A smile appeared on his face as he stood up and opened the door. "Senior sister, is there anything?" Xiao Mei's face flashed with excitement and joy. She didn't answer Chun Hao and instead walked into the room. After closing the door, she smiled mysteriously and whispered, "Guess what I brought you?" What?" Chun Hao seemed to be very surprised. Spiritual medicine. 10 grade 5 medicinal pills and 3 grade 6 medicinal pills. Although Xiao Mei wanted to whet Chun Hao's appetite, time was of the essence, and she said it directly. It can't be. This time, Chun Hao was really surprised. When he came back, he intentionally said it out loud for Xiao Ding to hear. He believed that since Xiao Ding and old Xiao had chosen him, they would spare no expense to nurture him. And now he needed it. There was no need to pretend to be virtuous. He believed that he would be able to repay this kindness 1,000 times in the future. But he didn't expect Xiao Ding to give him so much. 10 grade 5 medicinal pills were refined with 10 grade 5 spiritual medicine. 3 grade 6 medicinal pills were refined with 3 grade 6 spiritual medicine. Chun Hao had never seen a grade 5 medicinal pill before, not to mention grade 6 medicinal pills. Moreover, there were 3 of them. One had to know that the reward for the first inner disciple before the age of 20 was a grade 6 spiritual medicine, red refining fruit. Chun Hao couldn't help but be surprised. Patriarch said that as long as you need it, just say the word. He will spare no expense to help you improve. When you need it, just let me know. Xiang Hao? Although Patriarch didn't say, senior sister feels that I should tell you. What? These spiritual medicine are extremely precious to any family. These are Patriarch's savings for breaking through to martial emperor. Do you understand what senior sister means? I understand. Chun Hao nodded and said in a deep voice, "Go to the cultivation room and cultivate. Senior sister will protect you," Xiao Mei said as she nudged Chun Hao. Okay. Chun Hao didn't say anything else and walked directly to the cultivation room. After sitting cross-legged on the mat in the middle of the cultivation room, Chun Hao carefully opened the jade bottle containing the grade 5 spiritual medicine. In his eyes, these were no longer spiritual medicine. They were old Xiao and Xiao Ding's hopes. This made Chun Hao feel a little guilty. Although he had never thought of taking it for free, his relationship with the Xiao family was still based on mutual benefits. What the Xiao family valued was his potential and future. Their current investments and good karma were all based on future returns. It was also because of this that Chun Hao intentionally said that he needed spiritual medicine. You give me the present, and I give you the future. It was a matter of course. But now, Xiao Ding's generous investment made Chun Hao understand that this was beyond the scope of benefits. Taking a deep breath, Chun Hao's mind was filled with the uncontrollable excitement of seeing spiritual medicine. He had originally wanted to take out a grade 5 spiritual medicine, but he couldn't help but take out 3 and swallow them. Boom, boom, boom. The strength of a level 5 medicinal pill was revealed the moment it was swallowed into his dantian. Although refining the medicinal pill would remove most of the violent elements of the spiritual medicine, Chun Hao was only a martial master. A level 5 spiritual medicine would have a strong effect even on a martial monarch, not to mention a martial master. Moreover, Chun Hao had swallowed 3 spiritual medicine at once. Almost in an instant, violent and pure energy was released from the 3 spiritual medicine. Even with Chun Hao's strong physical body, he still felt a heart-wrenching pain, as if his dantian was about to explode. Luckily, after experiencing the terrifying pain of soul fusion, Chun Hao's endurance was relatively high. Without any hesitation, in an instant, he activated the secret of longevity and began to refine his spiritual medicine. Bearing the intense pain of his physical body that was about to explode, he focused all his attention on refining the spiritual medicine. P.S. First update, all the brothers and sisters who support AOTian, please help me log into Qijian and click on the next chapter. Those who are still reading, please vote for Wushan, please. Today's third update will explode. The second update should be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Also, thanks to Chuan Liang Wuzi, Passionate Love Carrot Carrot, Chi Mo, Windflower Snow Moon Clear, Mo Qingyi, Weasel 22, Dancing with the Wind Purple, Xiao Tian Bai, Fish That Can't Really Swim, Feng Bi for their support. Thank you. Chapter 47. I'm putting my face in my pocket. I'm sincerely begging for recommendation tickets, member clicks, collection, tips, etc. Everything is taken care of. Wushan promises to marry Yuo _intersection. Oh, using elemental energy to refine the body and awaken the body's potential is to refine all the cells and meridians in the body except for the brain. Once the refinement is completed, one can reach the martial emperor realm. As the violent energy from the 3 level 5 elixirs was refined, the pain that felt like his body was about to explode gradually disappeared from Chun Hao's body. At this moment, Chun Hao felt the subtle circulation of the majestic elemental energy in his body, and a trace of understanding appeared in his mind. Senior Mei's intent is to refine one's will and produce mental strength. Compared to elemental energy, mental strength is completely under the precise control of the intent and can be refined down to the smallest detail. The brain is the most mysterious and delicate part of the human body. Perhaps only under complete control of mental strength can one refine the cells in the brain and awaken the brain's potential. The reason why intent is so rare is because it requires the cultivator to be born with a certain amount of mental strength. Otherwise, it is impossible to take the first step of refinement. As for martial artists, although they are unable to use the violent elemental energy to refine the brain after becoming a martial emperor, the meridians that run through the human brain are already connected. Through the circulation of the elemental energy in the meridians, it can naturally nourish the brain continuously until the condition to become intent is met. Then one can begin to refine the brain. But why does an intent cultivate elemental energy to refine the body? Thinking of this, Chun Hao, who was still refining the elixirs, the figure of Cloud State City's governor, Li Ran, appeared in his mind. Chun Hao's senses were several times, or even dozens of times sharper than ordinary people. He could be sure that the intent emperor, Li Ran, had already begun to refine his body. However, the feeling he gave was completely different from a martial artist's body. This made Chun Hao a little puzzled. He could only temporarily put aside the doubts in his heart and once again devote himself to refining the elixirs. Vigorous and pure elemental energy flowed through the meridians of the 4th level of the long life secret, continuously refining and nourishing the meridians and the surrounding cells. Buzz. Finally, just as the 3 level 5 medicinal pills were about to be exhausted, a rumbling sound came from his dantian. Chun Hao could clearly feel that his body was vibrating at a high frequency. It was also at this moment that the pure essence energy that was flowing along his meridians suddenly increased in speed by several times. The surging and vigorous origin energy was like enormous waves that crashed against the shore, and wave after wave crashed against the barrier that Chunhao had already comprehended. Boom! A series of explosions rang out as Chunhao's vigorous essence force circulated crazily, causing the air in the entire cultivation room to explode and rumble unceasingly. He broke through just like that. Sitting cross-legged on Chunhao's bed, Xiao Mei, who had stayed behind to protect Chunhao, was suddenly awakened by the huge commotion coming from the cultivation room. Her charming eyes opened in surprise as she muttered in disbelief. Xiao Mei did not know that at this moment, on a towering tree a few meters away from Chunhao's room, a figure let out a soft sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "It seems that the old ancestor is wise. This kid is really too abnormal. What a pity, what a pity. If the Yunzhou martial meet could be delayed for a month, even defeating Hao Lian and Wu Zi would not be impossible." This figure was Xiao Ding. Sparing no effort to help Chun, how cultivate was what old man Xiao had instructed him to do. However, in the cultivation world, spiritual herbs were in short supply, not to mention level 5 or level 6 spiritual herbs. Even level 3 or 4 spiritual herbs were difficult to buy in the trading market. After all, this was a world of martial artists. There were as many cultivators as there were hairs on a cow. If the spiritual herbs picked could not even satisfy one's own needs, who would sell them? 3 level 6 medicinal pills and 10 level 5 medicinal pills were all Xiao Ding's reserves for breaking through to Martial Emperor. Old man Xiao said it was easy, but Xiao Ding's heart ached. Giving them to Qin Hao meant that the time needed for him to break through to Martial Emperor would be extended. However, now that he sensed Chun Hao's breakthrough, Xiao Ding suddenly felt that old man Xiao was right and that it was worth it. Just as Xiao Ding was about to leave, he was suddenly startled. He looked at a place 100 meters away from Chun Hao's courtyard. That was Xiao Jihan's residence. This kid, did he break through as well? Xiao Ding thought to himself in surprise. With a flash of his body, he transformed into a gust of wind and rapidly approached Xiao Jihan's room. At the same time, the powerful perception of someone who had one foot in the martial emperor realm silently spread out. Very good, very good. Jihan, what else do you have to worry about now? There are still 5 days before the group stage ends. The round-robin competition for the top 10 can only take place 5 times a day. As long as you don't meet the 2 people from the Hao family in advance, you still have a few days to cultivate. With the help of these spirit herbs with your talent, it's very likely that you'll be the champion. I really didn't expect your Dongfang family to be a branch of the 3 great families of our Jinyuan kingdom. However, Jihan, I'm a member of the Xiao family after all. Please tell your father that after this matter is settled, the elemental spirit cave will belong to your Dongfang family, and the Xiao family will be mine. Don't worry, 6th elder. Without your nurturing over the past 3 years, Dongfang Han, wouldn't be where I am today. This time, I was able to obtain the help of the main family because of my cultivation and talent. My father will definitely keep his promise. However, you must be careful about this matter. You mustn't let Ji Yen know. It's been 3 years. To tell you the truth, I more or less have some true feelings for that girl. Don't worry. All right, I'll head over first. Xiao Ding never would have imagined that he would hear such a shocking secret from inadvertently eavesdropping. It was no wonder that the Dongfang family, who should have come to visit, didn't come to participate in the Yun State martial meet. It was no wonder that with the Dongfang family's wealth and good relations with the 4 great families of Yun State, the Dongfang family would let Dongfang Han, who was Xiao Jihan, choose the Xiao family. Even with Xiao Ding's strong mental fortitude, he was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. One of the 3 great families of the Jinyuan kingdom, the Dongfang family, Xiao Jihan's main family, the Dongfang family, was actually a branch of the Dongfang family, one of the three great families, and their target was the Xiao family's elemental spirit cave. Although he didn't know what Xiao Bo and Xiao Jihan's father were plotting, Xiao Ding obtained a lot of information from their short conversation. Xiao Ding took a deep breath and pondered for a moment with furrowed brows. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he quickly flew toward Xiao Guan's room. Xiao Guan was Xiao Ding's trusted aide. After giving Xiao Guan a few simple instructions, Xiao Ding flew out of the Xiao family's encampment as fast as lightning. There were still more than 2 hours before the start of the competition. With Xiao Ding's cultivation, it was enough for him to return to the Xiao family and return. He couldn't leave this matter to anyone else, so he had to do it personally. Why isn't the patriarch here yet? Early in the morning, when Chen Hao and the other Xiao family disciples gathered and prepared to set off, the patriarch Xiao Ding still hadn't arrived. The sixth elder frowned and asked. The patriarch said last night that his cultivation has reached a critical juncture. He told us to go on our own and that he will arrive before the competition starts. The cold-faced Xiao Guan said in a deep voice without the slightest change in his expression. Then let's set off. Jiyan, and you disciples, the reason I brought you here to watch the competition is not for you to play. You have to observe and learn diligently in order to gain something. In the future, the Xiao family will have to rely on you youngsters. And as long as you cultivate diligently and perform well, this elder will focus on nurturing you. You understand? The sixth elder said sanctimoniously with a kind smile on his face. He was in a very good mood, although he couldn't show anything at the moment. With his status as the sixth elder, educating these youngsters and nurturing some loyal subordinates for him after he took power was no problem. Xiao Guan's face was cold, and he didn't have the slightest reaction to the sixth elder's pretense. Although he didn't know why the patriarch rushed back to the Xiao family in the middle of the night, the fact that the patriarch hid it from the sixth elder and the others and let Xiao Guan know meant that it was definitely a big matter. And it was very likely related to Xiao Jihan and the sixth elder. After all, as Xiao Ding's trusted aide, he more or less knew about Xiao Ding and Old Zhao's decision. Martial arts venue. When Chen Hao and the others arrived at the martial arts venue, the spectator stands were already full. Even the 10-sided arena that was used for the previous day's battle had been turned into a spectator stand and was filled with spectators. The top 5 would be in a round-robin competition. Because the difference in strength between the contestants was not large, there was a possibility that someone would be injured in every battle. Therefore, the competition couldn't be like the previous day's elimination round where there were consecutive battles. Every day, one person in each group would have a bye, so there were only 2 matches. There were 10 groups, so there were only 20 matches in total. Therefore, all the matches were concentrated in the main arena. This way, the spectators would be able to enjoy watching and not miss out on any exciting matches. Before the competition started, Xiao Ding, who was the vice leader of the arbitration team, arrived on time. As for Chen Hao, he was lucky enough to draw a bye. There were 5 people in each group, and each person would only get a bye once. When the lots were drawn tomorrow, he would be the first to draw. If he drew a bye, he would have to draw another lot. It had to be said that being the first to draw a bye was very lucky for Chen Hao. Chen Hao informed Xiao Guan and returned to the Xiao clan's encampment with Xiao Mei. Although Chen Hao also wanted to see the contestants' performance, what he needed more now was to cultivate. Last night, even though Chen Hao had successfully advanced to a rank 4 martial master, the huge pressure brought by Hao Lion Wuzi still didn't decrease. With his cultivation as a rank 4 martial master, Chen Hao still didn't have the confidence to win. Therefore, before he met Hao Lion Wuzi, he had to improve himself as quickly as possible. Only by increasing his cultivation could he truly increase his combat strength. Second update. If you have a recommendation vote, please vote for Wu Shan. Thank you. Chapter 48. Looking for members to click. Looking for recommendation tickets. Looking for favorites. My new book needs everyone's support. Please, please, brothers and sisters. A grade 8 martial master. Xiao Jihan from the Xiao clan has actually advanced to a grade 8 martial master. He really hit it well. The Xiao clan has finally risen. The strength that Xiao Jihan displayed just now is probably not inferior to Hao Lian Wuzi and Hao Lian Yiqing. It's very likely that he has already advanced to a grade 8 martial master. Yes, he's really powerful. His talent is probably not inferior to Xiao Xianghao's. On the first day of the round-robin competition, Xiao Jihan became the topic of discussion in the entire venue. A peak grade 6 martial master from the Hao clan was actually blasted out of the stage by Xiao Jihan's seemingly casual palm strike, causing him to faint from serious injuries. That was a peak grade 6 martial master. Furthermore, he was a disciple of the Haolian clan, who was known for their defense. It was certain that even a peak grade 7 martial master would not be able to defeat that grade 6 martial master so easily. However, Xiao Jihan had done it. That casual palm strike had truly displayed the shocking cultivation of a grade 8 martial master. Furthermore, it was definitely not something that someone who had just advanced to a grade 8 martial master could do. Chun Hao, who had left early, was at the Xiao clan's encampment. He had Xiao Mei use all her strength as a grade 9 martial master to battle with Hao Lian Wuzi for an entire day. According to Xiao Mei's estimation, although she was a grade 9 martial master, she was probably not a match for Hao Lian Wuzi. Therefore, if Chun Hao wanted to defeat Hao Lian Wuzi, he had to defeat her in her peak state after an entire day. Unfortunately, although Chun Hao gave it his all, he still lost in the end after learning from Xiao Jishan, Lil Ling, and the others that Xiao Jihan had advanced to a grade 8 martial master and might not be inferior to Hao Lian Wuzi. Chun Hao became even more excited. That night, he swallowed another 3 grade 5 pills. However, it was a pity that he only managed to slightly increase his origin power through tempering. No matter how talented he was, he would not be able to comprehend the barrier between a grade 4 martial master and a grade 5 martial master in a day. A genius was a combination of 99% sweat and 1% talent. Although Chun Hao's talent was much stronger, it was not something that could be accomplished overnight. He still needed time. The morning breeze blew gently, the sun rose from the east, and the sun and moon alternated. This was an unchanging law that would never change because of people's wishes. After all, one day was too short. Chun Hao finally stepped onto the stage again and drew lots. His only hope was that he wouldn't meet Hao Lian Wuzi for the time being, because he wasn't ready yet. He, who was born with pride, would never allow himself to fail. If he was given more time, he believed that he would definitely be able to do it. However, Chun Hao's good luck seemed to have come to an end. Hao Lian Wuzi, when he saw that Hao Lian Wuzi had drawn the same number as him, Chun Hao took a deep breath. His black eyes shone brightly, and his gaze intertwined with Hao Lian Wuzi's. Hiss, hiss, hiss. What Chun Hao and Hao Lian Wuzi did not expect was that the moment their eyes met for the first time, both of them were shocked at the same time. It was as if electric currents were born in their bodies at the same time. A very strange feeling appeared in their hearts out of nowhere. Chun Hao frowned slightly, and Hao Lian Wuzi raised her eyebrows slightly. What's going on? Hao Lian Wuzi and Chun Hao avoided each other's gaze at the same time, and each of them pondered in their hearts. It seems it's the energy in her body. It's just a third-grade martial master. What do I have to fear? How Lien Wuxi's eyebrows relaxed. Eighth grade martial master. Do I, Chen Hao, have to admit defeat? At worst. Chen Hao's eyes flashed coldly. He bit his lips lightly and secretly made up his mind. Since he had drawn the lot, he could only fight. There was no way back. And he could only move forward. It's destined to cause trouble. But it's better than a man. Chen Hao's gaze swept across the audience who were staring at Hao Lien Wuxi with infatuation. His furrowed eyebrows also relaxed. He shrugged slightly and said to himself, "It's good that I can win. Why do I have to worry so much? This isn't me, Chen Hao. I'm Li Yuan, Madman Li Yuan. When did I care about what others say? Junior, Hao Lien's family is our mortal enemy. Since you can't win, remember, when the time comes, don't fight recklessly. She's not senior and will not show mercy. As long as there's a chance, she will definitely injure you severely or even cripple you. So if you can't win, admit defeat immediately." "Okay," Chen Hao responded and didn't say anything more. He looked at the main arena that everyone was looking at. First round, first group, Sima Jianyun from the Sima family versus Li Xiaojian from the Li family. "Contestants, please come to the arena." When the referee's voice resounded throughout the entire arena, boom, boom, two figures suddenly flew up from the contestants' seats and jumped onto the main arena in an instant. "Li family? Isn't Buttface in the Li family?" When Chen Hao heard the referee announce the contestants' names, he frowned slightly and thought to himself, it should be this Li family. Buttface was Chen Hao's best friend. It could be said that he was able to enter the Xiao family largely because of Buttface's help. Without Buttface, he wouldn't have been able to participate in the Xiao family's test. Without Buttface's help, he and his family would probably still be homeless. Only friends who could go through thick and thin together were true friends who could go through thick and thin together. Therefore, even though Chen Hao was no longer the Chen Hao of the past, their brotherhood hadn't changed at all. Since Buttface had also embarked on the path of cultivation, Chen Hao couldn't ignore him. Boom, boom. The violent fluctuation of origin energy interrupted Chen Hao's thoughts. Although the fierce-looking Sima Jianyun was only 17 years old, his face, which was as fierce as his father's, made him look like he was 30 years old. However, this guy's cultivation was much better than his appearance. As the number one genius of the Sima family, it wasn't enough to make him look fierce. As one of the top 10 contestants, Sima Jianyun didn't even need to use his sword. He relied on his violent and vigorous origin energy to easily make his opponent admit defeat in 3 to 4 minutes of battle. Next, the two contestants from the second group entered the arena. The two of them were comparable in strength. In the end, one of them was seriously injured, while the other had minor injuries. In the third group, Hao Lieni easily defeated his opponent. In the fourth group, Mo Yui won in 2 minutes. There was basically no suspense in the top 10 groups of the 4 great families. Furthermore, they were arranged in the first group to enter the arena. Because this was a competition where the difference in strength was slightly larger, there wasn't much suspense in the outcome. Soon, it was the sixth group's turn. What surprised Chen Hao was that Xiao Jihan had won many fans in just one day. It had to be said that Xiao Jihan, who was handsome and highly talented, and whose family was the richest in Yunzhou, had imperceptibly covered him with a layer of mini halo. It was natural for him to be sought after. When Xiao Jihan once again defeated his opponent with a casual move, it triggered the first small climax since the start of the competition. Cheers resounded throughout the entire arena. However, no matter if it was Hao Lieni or Hao Lieni, they all looked at Xiao Jihan with a trace of disdain, especially Hao Lieni, who looked as if he was looking at Lei Feng. Without a doubt, if he was Xiao Jihan, he would definitely not reveal that he had advanced to become a grade 8 martial master, let alone be so arrogant. The key to victory was to keep a low profile and reveal himself at the most crucial moment. However, Chun Hao expressed that he understood, especially when he saw Xiao Jihan looking at him with arrogance and disdain after he won. He understood even more. Under Chun Hao's repeated attacks, it was already commendable that this fellow could endure until now to fly into a rage. 7th round. 7th group. Hao Liani from the Hao family versus Xiao Xianghao from the Xiao family. Please enter the arena. When the referee called out Hao Liani and Chun Hao's names, the audience, who were already cheering for Xiao Jihan, instantly exploded with even more enthusiasm. Hao Liani, the #1 genius beauty in Cloud State City, resounded throughout the entire arena. Even Chun Hao, who had become a celebrity and gained the recognition of many people, was completely submerged under Hao Liani's great charm. Looking at the pairs of crazy eyes, Chun Hao actually curled up into a devilish smile at this moment. He really wanted to know if he would be drowned in the saliva of such a huge legion of fans when they saw how he fought against Hao Liani. Bang! Chun Hao stomped his feet on the ground, and his body instantly shot up into the sky like a cannonball. At the same time, a majestic battle intent spread out from his body. In contrast to Chun Hao, Hao Liani's beautiful figure was as light as a dancing fairy, landing gracefully on the arena. For pairs of eyes met each other. Streaks of electric sparks that no one could see or feel stimulated their bodies and minds. Both of them could see this feeling from each other's eyes. However, neither of them would say it out loud. Begin. Following the referee's shout, everyone thought that Hao Liani and Chun Hao would act like the others and immediately attack. But what made everyone feel strange was that both of them actually stared into each other's eyes with bright eyes, and their expressions were calmer than the other. Although the battle intent from both of them was rapidly rising, this scene was indeed out of everyone's expectations. Chun Hao's reaction wasn't strange. After all, Hao Liani's beautiful appearance would cause any male disciple to be stunned. But why didn't Hao Liani attack? Could it be that a beauty meeting a genius and her heart was moved? That wasn't possible. Hao Liani was already Hao Liani's fiancé. Although Chun Hao was a super genius and was exceptionally handsome, he was only a 13-year-old kid. It wasn't enough to move Hao Liani's heart. So why was that? Even Hao Liani frowned slightly when he saw this scene. You'd better admit defeat. At this moment, Hao Liani opened her red lips for the first time since the start of the competition. Her faint and ethereal voice was like the tinkling of a clear spring in people's ears. It was extremely moving. Tasting it carefully, it was like a gentle breeze and drizzle, but also like the clear spring water cleansing the heart. Third update. My throat is hoarse from shouting. Dear friends, can you hear that? Please give me some support. I really need it. I really need it. Thank you. I recommend a friend to recommend the new work of the world-destroying serpent, The Great Master. It's a very good book. If you're interested, please help to collect it. Thank you. It's on the direct link. Chapter 49. How Lion Wuzi's voice alone was enough to mesmerize countless young disciples. They could not help but think that if he was Chun Hao, he would definitely admit defeat. How could he have the nerve to refuse such a beautiful woman? How could he reject her? How could he reject her? Especially since Chun Hao was no match for her. How could a grade 3 martial master fight her? Although it was extremely abnormal to be able to defeat a grade 6 martial master, the difference between a grade 6 martial master and a grade 8 martial master was not small. So what if he admitted defeat? It was straightforward, and no one would criticize him. Naturally, the vast majority of people thought that Chun Hao would admit defeat. However, Chun Hao's handsome and masculine face didn't have the slightest change in his expression when he heard such a beautiful voice. I might not lose. Why should I admit defeat? Chun Hao said calmly. His voice was also indifferent. However, unlike Hao Lion Woozy, Chun Hao's voice was filled with a cold determination. It was as if he was telling everyone that the beauty in front of him, who could make any young man kneel before her, was only an opponent in his eyes. An opponent that was no different from an ordinary girl or even a man. That was all. How Lion Woozy raised her eyebrows slightly. She continued to look straight at Chun Hao and said, I gave you a chance. Since you don't want it, I won't hold back. How Lion Woozy had indeed given Chun Hao a chance. Of course, she was also giving herself a chance. The head of the Halian family, Hao Lianlei, had already cautioned that as long as they met Chun Hao, they were to find an opportunity to severely injure or even kill him. The most basic requirement was to destroy his cultivation for such a super genius. Especially in the opposing Shao family, as long as he existed, he would evolve into a powerful and terrifying existence that the Halian family could not resist. As for the life and death battle between Chun Hao and Shao Jihan, the head of the Halian family, Hao Lianlei, felt that it was child's play. He did not doubt that even if Shao Ding went against the rules of martial arts, he would not let Chun Hao die in Shao Jihan's hands. However, Hao Lian Wuzi had asked Chun Hao to admit defeat at the very beginning, because for some unknown reason, Chun Hao's calm, deep, and piercingly cold gaze and the surging battle intent emitted from his body caused her to feel danger from the depths of her heart. He could not help but blurt it out. When she said it, she regretted it a little, because if Chun Hao really admitted defeat, then how could she complete the task given to her by the patriarch? Bring it on. Isn't your Halian clan famous for its defense? Today, I will let you experience the secret of our Shao clan's ancestor. I want to see if your Halian clan's defense is stronger or if our Shao clan's defense is stronger. But you're a woman, so please don't mind. On the arena, there are no men or women, only opponents. Chun Hao stared at Hao Lian Wuzi without any emotion in his eyes and said coldly, however, but Chun Hao's words made everyone baffled. Even Shao Ding had a bewildered look too. When did the old ancestor have a secret that was not passed down? As the descendant of the Shao clan and the patriarch of the Shao clan, how could he not know? A secret that is not passed down. Patriarch Shao, your genius is very arrogant. Don't tell me he really thinks that a grade 3 martial master can defeat our Shao Wu? What a joke. Shao Wu hates people who do not know the immensity of heaven and earth the most. If anything happens later, don't blame our Halian clan. Ha! Hao Lianlei stroked his long beard and said eccentrically, something happens? Patriarch Hao, if I'm not wrong, I'm afraid it's your task. Is it? I really want to do that, but if old man gave it, would Shao Wu let him admit defeat? What a joke. Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your petty heart. Your Shao clan is not even in old man's eyes. Hao Lianlei said disdainfully and arrogantly. Ha! Just as Shao Ding was about to explode in anger, Li Ran, who was sitting in the middle, suddenly chuckled. He waved his hand between the two and said, "This battle should be very interesting. That little fellow is not simple. Li Ran's words caused the 4 patriarchs and the members of the arbitration team to be slightly shocked. Li Ran, who had a scholarly temperament and the demeanor of an immortal, was at the Intent Emperor realm. He was the undisputed #1 expert in Cloud State County. Furthermore, an Intent Emperor realm expert's senses were far beyond what a martial artist could reach. Since Li Ran had said so, it was definitely not an exaggeration. That Chun Hao definitely had some hidden strength. This caused a slight change in everyone's thinking. Originally, they had the same thoughts as Hao Lianlei. They thought that Chen Hao was the kind of genius who was arrogant and did not know how to endure. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to a life-and-death battle with Xiao Jihan, an opponent who completely surpassed him. Even more so, he would not have fearlessly challenged Hao Lianwu, who was even stronger than Xiao Jihan, despite knowing the enmity between the Haolian clan and the Xiao clan. Hiss! Just as the big shots of the arbitration team were shocked, Chen Hao and Hao Lianwu's mutual appreciation finally ended. After Hao Lianwu's body flashed with a dazzling and majestic protective aura, there was no violent roar. Her entire body was like a gust of wind, and in a flash, she floated in front of Chen Hao. Thousand Phantom Palm. Chen Hao's eyes suddenly narrowed. Thousand Phantom Palm was a level 7 secret technique. It was much stronger than the level 6 secret technique of the Mo clan, Overlapping Waves Palm. The circulation of the elemental energy in the meridians was extremely complicated. Without excellent aptitude, it was impossible to successfully cultivate it. At the highest level, this secret technique could increase one's attack power by 7 times. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the 4 words Thousand Phantom Palm. When the palm struck out, there were thousands of changes. Layers of palm shadows, illusory and real, made it impossible for the opponent to determine which palm was the real one. Looking at Chen Hao, who was completely enveloped by Hao Lianwu's palm shadows, Xiao Ding suddenly frowned. Even he did not expect that Hao Lianwu, who was only a martial master, could actually cultivate the Thousand Phantom Palm, which could only be cultivated by a martial emperor. What made Xiao Ding even more worried was that although Chen Hao was in a fighting posture, he did not activate his protective aura. Could it be that in the face of Hao Lianwu, a level 8 martial master, this kid wanted to use violence to curb violence like he did to Mo Yuxiang? Not bad. At the same time, Li Ran, who was beside him, unexpectedly spoke again. Just as the crowd was still trying to figure out who Li Ran was referring to, Chen Hao in the arena moved the moment the palm shadows were about to reach him. Lock, silent like a virgin, moving like a fleeing rabbit, facing Hao Lianwu's layers of palm shadows and huge pressure, Chen Hao's body did not move at all. Only his contracted pupils allowed the crowd to see that Chen Hao was trying to catch Hao Lianwu's real attack. And now he moved, relying on his natural advantage of speed. He moved as fast as lightning. No one understood why Chen Hao did not dodge at the beginning and allowed Hao Lianwu's palm shadows to envelop him. Could it be that he could really lock onto the real killing move of Hao Lianwu's palm shadows? Ancient Chinese martial arts were extensive and profound. The highest level of defense was offense. However, that was under the situation of the same realm. When facing an opponent who was completely beyond one's realm, one could only use true defense. The ancient martial arts lost art, Golden Snake Coiling Hand, was the best defensive lost art in ancient Chinese martial arts that used the weak to suppress the strong. Lock was the highest level of the Golden Snake Coiling Hand. Lock, lock, lock. Lock onto the attack, lock onto the opponent, lock onto everything. This was Chen Hao's only way to deal with Hao Lianwu. It was also the method that Chen Hao had been considering whether to use after he and Hao Lianwu were assigned to the same group. These 2 days, he desperately tried to raise his realm. It was nothing more than wanting to rely on his real strength to defeat Hao Lianwu. However, the time was too short. Now, he could only choose this method. Moreover, Chen Hao believed that success or failure depended on the first move. As long as he could successfully lock onto Hao Lianwu with the first move, he would have the hope of winning. Because Hao Lianwu was a woman, and she was still a virgin. Pa, pa, pa. Boom, boom, boom. The crisp sound of body contact, and the terrifying sound of origin energy explosion resounded in the entire arena almost at the same time. The expected defeat did not happen, but a scene that stunned everyone appeared. No way, F***CK. A variety of exclamations erupted from the entire venue's grandstand. Countless people's faces were filled with shock, disbelief, and unimaginable. Many of them were extremely envious or extremely angry as they stood up. Bastard! In front of the arena, Hao Lianqing, who was originally sitting on the contestant's seat, was instantly enraged. He stood up with a flushed face. It was certain that if this was not a competition as Hao Lianwu's fiancé, he would definitely rush up and hack Chen Hao into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart, because what Chen Hao was doing now was something that he, Hao Lianqing, had always wanted to do, but could not do. Lock. Chen Hao endured Hao Lianwu's violent origin energy explosion. It was only a short moment of contact, but blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Even the clothes on his body were torn in many places by the origin energy explosion. However, Chen Hao clenched his teeth. There was only one obsession in his heart: Locke. His body was like a snake coiling around Hao Lianwu's graceful body. His hands were locked around hers, and his legs were wrapped around hers. No matter how much Hao Lianwu frantically circulated her essence force, he was like a dog's skin plaster, unable to be shaken off. Hao Lianwuzi was a young girl, although the clan head had appointed the engagement. She and Hao Liani had never held each other's hands, not to mention being entangled together in such a shameful way. Just like that, her pure body was possessed and sullied by Chen Hao. Moreover, it was in front of the major forces of the Cloud State and tens of thousands of spectators. Hao Lianwuzi was both embarrassed and angry. Her beautiful little face was already red, and her clear eyes were even redder. Her mind seemed to have stopped working, and there was only one thought in her mind: get rid of him, kill him, cut him into pieces. First update. Thank you to my 11 friends, Passionate Love Carrot, Nan Mingzi XX, Meng EXX, Feng Bai, MOUA, Chinyu, Chuan Liang Wuzi, Wat Cower, Ninth Dusk, Fish That Can't Really Swim, Bookfriend 111108143302605, and especially those who support Dark Mountain with their gifts every day. Thank you very much for giving Dark Mountain such a great motivation. My new book really needs your encouragement and support. Dark Mountain is a full-time writer, and I rely on this to make a living. Whether the results are good or bad will have a great impact on Dark Mountain. That's why, my friends who are reading Proud Heaven, even if it's just during the free period for the public to access the starting point, click on the chapters and cast a free recommendation vote. It's all showing your support for Dark Mountain. This is also the source of motivation for Dark Mountain to write. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 50. The Dignified 8th Grade Martial Master. How Lianwuzi's heart was in a mess. The only thing she knew was to violently release her origin energy and attack randomly. Pa. Chen Hao threw out a hand and wrapped it around Hao Lian's body. He threw out a leg and quickly wrapped it around Hao Lian's body again. The highest level of the golden snake coiling hand, Locke, was displayed by Chen Hao to the fullest. He became a real dog skin plaster and stuck tightly to Hao Lian's body. However, even so, the woman who was embarrassed and angry still exploded with a terrifying strength, causing Chen Hao to use all his strength. Chen Hao could clearly feel that the injuries on his body were getting more and more serious. Even his internal organs were severely shaken, but he had to persevere. Persevere. Pa. Everyone stared blankly at the two people entangled together. At first, They were shocked by Chun Hao's shameless and strange defense method. But now they were shocked by Chun Hao's use of a technique that they had never heard of before. Everyone couldn't help but think, if they were locked by Chun Hao like this, what would they do? No one knew the answer. Because no one had a solution, Xiao Mei, who was in the stands, was blushing and her delicate body was trembling. It was only at this moment that Xiao Mei finally understood what Chun Hao meant when he said something like fan club, and what method should I use, and so on. He also finally understood what kind of method Chun Hao had used to make him use the strength of a 9th-grade martial master, and after fighting for an entire day, he had been beaten black and blue by him. In the end, he had said, I can only use that method. She also finally understood why. When she asked him to use that method to fight with her, he wouldn't do it no matter what. Everything was like this. However, you are a woman, so please don't mind. On the stage, there are no men or women, only opponents. Looking at Chun Hao, whose mouth was full of blood but whose eyes were firm and whose lips were tightly clenched, and the scene of Hao Lian and Wu Zi struggling crazily and enduring attacks again. And again, many people recalled the words Chun Hao had said before the battle began. He had taken advantage of Hao Lian Wu Zi, taken advantage of Hao Lian Wu Zi, and stuck close to her delicate body that countless young men dreamed of. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of wretchedness in his eyes. There was only locking onto his opponent. Everyone could imagine what kind of shocking destructive power Hao Lian Wu Zi's violent essence force had. And Chun Hao had withstood it all. For Chun Hao and Hao Lian, a few minutes felt like a century. As time passed, the attacks of Hao Lian Wu Zi, who was struggling madly with her origin energy, became weaker and weaker. Obviously, her origin energy was about to be exhausted. Similarly, Chun Hao, who had activated all his origin energy to protect his body and increase his strength to lock Hao Lian and Wu Zi, was also on the verge of collapse. No, I can't lose. I can't. I want to kill him, kill him, kill him. Hao Lian Wu Zi's crimson red eyes gradually regained clarity as her origin energy was exhausted. Tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes, and her furious voice roared in her heart. When had she, a 16-year-old girl, suffered such humiliation? Even though Chun Hao wasn't even 13 years old, his figure was already that of a young man. Moreover, being humiliated wasn't enough. Could it be that she was going to lose this battle? This was something she absolutely couldn't tolerate. The last trace of reason finally completely disappeared under the enormous pressure and humiliation of being on the verge of defeat. Hiss, hiss, the trace of profound energy hidden deep within Hao Lian Wu Zi's dantian. At this moment, when she was on the verge of defeat, finally erupted without restraint. It was just a trace, but following Hao Lian Wu Zi's activation, the originally gentle energy that seemed to be nourishing her dantian at all times suddenly burst out like a river bursting a dam, a mountain torrent erupting. In an instant, monstrous waves surged violently out of her dantian, as if it had transformed into a sharp sword, directly piercing towards Chun Hao, who was stuck close to her back. Body to body, dantian to dantian. Hao Lian Wu Zi knew that success or failure depended on this one move. If she succeeded, Chun Hao's dantian would rupture, and his cultivation would be crippled. At that time, she would be able to easily break free from Chun Hao's entanglement and immediately kill him, ruthlessly kill him, disregarding the rules, killing him even if he admitted defeat, killing anyone who tried to stop her. Only in this way could she protect her secret, a secret that no one knew about. Because the two of them were so close to each other, no one saw Hao Lian Wu Zi releasing this energy. Everyone only saw the two's movements becoming smaller and smaller, but the city lord Li Ran, who was sitting in the middle of the platform, slightly narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the air in front of his eyes was like water ripples slightly twisting. Boom, boom, boom. Chun Hao and Hao Lian Wu Zi were the same. They were already at the point of exhaustion, but he knew that at least they would not lose this battle, because Hao Lian Wuzi's struggle was also becoming weaker and weaker. As long as they could hold on for a little longer, everything should be over. But at this moment, Chen Hao's sharp senses suddenly sensed that the mysterious energy on Hao Lian Wuzi's body, which was able to trigger an electric arc between the two of them, suddenly became countless times stronger. Before Chen Hao could react, a piercing pain came from his dantian. In just an instant, that energy seemed to have turned into a raging sea in his dantian, violently slamming against the surrounding dantian walls. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chen Hao felt as if he had swallowed countless high-grade elixirs at once, almost bursting his dantian in an instant. Instantly, Chen Hao felt an unprecedented sense of danger. At this moment of life and death, Chen Hao did not have time to think, and did not have time to think. The mysterious ice chi hidden in his body exploded in his dantian with a boom. An extremely cold aura instantly filled his entire dantian, and the raging waves froze in an instant as if they had condensed into solid ice. At this moment, Hao Lian Wuzi, whose mind and energy were connected as one, suddenly widened her eyes in horror. At the moment when the entire sea was about to condense into solid ice, she suddenly retracted back into Hao Lian Wuzi's dantian as fast as lightning. Mysterious ice chi. Hao Lian Wuzi's final trump card was so easily defeated by Chen Hao. At the same time, Hao Lian Wuzi's heart was also defeated. A sense of despair surfaced in her heart. With only a trace of strength left, she stopped struggling and sadly closed her beautiful eyes. 2 lines of sparkling tears flowed down her beautiful face. She had lost. The one who had lost was not only the competition, but also herself. She had lost completely. Keep a secret or kill me. Hao Lian Wuzi, who had already been pinned down by Chen Hao, closed her eyes tightly. Her beautiful face suddenly twisted slightly, and she turned to Chen Hao's ear. Using a determined voice, she said faintly. Chen Hao, who had exposed the profound Bing Qi, was in a state of mind that was violently fluctuating. He was very clear that if Hao Lian Wuzi did not die, he would be a great threat to him, and it might even be a fatal threat. On this point, old Xiao and Xiao Ding had cautiously reminded him. But the sparkling tears on Hao Lian Wuzi's beautiful face, the look of despair, and the words she suddenly said, made Chen Hao frown slightly. After being stunned for a short while, Chen Hao, who was also on the verge of collapse, made a decision. His body loosened, and he rolled to one side from Hao Lian Wuzi's body. It was the word "keep a secret" that made Chen Hao, who was hesitating, make a decision for Chen Hao. Chen Hao was very clear that even in the situation where the two of them were close together, there was not much hope of using the mysterious ice chi to kill Hao Lian Wuzi, because the mysterious ice chi in his dantian could destroy Hao Lian Wuzi's energy. It should be the water attribute energy of the 5 elements, but it did not mean that when he attacked Hao Lian Wuzi's dantian, he would have the upper hand. And even if he could succeed, this was obviously a battle to see who could last until the end. How could anyone die? He was only locked. If he died, it would be him dying under Hao Lian Wuzi's struggle. He could not explain it, and there was no reason. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, Chen Hao used this kind of wretched battle method. In the end, it was blasphemous first, and he used Hao Lian Wuzi's virgin identity. Otherwise, if it was any other wind person with the same cultivation, how could they lose their cool and fall into madness? Then the one who lost or died in the end would be him. Even if the current Chen Hao's heart was like a boulder and ice, he still more or less felt a little guilty towards Hao Lian Wuzi, especially when he saw Hao Lian Wuzi's expression of despair and tears. Clap, clap, clap. At this time, in the quiet martial arts arena, crisp clapping sounds came from the rostrum. City Lord Li Ran, who was sitting on the rostrum, actually had a faint, kind smile on his face. He stared at the two people who seemed to have exhausted all their strength and took the lead to clap his hands, saying, "Not bad, not bad. The two of you are very good. How about this round be considered a draw? Of course, if the two of you still have the strength to fight, you can continue." The matter should have been the referee, but as the chairman of the arbitration group, Li Ran actually directly spoke. The expression on his face was obviously extremely admiring of Chun, Hao, and Hao Lian Wuzi. City Lord. Chun, Hao, and Hao Lian Wuzi didn't say anything, and also didn't have the strength to speak. Especially Chun Hao, whose tensed-up nerves, after heaving a sigh of relief, instantly his entire body felt like it was falling apart. There was no place that wasn't painful, so how would he have the strength to speak? And the despairing Hao Lian Wuzi, how would she have the mood to speak? But on the rostrum, Hao Lian family head Hao Lianlei, who was sitting beside Li Ran, stood up with a furious expression. Such shameless, how could it be considered a draw? This kid is simply the scum of the martial arts world. That's not right. Li Ran, who was always indifferent, actually smiled at this moment and directly refuted Hao Lianlei's words, saying, "This is an extremely powerful and strange defensive unique skill. Unique skills are only differentiated by grade, and there's no distinction between nobility and lowliness. Furthermore, what Xiao Xianghao said is right. On the arena, there's no male or female, only opponents. Furthermore, this kid is only 13 years old. How can we look at this battle with prejudice? This old man thinks that this will be a very exciting showdown." Second update, seeking recommendation votes, collection. Chapter 51. That's right. I agree with the city lord. Xiao Ding said loudly at the first moment. He was very excited in his heart. Even he didn't think that the city lord Li Ran would take the initiative to speak up, and from his words, he thought highly of Chun Hao. This was something that had never happened in the Cloud State martial meet in the past. This is the most interesting defensive lost art that I've ever seen. In a short moment, the people of the arbitration team made their stance clear. Not to mention that what Li Ran said made sense. Even if it didn't make sense, it still made sense. The Hellion clan was powerful, but no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't be more powerful than the City Lord residents. Although the City Lord residents didn't have a superior and subordinate relationship with the various powers, the City Lord residents was the true core of a region. They didn't care about the small matters, but look at the big matters. I didn't think that old Master Xiao was still hiding such a powerful lost art. It's really shocking. Patriarch Xiao, what's the name of this lost art? And what level of cultivation technique is it? A member of the arbitration team asked. This is the old ancestors' secret. Even I don't know. Xiao Ding was embarrassed in the face of everyone's questioning. He was the dignified patriarch of the Xiao clan, but he didn't even know his clan's martial arts. It was really too embarrassing. He really didn't know when the old ancestor had hidden such a strange martial art. He even seriously doubted whether this was the old ancestor's martial art, but doubts were doubts. Since Chun Hao had put this hat on old Master Zhao's head, then he had to admit it. He had to admit it even if he didn't want to. He had to admit it even if he lost face. On the main stage, after the referee saw that more than half of the members of the arbitration team had expressed their stance, he straightforwardly announced the result of the match. Hellion Wuzi tied with Chun Hao. Hellion Wuzi tightly bit her tender lips and stood up shakily. Her beautiful hair and clothes had become extremely messy from being entangled and rolled around with Chun Hao. What was most eye-catching was that on her bulging breasts, 2 clear bloody claw marks had actually appeared at some unknown time. Even Hellion Wuzi herself didn't notice it. However, when she slowly walked down the arena, Step by step, she blinded the eyes of countless admirers, especially her fiancé, Helion Iching. His small eyes emitted a fury that was close to exploding. Veins popped out on his face that was as sharp as a knife, and his teeth were clenched so hard that they made creaking sounds. He had always had a cold and unyielding character, and would never easily show his feelings on his face. However, at this time, he was unable to conceal it no matter what, nor did he want to conceal it. Helion Wuzi was his fiancée, but unexpectedly, Li Ran and the others could treat Chen Hao's style of fighting as a defensive ultimate art. But how could it be possible? His fiancée that he hadn't even touched, the woman that he loved deeply, was actually entangled, rolled around, and attacked by another man. Was this something that a man could tolerate? Little Wu, I will kill him for you. Helion Iching stared at Helion Wuzi's pale and expressionless face and said word by word. At the same time, he extended his hand, wanting to support Helion Wuzi, who was on the verge of collapse. However, he was stopped by Helion Wuzi with a wave of her hand. "Senior sister, take me back." Helion Wuzi's originally ethereal and beautiful voice, although still pleasant to the ears, seemed to have lost all vitality. The woman who was called Senior Sister looked at Helion Iching and seemed to hesitate slightly. However, she still hugged Helion Wuzi affectionately. Her figure flashed, and she quickly left. No one knew what Helion Iching was feeling at this moment. However, that slightly trembling body, that flushed face, that vicious and humiliated gaze seemed to be even more intense than when he was staring at Chen Hao. Almost at the same time, Xiao Mei, whose face was slightly red, carried Chen Hao, who was even more miserable than Helion Wuzi. Under the gazes of countless people, they quickly left the martial arts arena. The battle continued. However, perhaps because the battle between Chen Hao and Helion Wuzi was too exciting, what should have been a very exciting battle seemed to have lost its flavor in the eyes of the crowd. Xiao Jihan, who had been proud of himself for 2 days, once again had a gloomy and bitter expression on his face. He was just short of tears. What kind of world was this? After being defeated time and time again, he became stronger and stronger. Just as he was proud of himself, it happened again. Was there an end to it? Was there still justice? He had just become a grade 8 martial master, and he had become a grade 4 martial master. So what if he changed? He was just a small grade 4 martial master. However, a grade 4 martial master could actually be on par with a grade 8 martial master. Moreover, it was a grade 8 martial master that he admired and had no confidence in defeating. Chen Hao, whose mouth was full of dirty blood, closed his eyes slightly, enduring the exhaustion and piercing pain all over his body. Although the golden snake coiling hand had locked onto Helion Wuzi, the huge gap between their realms still gave Chen Hao a huge pressure. The completely crazy Helion Wuzi was like a wild horse that could not be tamed. Chen Hao used all of his methods and strength, but in the end, he could only barely suppress her and was unable to tame her. It even caused him to be exhausted and heavily injured. The faint fragrance of Xiao Mei's body that entered his nostrils, as well as that soft embrace, actually became Chen Hao's pain-relieving medicine at this moment, especially when he thought about the battle with Helion Wuzi halfway through, when he felt that he couldn't take it anymore and had no choice but to use the great art of mind confusion, the softness, charm, and gentleness that passed into his hands, and all sorts of wonderful feelings made Chen Hao's cold and unfeeling state of mind that was as firm as a boulder, a little bit messed up, a messy feeling. It seemed very good. Junior, Just when Chen Hao was immersed in the good feeling of being messy, Xiao Mei, who was hugging him and moving forward quickly and steadily, suddenly called out. Chen Hao was immediately startled awake. The foam-like mess immediately vanished like smoke into thin air. He opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Mei's not very beautiful, but very pleasing to the eye and very charming little face. Victory, is it really that important? Do you know that you are gambling with your own life? If at the beginning you didn't entangle with me, do you know what the consequences would be? Senior has already told you that your performance is already very, very good. It has already far exceeded everyone's expectations. It's enough. It's really enough. Even if you can't enter the top 10. So what? Our Xiao family is already proud and elated. Xiao Mei said. Chunhao stared at Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei didn't avoid his gaze at all. Xiao Mei felt that if Chunhao didn't accept her, there would be a day when he would pay a heavy price for his personality. After the two looked at each other for a few seconds, Chunhao grinned. His deep black eyes avoided Xiao Mei's gaze, but he narrowed them slightly and said, "Victory or defeat is not important to me." "Then why are you still risking your life? Is there—" Chunhao smiled slightly and asked back. He didn't explain too much and continued, "I know that Senior is worried about me, but as long as there is a trace of hope, I will never allow myself to fail. A martial artist should be courageous and diligent, with the will to forge ahead. If one is overly calculative and fearful, how can one challenge one's limits and surpass oneself? Doing something only when one has a 10% chance of success is meaningless. We don't have to bring shame and destruction to ourselves without any chance of success. But as long as there is a 10% chance of victory, we will fight. We will use all our strength to firmly grasp that 10% chance of victory in our hands." Chunhao's stubborn gaze, firm voice, and especially the words that attacked one's soul, left Xiao Mei speechless once again. Besides, Xiao Jihan is already an 8th grade martial master, so I don't want to give up the training before the life and death battle. Only by fighting, by surpassing one's limits and filled with danger, can I quickly improve. So I must use all my strength to fight with Helian Wuzi. Ha! Although I didn't win against her, I didn't lose either. It can be considered a success. Chunhao's blood-stained face revealed a brilliant smile, and his voice softened. Xiao Mei stared blankly for a moment before curling her lips and saying, "It's all your reasoning. I really don't know where you get these great principles from. Do as you please. Senior, you're so reserved." "What's reserved?" "You're clearly convinced. Why do you have to be convinced in your heart and not in your mouth? If you show it, I'll be happy too. Hey, who's convinced by you?" Xiao Mei blushed and spat. "It's fine if you don't admit it, as long as I understand. However, Senior, you can't copy what I just said because I'm different from you. You have to have at least 50% confidence. Otherwise, don't do it." "Oh, you're worried about me?" "You can say that. Other than my family, there aren't many people who can make me worry. You're very lucky to be one of them," Chunhao said proudly, with a sunny smile on his face. It was a pity that it was ruined beyond recognition by the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and face. However, Chunhao's mood was indeed very good at this moment. The naive youth of the past wouldn't have said such words, and the arrogant him would have disdained to say them. However, after the fusion, because of Xiao Mei's heartfelt care for him, he said them out loud. It was heartwarming, but still filled with arrogance. Chunhao knew that the current him was no longer any of his past selves. Instead, he had merged the characteristics of two people and was a brand new him. When he faced Helian Wuzi, he had a deep understanding of the previous Chun. Hao wouldn't have hesitated to kill because Helian Wuzi was only competing with him. Even if Helian Wuzi wanted to use the water attribute energy of the 5 elements to shatter his dantian, he wouldn't have any killing intent because he was the one who molested her first. If it was any other girl, they wouldn't be able to tolerate it. However, the previous Earth madman would definitely kill him. However, he hesitated and didn't kill him in the end Let me help you heal your injuries. When Xiao Mei brought Chun Hao back to the Xiao family's encampment, she said to Chun Hao, "No need. I still have pills, so it won't be a problem. I'll definitely be full of energy tomorrow. All right then, I'll help you guard. Quickly go in," and Chun Hao responded. His gaze suddenly looked at the empty door and said, "Chief Instructor, thank you." Ah, Xiao Mei was slightly surprised. Cough, cough. Xiao Guan, who always had a cold face, awkwardly coughed twice. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the two. He looked at Chun Hao with bright eyes and said, "You're indeed born with keen sixth sense. Are you really okay?" "I'm really fine." Chun Hao said, "That's good. Oh, right. What's the martial art you used today called?" "I don't know. You'll have to ask Elder Xiao." "Elder Xiao only told me, but didn't tell me the name. It's not bad. But don't use it on girls in the future. A man should be open and above board. All right, you focus on healing. Xiao Mei is here. If there's anything, just call me. I'll be nearby," Xiao Guan said, and quickly left. Looking at Xiao Guan's silhouette, Xiao Mei thought that it was because the head of the family and Xiao Guan valued Chun Hao. However, the moment Chun Hao turned and entered the cultivation room, he slightly narrowed his eyes. P.S. Thanks for yesterday's Chuan Wuzi passionate love carrot comma. Luoshi, thanks to his 13 friends. Mo Qingyi, dreaming is already dead. Fish that can't really swim. Harmless donkey. Hong Meng tree. Tadpoles in the sea. Raging fire like ice. Wind blows rain. Maple is not night. Blue dome. Also, if you've seen it, please add it to your collection, recommend it, etc. Thank you. Chapter 52. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, today's competition had already ended. The curtain of night quietly came, and the bustling Cloud State city lit up with specks of light. In the cultivation room, Chun Hao sat cross-legged. His entire body was enveloped in a dense qi that was like water ripples, causing his figure to look as if it was constantly twisting and changing. If Elder Xiao and Xiao Ding were here, they would definitely be indescribably shocked. Huff! Right at this moment, Chun Hao slowly opened his eyes. His pair of eyes flickered with a faint trace of pleasant surprise, and he let out a long breath. Profound ice qi, the derivative energy of the water attribute of the 5 elements. It's probably because I comprehended the profound ice qi that I was able to easily comprehend the water attribute energy because of Hellion Wuzi. Chun Hao gazed at the dense qi that was currently slowly merging into his dantian and muttered to himself, "This dense qi was an origin power, nor was it the profound ice qi that Chun Hao had comprehended. It was the water attribute energy." Even Chun Hao didn't expect that the battle with Hellion Wuzi would actually allow him to obtain such a huge harvest, merely through the trace of water attribute energy that Hellion Wuzi had left in his dantian. He was able to comprehend it. Moreover, it naturally merged with the profound ice qi. Following Chun Hao's thoughts, the 2 types of energy that were originally of the same origin could actually be converted at will. What made Chun Hao even more pleasantly surprised was that this kind of gentle, and nourishing water attribute energy possessed an extremely shocking healing effect. In less than 4 hours, all the injuries on Chun Hao's body had completely disappeared. Moreover, Chun Hao clearly felt that there was a trace of subtle change in his state of mind. It was as if his senses towards the energy of heaven and earth had become even more sensitive. With every breath he took, he could sense the faint water attribute energy. This kind of feeling was very wonderful. It made Chun Hao's body and mind feel as if they had merged into heaven and earth, and he could feel the pulse of heaven and earth. Unknowingly, a trace of understanding appeared in Chun Hao's heart. Bang! Without any warning, Chun Hao struck out with his palm. The fiery red and violent yuan qi instantly surged out. But it was only for a moment, as if it had turned into a nimble and gentle flame. Its speed instantly slowed down. It was like a gentle breeze blowing over the surface of the water, gently hitting the solid rock wall, seemingly without any destructive power. But at this moment, Chun Hao's palm suddenly trembled. Boom! The gentle waves suddenly turned into roiling waves of anger, fiercely slamming against the stone wall. Immediately, stone fragments swirled in the air. The entire training room violently shook several times following Chun Hao's palm. Junior brother. Xiao Mei, who was sitting cross-legged on Chun Hao's bed, felt the huge commotion coming from the cultivation room. She immediately pushed open the door to the cultivation room. When she saw the spirited Chun Hao, she said in surprise, "Your injuries have healed, more or less. I'll definitely be fine tomorrow. I think you'll be fine now." Xiao Mei stared at the stone fragments that had yet to scatter, as well as the deep palm print on the wall. Her charming eyes carried a trace of surprise as she said this. Low key. Senior sister, they should be back. Let's go eat, you support me." Xiao Mei curled her lips but still held on to Chun Hao's arm. The more she interacted with him, the more Xiao Mei felt that Chun Hao's astonishing talent, especially the talent of his physical body. It was far beyond what ordinary people could reach. Xiao Mei naturally understood Chun Hao's meaning, so she could only follow along with this guy's act. Of course, she was quite satisfied that Chun Hao didn't act in front of her. "Awesome brother, you're my idol. Hellion Woozy was even taken care of by you. You're really too awesome." When Chun Hao and Xiao Mei rushed to the dining room, Xiao Jishan, this boorish man, had a face full of admiration and envy as he grabbed Chun Hao's shoulder and praised him. "Xiang Hao, you're the best." He. Lil Ling, and the other girls also did not hesitate to surround him and praise him. The taciturn Xiao Jifei's eyes also shone with admiration. Some of the inner disciples of the Xiao family also came over and asked about Chun Hao's injuries. Unlike Chun Hao, who was like the moon surrounded by stars, Xiao Jihan, who also won, had a gloomy face. Only a few followers were by his side, and all of them were gloomy. "Xiang Hao, are your injuries better?" At this moment, Xiao Ding walked in. After seeing Chun Hao, his face shone with joy and undisguised concern as he asked this. Everyone immediately dispersed obediently and went to their seats. "I'm better. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch. That's good. Although you tied with Hellion Woozy today, it was purely a fluke. In future battles, others will be wary of that secret technique of yours. Don't take any more risks." "Yes," Chun Hao replied. While Chun Hao and the others were eating, in the city lord's mansion master Li Ran's room, Li Ran was sitting on both sides of a chessboard with a smile on his face. "It's been 10 years, 1 month, and 8 days since we last met. I didn't expect Brother Xiao to be even more outstanding than before. The secret to longevity is indeed worthy of its reputation." The old man sitting opposite Li Ran was none other than the Xiao family's ancestor, Elder Xiao. "Brother Li, you have a good memory. No matter how strong the secret to longevity is, it can't compare to your spiritual cultivation sutra. Tell me, you're holed up in that place, refusing to come even when you're called out. You definitely don't visit without a reason, right? Could it be for that little fellow Xiang Hao? You don't have to hide it. I just happened to discover. Mysterious ice chi. I think he comprehended it in your elemental spirit cave. This little fellow is more powerful than you think." Li Ran saw Elder Zhao's stunned expression when he mentioned Chun Hao, so he continued with a smile. "Brother Li, how did you discover it? How is it more powerful than I thought?" Elder Xiao asked in surprise. "I'm at least a 7th grade spiritual sage. Is it strange that I discovered it? You don't have to worry. Other than me, no one else will discover it. As for why, I said, he's more powerful than you think. That's because this little fellow's innate psychokinesis is comparable to a spiritual sage. What? How is that possible? Elder Shao was so shocked that he almost jumped up when he heard Li Ran's words. I also think it's impossible, but that's the truth. Li Ran frowned. Martial artists and spiritual sages. Although different paths lead to the same goal, there's still a huge difference. Furthermore, before reaching the martial saint level, they're like fire and water. If this little fellow hadn't started cultivating as a martial artist, it wouldn't be strange. However, he's already at the martial master level. How can his innate psychokinesis still exist? Innate psychokinesis was the spiritual root that Elder Shao had mentioned to Chun Hao before. Everyone was born with psychokinesis, but there were strong and weak ones. Only when one's psychokinesis reached a certain level could one be called a person with spiritual roots. When this kind of person started cultivating as a martial artist, the tempering of their physical body would not be able to erase their psychokinesis. They would only be able to temporarily force it into the depths of their brain, which was also the upper dantian. When they stepped into the martial ancestor level and had perfect control over their yuan, li, they would be able to start tempering the most mysterious part of their brain. At that time, the innate psychokinesis hidden in their brain would be of great use. As for martial artists who didn't have spiritual roots, they were people who were born with weaker psychokinesis. Once they started cultivating as a martial artist, their psychokinesis would be too weak and would be erased by the sliver of yuan, li, that entered their brain. Therefore, it was impossible for this kind of person to temper the most mysterious part of the human body, the brain. However, even though Chun Hao had started cultivating as a martial artist, his innate psychokinesis wasn't forced into the depths of his brain. Instead, it could be displayed with his mind. Elder Shao wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even Li Ran, who was a spiritual sage, found it unbelievable. How long did he last during the spiritual roots test? Li Ran asked as he stared at Elder Shao. About 4 hours. 4 hours? Li Ran frowned slightly and said, he's not considered very strong. He barely met the requirements to become a spiritual sage. This is really strange. Could it be that when he tempered his physical body, his psychokinesis could also increase on its own? Li Ran and Elder Shao really couldn't figure it out, and it was impossible for them to figure it out. Although Chun Hao's physical body was strong in the past, he was still an ordinary youth. It was only because of his childhood experiences and the obsession in his heart that he possessed a psychokinesis that surpassed ordinary people. However, that kind of psychokinesis was considered an extremely ordinary existence compared to the requirements to become a spiritual sage. However, the current Chun Hao wasn't the simple youth he used to be. He was the fusion of two souls. It was also because of the soul fusion that almost tore the soul apart, as well as the mysterious fusion, that there was today's Chun Hao. This Elder Shao was speechless. He had to admit that Li Ran's discovery was really too shocking for him. Brother Shao, tell me what you want first. I think it's definitely not a small matter. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to look for me. However, as long as I can help, I will definitely help you. However, I knew you wouldn't lose out. Elder Shao said, however what? Tell me. Ha ha, give that little fellow to me. Li Ran laughed lightly and immediately demanded an exorbitant price. What? You're dreaming. Li Ran, we've been friends for so many years. Don't tell me you want to extort me? All right, since you've said this, I'll take a step back. We'll nurture this little fellow together. How about that? In name, he's a member of your Shao family. Do as you see fit. If you agree, tell me what you want. I guarantee that I'll do my best to do it. If you don't agree, leave the money for the tea. It's a total of 3 copper coins, and you can leave. Li Ran stared at Elder Shao and said unquestionably, "Why don't you go rob a bank? You want me to pay 3 copper coins for a mouthful of inferior tea?" Elder Shao was so angry that he immediately pointed at Li Ran's nose and said, "If this scene was seen by the cultivators in Cloud State City, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall to the ground. One had to know that these 2 people were like gods in the eyes of the cultivators in Cloud State, especially Li Ran. He was the undisputed #1 expert. But now, these 2 respected figures were more like old men haggling in the market. Ready to pay for the tea? Seeing Elder Zhao's appearance, Li Ran smiled slightly and said indifferently as if he didn't care, "You win." Elder Shao gloomily sat down again and glared at Li Ran. He finished the tea in his cup in 1 gulp, and just as he put down the cup, under the control of Li Ran's telekinesis, the teapot in front of him was filled to the brim. 6 copper coins. Chapter 53. It's that serious? When Elder Shao told him that Shao Jihan's family was the Dongfang family, one of the 3 major families in the Jinyuan kingdom, as well as the Dongfang family's attempt to take over the Shao family's elemental spirit cave, Li Ran frowned. "Li Ran, you don't have to do this with me, okay? If you can help me settle this, I'll give you half of that kid. He'll be the Shao family's in name, but he can also be your guild of intentions. Do as you see fit. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't deal with this matter, I wouldn't want to see a sanctimonious person like you for the rest of my life," Elder Shao said without leaving any face for him. Cough, cough. Li Ran's face turned red. "Shao, can you not say such nasty things? This matter is really serious. The Dongfang family, they're just characters abandoned by the Dongfang family. How can the Dongfang family scheme over a mere elemental spirit cave? They can just come and take it. That's true, but they've already climbed up the Dongfang family tree. As long as the Dongfang family comes and wants to take over the elemental spirit cave and cripple Xiaoding, and you'll resist, right? Destroy them? After destroying them, they'll pull out an even stronger existence. What will happen in the end?" Li Ran asked, "Do I need you to tell me that? Otherwise, why would I look for you?" Elder Shao said. Seeing that Li Ran was still frowning, he hesitated and said, "Is it really difficult?" Elder Shao knew that Li Ran was not only the city lord of Cloud State City, but also the #1 expert in Cloud State. Most importantly, he had another identity. He was the president of the Guild of Intentions stationed in Cloud State City. Without this identity, Elder Shao would not have come to find Li Ran at all. Because Li Ran could not help him. Intentions were existences on the level of pandas in the Jinyuan kingdom. In terms of numbers, they could not be compared to martial artists who had simple entry requirements. However, after reaching a certain level, the various magical powers of intentions were far from what martial artists could compare to. Therefore, in any country, intentions were highly valued. However, the early-stage intentions were too weak compared to martial artists. In the cultivation world, where the strong preyed on the weak, they could die at any time. It was precisely because of this that the Guild of Intentions was formed. The Intent Guild was the powerful backing of the Intent Guild. It united the small number of Intent Guild members into one. This force was an extremely powerful existence in the entire Zhan Yuan kingdom. Moreover, it was heavily supported and protected by the kingdom. Let's be clear first, I'm not trying to extort you this time. Li Ran regained his serious expression. Your Shao clan's crisis this time isn't something you and I can resolve. After all, it involves the Dongfang family's family. You have to know that any family is extremely protective of their own and cares about their reputation. But when the intentions is the face of the Dong family, of intentions, for the sake of their reputation, the Dongfang family will definitely take action. This is also the reason why we can't afford to offend the big families. In front of them, the weak have no reason to reason. You're right. Elder Xiao frowned deeply and sighed. I've already thought of this and prepared for the worst. Actually, I didn't expect you to help me with this matter. After all, the Guild of Intentions won't go against the Dongfang family for a small family like our Xiao family. I'm here to tell you that the Xiao family is only the beginning. Cloud State City will probably belong to Dongfang Wangkai in the future. Dongfang Wangkai was Xiao Jihan's father and the head of the Dongfang family, the richest family in Cloud State. Elder Xiao was very clear that since he had climbed up the Dongfang family's branch and decided to use the Xiao family as an example, it was impossible for him to stop. The second to act would probably be the Helian family, who owned the Tianyuan cave. Fortunately, you came to find me, and fortunately, Dongfang Wangkai hasn't acted yet. What do you mean? Elder Xiao was startled by Li Ran's words, and he instantly asked in surprise. I hope it's not too late. Whether or not we can save the Xiao family depends on that little fellow. Li Ran stared at Elder Xiao and said, You mean Xiang Hao? That's right. 3 days later, the round-robin matches for the top 5 had finally ended. Helian Yiqing, Xiao Jihan, Mo Yui, and Sima Jianyun, as well as the other 5 contestants who were in the top 10, had won all their matches and obtained first place in their group. Only the 7th group, Helian Wuzi and Chun Hao, were still tied for first place after the group matches ended. Both of them won all their matches in the next few matches. Everyone had already expected this when Helian Wuzi and Chun Hao fought to a draw, so it wasn't strange at all. The top 10 had become the top 11. The anticipated battle of the pinnacle had finally arrived. In the entire martial arts arena, there were 3 matches that everyone looked forward to the most. The first match was the battle between Chun Hao and Helian Wuzi. Without a doubt, the 2 of them who had advanced to the top 11 would have a chance to fight again. Ever since that day when she received Chun Hao's humiliation, Helian Wuzi seemed to have changed into a different person. On her absolutely beautiful little face, there was no longer any fluctuation of emotions. No one heard her say half a word again. Her entire person seemed to have turned into a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. Even the people closest to her were infected by that kind of cold indifference that kept people 1,000 miles away and didn't dare to speak to her. One could imagine how big of a blow Chun Hao had dealt her. Therefore, one could imagine how crazy Helian Wuzi would be when she met Chun Hao again. The other match that everyone looked forward to the most was still Chun Hao's. That was the battle between Xiao Jihan and Chun Hao. The life and death battle between the 2 of them was no longer a secret. Everyone knew that as long as they met in the martial arts competition, it would be a life and death battle between the 2 of them. This was destined to be an exciting and cruel battle, and the third match that everyone looked forward to the most was still related to Chun Hao. It was the battle between Helian Yiqing and Chun Hao. As Helian Wuzi's fiancé, his wife had been molested in front of tens of thousands of people. Any man wouldn't let Chun Hao off, let alone Helian Yiqing, this kind of proud son of God. Buttface, Xiao Xianghao is really your brother. When Chun Hao and the other contestants went up to the stage to draw lots after the referee gave the order, a 12 or 13-year-old youth in the Li family's camp asked an honest-looking youth with a bruised nose and a swollen face beside him. This youth was Buttface. His nickname was due to his mother's sharp cheers during the Li family's test. This made Buttface a celebrity among the Li family's new disciples. Of course it's true. Xiao Xianghao is brother Tianxi. He's my best friend, my best brother. butt-face, originally small eyes, were only a slit because of his swollen face, but his voice was unquestionable and full of pride. He looked as if he was Chun, who had advanced to the top 11. Then why don't you go and look for him? No. How can I let Brother Tianci see me like this? I'll embarrass Brother Tianci. Aren't you standing up for him and taking a beating? The others were just casually talking about it. Do you have to? That won't do. I'll fight anyone who talks bad about Brother Tianci. It's time to draw lots. First update. Please add, recommend. Chapter 54. Just as everyone was paying attention to Chun Hao and the others starting to draw lots, a soft laugh suddenly drifted over. The sound was very soft, but what surprised everyone was that this voice clearly entered everyone's ears. I didn't expect a small city like Cloud State to be so lively, the person who laughed said gently, but his words were condescending and domineering. It was as if the entire Cloud State was like an ant in his eyes. Almost instantly, everyone in the martial arts venue frowned. They even stopped drawing lots and looked at the entrance of the martial arts venue. There was no doubt that the person who came was an expert. To be able to suppress the entire martial arts arena so easily, perhaps other than those experts on the rostrum, there were not many people who could do it. He's finally here. Xiao Jihan, who was standing on the main stage, saw a familiar figure. All the worries in his heart were swept away. He, who had been suppressing himself for a long time, showed an unconcealable surprise and arrogance on his face. He's here? Li Ran, who was sitting in the middle of the main stage, thought to himself. His expression did not change as he slowly stood up. He glanced at Dongfang Wangkai, who was following behind the young man in his 20s, and the dozen or so young disciples who were full of energy and arrogance. He cupped his fist and said politely, "I'm Li Ran, the Cloud State's city lord. Master of the Dongfang clan. These guests are City Lord Li. This is Master Dongfang Zan of the Dongfang clan, one of the 3 great clans of the Jinyuan kingdom. He's only 22 years old, and he's at the peak of the 9th grade martial emperor. He's only half a step away from becoming a martial emperor. You can't call us Master of the Dongfang clan in front of Master Dongfang. We're just a small branch of the Dongfang clan in Cloud State. It's not worth mentioning." Dongfang Wangkai did not hide his flattery. His fat face was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. He did not forget to flatter Li Ran as he introduced them. "What? How is this possible? The Dongfang clan. Is it really the Dongfang clan of the 3 great clans of the kingdom? They're indeed powerful. They're already a 9th grade martial emperor at such a young age. No wonder they're so arrogant. So they're from the Dongfang clan. Dongfang Wangkai is a branch of the Dongfang clan. This is unbelievable." Dongfang Wangcai's words caused an uproar in the arena. Even the influential figures in Yunzhou on the rostrum were shocked. No one would have thought that Dongfang Wangkai was actually a branch of the Dongfang family in Cloud State City. No one would have thought that someone from the Dongfang family would come to the small Cloud State City. The expressions of the people who were glaring angrily at the start immediately changed completely. Even Helian Lei and the others were no exception. Who would dare to offend the Dongfang family, one of the top 3 families in the Jinyuan kingdom? Who could afford to offend him? So, it's young Master Dongfang from the Dongfang family. We're honored by your presence. Please let me in. Bring them to the VIP seats." Li Ran hurriedly said politely, but he didn't show much enthusiasm. He just asked the guard to lead him to the VIP seats. Dongfang Zan's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. He glanced at Li Ho, but did not dare to fly into a rage. Li Ran was the lord of a city after all. Although it was just a small county, Li Ran's intentions could not be hidden from Dongfang Zan's eyes. These are the top 10 of the Yunzhou martial meet. Dongfang Zan and a dozen other people swaggered to the VIP seats not far from the rostrum. Originally, some of the VIPs didn't even need Li Ran's instructions and gave up their seats. After sitting down, Dongfang Zan's gaze slowly swept past Chun, Hao, and the others who had already started drawing lots. His eyes narrowed slightly and stopped at Helian Wuzi as he asked, "Yes, young master. However, because there are 2 people in a group who are tied, there is now 11th place. Young master, that young lady is known as the #1 genius beauty in Yunzhou, Helian Wuzi. The one standing at 6th place is my son, Dongfang Han." "Oh, not bad, not bad." Dongfang Zan didn't even look at Xiao Jihan. His gaze was locked onto Helian Wuzi's graceful figure as he praised in a low voice. Dongfang Wankai, this old fox, naturally understood what Dongfang Zan meant by not bad. He immediately said in a low voice, "As long as young master likes it, in this small cloud state city, no one dares to offend young master." Leave it to me." Dongfang Zan nodded slightly. He was satisfied with Dongfang Wangsai's shrewdness and consideration. "Young master, about my son. Don't worry. With me here, what else can happen to him?" Yes. That's good. That's good." It had to be said that Dongfang Wankai did have some skills to be able to become the richest man in Yunzhou without any martial arts. He had been working for many years to climb up the Dongfang family's branch. With his powerful financial resources and excellent foresight, he finally opened the gate not long ago and took down Dongfang Zan. That was why he, who was so far away, became a branch of the Dongfang family. To be able to invite Dongfang Zan to Yunzhou, he had sold all the good things in Yunzhou. Xiao Jihan's speed of improvement in half a year, the Xiao family's elemental spirit cave, the Helian family's Tianyuan cave, and of course the number of beauties in Yunzhou. In Dongfang Wangsai's eyes, there was no fortress that couldn't be conquered. Everyone had a weakness, and with a weakness, he could take it down. And now he had done it. The drawing of lots was completed very quickly. Chunhao was in the 5th round. The first to go up was the #1 genius of the Mo family, Mo Yui, and a relatively weaker contestant. "Are you really not worried at all?" Xiao Mei whispered to Chunhao as she glanced at Xiao Jihan, who had already walked to the VIP seats to greet Dongfang Zan. "Is there any use in worrying?" Chunhao's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he replied. Even Chunhao didn't expect that Xiao Jihan's family would actually climb up the Dongfang family, one of the 3 great families of the Jinyuan kingdom. What did it mean for them to rush over at this time? This made Chunhao feel an unprecedented pressure. There was no time when he craved power more than now. He needed power and needed to become stronger. Only then would he not be threatened. Only then would he be able to firmly grasp his own fate in his own hands. At this moment, even Chunhao felt that his future was bleak, especially when he saw the faces of those who had succumbed to Dongfang Zan's abuse of power. He deeply understood how powerful the Dongfang family was. This wasn't something that he could contend against at this moment. "My fate is in my own hands." The words that he had said to Xiao Mei a few days ago now seemed like a joke. His only hope was actually placed on someone else. This made him, who was born with pride and arrogance, feel extremely humiliated. 3 days ago, Elder Xiao had found him alone and secretly brought him to meet Li Ran, although the 2 of them didn't tell him the exact situation. They only told him not to feel any psychological pressure when facing Xiao Jihan. They also told him to perform well in the competition and not to hide anything. However, Chunhao knew that the severity of the situation had exceeded his expectations. or rather the Xiao family, and even the entire Yunzhou were facing a huge crisis. The spearhead was directed at Xiao Jihan. Chun Hao realized it, but he couldn't understand how Xiao Jihan, or rather Xiao Jihan's family, could be so powerful. Now that he saw Dongfang Zan's appearance, Chun Hao finally understood. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad at all. On the stage in the third round, after Helian Wuzi blasted Sima Jianyun out of the stage with one move, Dongfang Zan actually clapped his hands and praised her from the VIP seats. So what if he was praising her? His voice was heard by everyone in the arena, especially when he looked at Helian Wuzi. His gaze carried a trace of passion that anyone could see. Helian Wuzi, right? Your aptitude is not bad. I like it very much. Come to our Dongfang family. This small Yunzhou is really a waste of your talent. What made everyone even more surprised was that Dongfang Zan actually threw out such a huge olive branch. What kind of concept was entering the Dongfang family? Although many people could see that Dongfang Zan obviously didn't have good intentions, many people thought that if they were in his shoes, they would definitely agree immediately. Even some female disciples were no exception. They couldn't wait to replace Helian Wuzi and agree immediately. They were even more jealous of Helian Wuzi's looks. However, most of the gazes that looked at Dongfang Zan were filled with disdain and anger, but they didn't dare to say anything. Blatant trash. Chun Hao coldly scolded in a low voice. Xiao Mei also frowned slightly. The gaze that she looked at Dongfang Zan with was obviously filled with fear, but the disdain was even stronger. As for the Helian family's head, Helian Lei, he frowned slightly. This guy who had always been arrogant actually swallowed his anger. Similarly, although Helian Yiqing's fiancé was so angry that veins were popping out of his face and his entire body was trembling, he was like a tortoise withdrawing its head and enduring. It's really a fucking ninja turtle. The more Chun Hao looked, the angrier he got. He couldn't help but curse. Luckily, his voice wasn't loud, just when everyone was staring at Helian Wuzi, wanting to see what Helian Wuzi would say. They didn't expect that Helian Wuzi's ice-cold and emotionless face actually didn't change in the slightest. Her footsteps didn't even slow down in the slightest. She walked down the stage just like that, as if she didn't hear Dongfang Zan's words at all, completely treating them as farts. However, wherever Helian Wuzi passed, it was as if it had instantly entered winter. The dense, icy aura caused the air around her to distort. Her long hair danced without wind. Everyone could see that it wasn't that Helian Wuzi didn't hear it, but that she chose to blatantly ignore it. Dongfang Zan frowned slightly, but the heat in his eyes became even stronger. Young master, you probably don't know, but Helian Wuzi is the fiancé of the Helian family's young master. She probably can't help it. Moreover, it's said that she was provoked by Xiao Xianghao 2 days ago in the competition and became a bit abnormal. Dongfang Wangkai didn't miss the opportunity to say. The words that he said not only stabbed the Helian family, but also stabbed Chun Hao. This is even more interesting. I like it. Dongfang Zan narrowed his eyes and was already staring at Helian Wuzi. His gaze became even more heated as he spoke. Even he didn't think that the small Yunzhou would actually have such a stunning beauty. He felt that he was really too lucky to come here this time. Under the excitement, he actually didn't hide his lustful heart anymore. This caused the majority of the people in the martial arts arena, especially Helian Wuzi's supporters, to rage in their hearts. At this moment, Li Ran, who was originally amiable, suddenly let out a cold snort. A majestic spiritual energy instantly enveloped the area. His eyes looked towards Dongfang Zan and said, "Young Master Dongfang, we Yunzhou people respect you as a disciple of the Dongfang family, but we don't welcome scum like you. I believe that if your Dongfang family knows that you've tarnished the family's reputation, they won't let you off. Get out. Immediately. Hua, the usually amiable Li Ran suddenly faced Dongfang Zan directly and said such refreshing words. Instantly, the entire martial arts arena exploded into an uproar. What did you say? Dongfang Zan also didn't think that there would be someone in the small Yunzhou who dared to challenge him. Even if he was dead, even Li Ran would turn a blind eye to him. Hence, after hearing Li Ran's words, this arrogant fellow instantly stood up like a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. He pointed at Li Ran and roared sharply. Second update. Please help me collect this if you don't have a collection. Please recommend it. Thank you. Chapter 55. I said, I don't welcome scum like you who tarnishes the Dongfang family's reputation. Get out. Li Ran said coldly. Under his rage, the pressure of his mental energy made everyone feel as if they couldn't breathe. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their hearts. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Zan was so angry that he started laughing. His eyes stared fiercely at Li Ran and said, You, a little city lord, actually dare to tell this young master to get out? You actually dare to say that this young master is the scum of the Dongfang family? Ha ha ha. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even if I, Dongfang Zan, am the scum of the Dongfang family, it should be said by the people of the Dongfang family. Who do you think you are? Isn't she just a little beauty? This young master has taken a liking to her. It's fine if you don't give her to me, but you actually dare to stop me? Ha ha ha. Old man, aren't you just a little emperor of will? You don't even put our Dongfang family in your eyes. You really have monstrous guts. Get out. Li Ran was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. His tyrannical mental energy suddenly burst out from his body. He coldly stared at Dongfang Zan and said again, without a doubt, if it wasn't for Dongfang Zan's identity, Li Ran would have definitely smashed his face into pieces with a punch. What? You want to fight? Come, hit me. Ha ha. Come, hit me. This young master wants to see what you dare to do to me. Ha ha ha. Come, hit me here. I'm so scared. Dongfang Zan was a 9th rank martial king. In the Cloud State City, he could definitely be considered an expert on the same level as Xiao Ding and the other family heads. However, in front of Li Ran, this divine will, he was nothing. But in front of the enraged Li Ran, he didn't hold back at all. As he spoke, he even stood up and stretched his face closer to Li Ran, displaying the shamelessness of a hedonistic disciple to the extreme. Ha ha. City Lord Li, you're in the wrong here. People shouldn't get muddle-headed as they get older and shouldn't let their emotions affect their decisions. Young Master is a magnanimous person. As long as the people of Yunzhou perform well, he won't be calculative. It's a great blessing for Hellion Wuzi to enter the Dongfang clan. Also, the Yuan Spirit Cave of the Xiao clan and the Tianyuan Cave of the Hellion clan. Young Master is also interested in the Xiao clan's Yuan Spirit Cave and the Xiao clan's Tianyuan Cave. Oh, right. The disciple of the Xiao clan called Xiao Xianghao kill him too. Dongfang Wangkai saw that Li Ran was so angry that his face was twitching, but he didn't dare to touch Dongfang Zan. He sighed in his heart. It was awesome to have a backer. Dongfang Zan was only a 9th grade martial king, but the #1 expert of Yunzhou City, the emperor of intentions, Li Ran could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Li Ran's expression became more and more unsightly. Originally, he had already discussed with old Xiao about how to deal with this. As long as he endured for a few days and waited for the big shots of the Intentions Guild to arrive, everything would be easily settled as long as they took a fancy to Chun Hao. However, the news had already spread for 4 days, and the big shots of the Intentions Guild still hadn't arrived. Instead, Dongfang Zan arrived first. It was fine if he arrived first. It was fine if he was arrogant. It was fine if he could tolerate it. However, in front of all the cultivators of Yunzhou, he actually dared to flirt with Helian Wuzi without any taboo. He completely treated the people of Yunzhou as air. How could Li Ran, the city lord, put his face? How could he tolerate it? However, looking at Dongfang Zan's arrogant face, Li Ran couldn't back down. The instigator, Dongfang Wangkai, made Li Ran want to cut him into pieces. However, could Li Ran do it? Fight. Li Ran knew that once he made a move, the Intentions Guild would have to pay a much higher price to help him. Although the Intentions Guild was rare, and Chunhao's strange talent of combining intent and martial arts was unheard of, what if the Intentions Guild didn't care about this talent? The consequences would be unimaginable. Do you want me to die? Just when Li Ran was filled with righteous indignation and didn't know what to do, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the edge of the main stage. The voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by the people who had gathered their Dantian's origin energy. Xiang Hao. Xiao Mei was so frightened that she immediately grabbed Chun Hao's wrist. Chun Hao held Xiao Mei's wrist tightly. His handsome face was filled with arrogance and coldness. Boom! Before Xiao Mei could stop him, Chun Hao suddenly stepped on the ground and shot up into the sky. He charged towards Dongfang Zan and Dongfang Wangkai at an unbelievable speed. Chun Hao's sudden action was out of everyone's expectations. However, he didn't give them time to be shocked. His speed was too fast, so fast that most of them couldn't even see Chun Hao's figure clearly. Even Chun Hao himself didn't know why. When Dongfang Wangkai said all the conditions to threaten Li Ran, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He felt as though he was about to be burned. A strong desire exploded in the core of his mind. At that moment, he felt as though he was about to explode. His body was suddenly filled with boundless energy. The entire world seemed to have frozen, and time seemed to have stopped. Kill! 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 Dongfang Wangcai's despicable and shameless face had completely ignited the killing intent in Chun Hao's heart. It was even more intense than Dongfang Zan's. At least Dongfang Zan was still a member of the Dongfang family. He had the right to be arrogant. However, Dongfang Wangcai's disgusting face that wanted to stir up trouble with his rotten mouth and despicable methods, especially when he said that he would kill him, made Chun Hao burn with anger. Boom. Maybe it was because Chun Hao's actions were too unexpected, or maybe it was because they were shocked by Chun Hao's arrogant aura, or maybe it was because Chun Hao's speed was too fast. In any case, even Li Ran, the mental saint, didn't have time to react. A red and white sticky substance appeared in front of everyone's eyes, accompanied by a dull explosion. The 9th grade martial king Dongfang Zan was shocked by Chun Hao's aura. His face was covered in blood and brain matter, and he quickly retreated. A fat and headless body was like a kite with a broken string. It drew a beautiful arc and landed on the ground with a bang. Screams and screams suddenly erupted at this moment. Some of the younger female disciples even covered their mouths in fright. Helian Wuzi's emotionless eyes actually shone with a strange splendor at this moment. She stared blankly at the youth who humiliated her. Father! Xiao Jihan, who was extremely proud of himself, suddenly screamed in anger and grief. He charged towards the headless body. You're courting death. Dongfang Zan, whose face was pale, finally regained his senses. With a loud shout, he attacked Chun Hao with violent origin power. Dongfang Zan was really frightened. A dignified 9th grade martial king was actually frightened by a mere martial master like Chun Hao. He was so frightened that he only thought of dodging and didn't have any consciousness to save Dongfang Wangkai, who was right beside him. Stop! Li Ran, who had also just regained his senses, suddenly shouted and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a sharp crystal light condensed out of thin air, and with a buzzing sound, it blasted towards Dongfang Zan as fast as lightning. Boom! How could Dongfang Zan, who was only a ninth-grade martial king, block the anxious attack of the #1 expert in Yunzhou, who was also a seventh-grade martial emperor? Although they were far apart, Li Ran still sent Dongfang Zan flying with one move. Brat, are you crazy? After sending out that attack, Li Ran's body was like lightning. Boundless mental energy covered Chun Hao and pulled back Chun Hao, who seemed to have gone crazy. However, even Li Ran's heart trembled when he saw the fury in Chun Hao's eyes. How could the aura of a fourth-grade martial master reach such a frightening level? Aura was one of the most proficient methods of intent. Boundless mental energy pressure was the best way to intimidate the opponent. However, Li Ran could clearly feel that the arrogant aura that Chun Hao had just emitted was not mental energy. Instead, it was an aura that came from his bones and soul. An aura that didn't contain any energy, a pure aura. Good. Ha ha ha. Just at this moment, a loud and clear voice of an old man suddenly resounded in the sky. An earth-shattering pressure rolled in, causing the entire martial arts arena to be in an uproar. Immediately, everyone looked towards the sky in fear. Even the furious Dongfang Zan, Chun Hao, who seemed to have lost his mind, and Xiao Jihan, who was similarly driven mad by the sudden change of events, all looked towards the sky without exception. A figure emitting boundless majesty appeared. He had white hair and a white beard, and he had the demeanor of an immortal. His eyes were shining with a bright light that made people not dare to look at him directly. Just his eyes were enough to make the sun lose its splendor. Behind this figure, several young male and female disciples were also flying in the sky. Their gazes were all locked onto Chun Hao without exception. PRI, President? The instant Li Ran saw the old man, his voice trembled, and he stuttered as he called out. Immediately after, he knelt on the ground and said with incomparable excitement, "Subordinate Li Ran of Yunzhou pays his respects to the president." When Dongfang Zan saw the person who had come, his face instantly turned extremely ugly. He tightly clenched his fists, but he didn't dare to do anything else. "Stand up." An invisible force gently lifted Li Ran up. The old man looked at Chun Hao and said, "Little fellow, you are the disciple of the Xiao family. Xiang Hao, right?" First update. This chapter has been written and deleted, and it took me a long time to finish it. Without a draft, it's really hard to set the update time to a small range. Thanks to yesterday's Chuan Liang Wuzi, passionate love carrot, Emosia-i, Musia-i, tragedy, wind blows the rain comes, tadpoles in the sea, plants versus zombies, maple farewell night, and purple moon orchid. Also, student Wu Chen 369, you are also an old reader who supports Dark Mountain. You should know what a new book needs. The review you posted, if it was an ordinary person, would definitely have been banned and deleted because it would affect the students who have not started reading it yet. Therefore, I only blocked the post from you. Is there a need to spend money to review Black Raven Mountain? This book is not the kind of novel that will explode with excitement right from the start. It's fine if you don't like it, but as an old reader, is there really a need for you to directly change the rating from 10 to 9? 8. It's not easy for every author. Dark Mountain, who writes at a tortoise's speed, is even more difficult. I sincerely hope that if you like it, you can stay and support it. If you don't like it, you can quietly leave. This is also a form of support for the author. A book cannot possibly suit everyone's taste. I hope that you can understand more. Also, there are often female genes in the book review section. How can there be a man? How can the deepest sea on earth be 50,000 meters deep. I only want to say that this book is a fantasy. Li Yuan's time on Earth is also the future. Genes are just a general concept. If you can't do it now, does it mean you can't do it in the future? The word clone is indeed wrong. Dark Mountain has already changed it. As for the deep sea trench, please don't use the depth of the trench found now to measure the future. What is the radius of Earth? 6,000 kilometers, which is about 6 million meters. There are still countless areas in the ocean that have not been explored. 50,000 meters? I hope that in the future, such book reviews will not appear again. Otherwise, I will delete the ban. If it affects other people's reading, it will also affect our results. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 56. Yes, Senior. Chun Hao's expression was solemn, and his eyes shone with a trace of shock and fervor. He quickly withdrew his arrogant aura and cupped his fists respectfully. Very good, very good. The old man's eyes shone with a breathtaking light as he glanced at Chun Hao. He stroked his long beard and nodded repeatedly. At this moment, all eyes in the entire martial arts arena were focused on the old man, Chun Hao, and the few young disciples who came with the old man. Although most people only knew that the old man's identity was definitely unimaginably powerful from Li Ran's excited and respectful kneeling, they didn't know how powerful he was, especially the disciples of the Shao family who didn't even know who the old man was. But there was no doubt that the aura of the old man and his few young disciples intimidated everyone with just their appearance. They didn't know how high the old man's cultivation was, but those few young disciples looked to be at most 20 years old, yet they were able to fly in the air. Just this point alone made the various patriarchs and elders of the various large clans on the rostrum blush with shame, and the most excited person was Li Ran, especially when he saw the old man look at Chun Hao approvingly and say, very good, very good. He was so excited that he was about to float. This was the president of the Jinyuan Kingdom's Guild of Intentions. What was the level of his cultivation? Peak martial sage or martial god? Li Ran didn't know. The only thing he knew was that there were no more than one person in the Jinyuan Kingdom who could match the president. In any case, Li Ran didn't expect the president to come personally. A few days ago, he just quickly reported Chun Hao's situation to the headquarters of the Guild of Intentions. As long as the headquarters sent a slightly more powerful person and took a fancy to Chun Hao, this crisis would be resolved. But he didn't expect that the important person would be so powerful that he directly reached the top. At this moment, the old man stared at Chun Hao with a smile on his face and said gently, "Little guy, are you willing to join the Guild of Intentions?" Chun Hao already had some understanding of this, and judging from Li Ran's expression, this old man should be the president of the Guild of Intentions. Facing this olive branch that was enough to make people faint, Chun Hao should immediately agree. However, his clear eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, as if he was muttering to himself. He looked at Xiao Ding, whose face was filled with excitement, and whose body was trembling slightly. Chun Hao's behavior made Li Ran have the urge to ask for more money. What was this brat doing? You are the head of the Shao clan? Fortunately, the old man did not seem to mind. Instead, he smiled and followed Chun Hao's gaze to Xiao Ding. Yes, Senior. Xiao Xianghao's original name is Chun Hao. To be able to obtain Senior's favor is a blessing that he and our Shao clan have accumulated over several lifetimes. It's an extreme honor, an extreme honor. Chun Hao, why aren't you thanking Senior? Xiao Ding's face was filled with excitement, as if he was afraid that a pie would fall from the sky and fly away. He stared at Chun Hao and shouted. Xiao Ding's words were very clear. He even directly restored Chun Hao's original name without any ambiguity. Disciple Xiao Xianghao, Chun Hao, greet Senior. Chun Hao respectfully bowed and performed the common entrance ceremony in the cultivation world. However, Chun Hao's words were very thought-provoking. The ignorant young man naturally did not understand why Chun Hao said two names. However, Li Ran, Xiao Ding, and the other old fellows felt very comforted by Chun Hao's actions. The smile on the old man's face became even wider. No power, clan, or sect had no desire for the cultivation of their disciples. Ungrateful ingrates were the most disliked. And Chun Hao had such a performance at such a young age. It could no longer be described as simply repaying kindness. After the old man calmly accepted Chun Hao's kowtow, he stretched out his hand and held him up, saying, "Very good, very good. Actually, you only need to agree to join the Intent Guild. We are an organization, not a disciple. But since you and the old man have done the apprenticeship ceremony, then the old man will make an exception and accept you as a disciple." Ha ha! The old man's words caused the eyeballs of Li Ran and the young disciples behind the old man to almost fall to the ground. They all widened their eyes and looked at Chun Hao, who seemed to be a little depressed, with envy and jealousy. Dongfang Zan, who did not utter a word and even shrunk back a little, as though he was afraid of being seen by the old man, gasped in shock. He secretly cursed the 18 generations of ancestors of Dongfang Wankai, who had already turned into a corpse. He was 2F** king unlucky. Even stepping on dog **T was better than this. It was not easy to persuade that old fellow Dongfang Wankai. He was still thinking about the countless beauties and coming out to have fun, but he did not expect to meet the president of the Intent Guild in this remote corner of the mountain that even the Dongfang family did not dare to provoke. "You are from the Dongfang family?" Just when Dongfang Zan and his subordinates were about to sneak away, the old man suddenly looked at them, squinted his eyes, and said calmly. Dongfang Zan and his subordinates instantly felt a chill down their spine, and they had no choice but to stop. "What's your name?" "Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, these 4 meridians. Which one do you belong to? What are you doing here?" I... Dongfang Zan did not dare to raise his head under the old man's questioning, stammering as he said, "President Fang, Jr., President." Young Master Dongfang Zan heard that our Cloud State martial competition was going on and happened to pass by, so he came to take a look. Right, to take a look. Dongfang Zan hurriedly said, looking at Li Ran with a grateful gaze. He was very clear that if this President Fang Yuan told his ugly deeds to the clan leader, he would suffer a lot, but his future in Dongfang family would be affected. Although he did not have any future, Li Ran was someone who repaid evil with kindness. Even though he was a hedonistic young master, he did not have any thoughts of revenge. Instead, he was very grateful. All of his hatred was given to that damned pig-head. If not for that pig-head's enticement, he would not have come here. If he did not come here, he would not have met Fang Yuan when he was committing crimes. Oh, the old man, who was the president of the Intent Guild, Fang Yuan, looked at Li Ran, and after pondering for a while, he said, "In that case, why are you running? Is this old man very scary? Li Ran, continue the competition. Since this old man is here, let's see if your Cloud State has any talents that can be nurtured." "Yes." Li Ran immediately replied, excitedly, waving his hand to signal the referee to continue the competition. "President Fang, brotherly, I have some urgent matters. I will not disturb you. Goodbye." Dongfang Zan was not in the mood to watch the competition and left with his tail between his legs. Before leaving, his gaze subtly looked at Hao Lian Wuzi, and he shook his head. He knew that he could not cause any more trouble in Cloud State. This little beauty who made his heart flutter could only be thrown to the back of his mind. Afraid of his revenge? After Dongfang Zan, and the rest left. Fang Yuan looked at Li Ran and asked, "President, this villain is hard to deal with you around. He naturally would not dare to be impudent. But if I do this, he probably won't come to Cloud State to cause trouble again." Li Ran lowered his head and said, "No wonder you have stagnated at rank 7 intent emperor. There is no problem in enduring appropriately, but the necessary drive is a must. This little guy can kill anyone who tries to sow discord in front of a rank 9 martial emperor. Hee, this spirit, you don't have it. Is it dangerous?" But he did it. What did he ask for? His thoughts were clear. He is clearly someone you hate, but you still want to help him. How can you be clear? Especially when you are the intent emperor. The old man said slowly. His voice was soft and calm. However, these few short sentences caused Li Ran to break out in cold sweat. Every word attacked Li Ran's nerves. The barrier that had been locked up for so many years seemed to have been lit at this moment, causing every cell in Li Ran's body to tremble. "Thank you for your reminder, President. You don't need to blame yourself as the city lord. You are doing this in consideration of Cloud State." Fang Yuan looked at Li Ran's expression and nodded, slightly gratified. Fourth match, Xiao Jihan against Helian Yiqing. When the referee announced the list of contestants, Helian Yiqing immediately jumped onto the stage. Everyone's gazes also landed on Xiao Jihan. Xiao Jihan was seen kneeling beside the headless corpse with a horrifying expression on his face. He was holding his severed neck as if he was playing with it. It was as if he couldn't hear anyone as he muttered to himself in a mournful voice, "Father, didn't you say you wanted me to dominate Cloud State? Xiao clan is ours. Helian clan is ours. We are not only the richest clan, we are also the #1 martial arts clan. We don't need to curry favor with them anymore. Father, I did well, really well. I became Xiao clan's #1 genius. And for 3 years, I was constantly trying to curry favor with Xiao Ding's precious daughter. I did really well. Xiao Bo, that old lecher, was completely bought over by us. As long as there is a genius disciple who is even a little bit of a threat, I can play with him until he is crippled." Ha! Why? Everything was in my hands. Why is it over? Father, you are really trash. Why did you teach me to play tricks? With my talent, I went from rank 7 martial artist to rank 8 martial master in half a year. What can I do? But now it's all over. Unknowingly, Xiao Jian had already arrived beside Xiao Jihan. Her face was pale and covered in tears, but she stared at Xiao Jihan in a daze. At this moment, when Xiao Jihan said it himself, she finally understood that what her father, old man Xiao Chenhao, and the others had said was true. She did not hate Xiao Jihan. She only hated herself for being too naive. Boom! A resplendent scarlet light flashed, and Xiao Jihan's hand suddenly turned scarlet red. Chi. What made everyone dumbfounded was that Xiao Jihan actually seemed to have gone mad as he used his hand, which was filled with essence force, to repeatedly stab his father's fat corpse. After stabbing it a few times, pooh! Screams rang out one after another. Even Chenhao could not help but narrow his eyes. No one expected Xiao Jihan to stab his own throat and end his life with his own hands. P.S. Please add this to your collection and recommend. Thank you. Chapter 57. He deserved it. He deserved it. I really couldn't tell how ambitious he was. It's too easy for someone like him to die just like that. Yeah, he's really sinister. Luckily, he was discovered. Didn't you see his father's face? Damn it, Xiao Xianghao. Oh no, Chenhao, it's too good to kill him. Yeah, it's too satisfying. However, if this big shot doesn't appear, I'm afraid our Cloud State will really be in a mess because of this father and son. Seeing that Xiao Jihan actually chose to commit suicide Many people felt that it was too easy for him to die, especially when they thought of Dongfang Wangsai's face just now and Xiao Jihan's words just now. They felt that it was not enough to vent their anger. Isn't the Xiao Bo he's talking about the elder on the rostrum? With the death of an important person, it naturally shifted to a secondary role. Many people, especially the Xiao clan disciples, looked at the sixth elder with disdain and indignation. However, to everyone's surprise, the sixth elder, Xiao Bo, actually closed his eyes and remained motionless. Black blood was still flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Ding had actually seen it long ago. Although he hated Xiao Bo for being blinded by greed and would definitely execute him according to the clan rules, he still felt sad in his heart. Xiao Jihan's talent was outstanding, and he had always been the focus of the Xiao clan's nurturing. Xiao Bo was a direct descendant of the Xiao clan and was Xiao Ding's uncle. Both of them chose to commit suicide. To Xiao Ding, this kind of ending was probably the most relaxing for him. Carry them out and bury them. I hope all the disciples present will take this as a warning. Cultivators should have the spirit of a cultivator. Blinded by greed and playing tricks is ultimately playing with fire and digging one's own grave. Li Ran waved his hand at the guards of the city lord's mansion and said in a deep voice, "The competition continues. Today, the president of our Zhen Yuan Kingdom's Entrepreneur Guild is here personally. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the cultivators of Cloud State. The president is not only the president of the Entrepreneur Guild, but he also has another more important identity. Therefore, it doesn't matter if you're an entrepreneur or not. The ranking is no longer important in this battle of the top 10. What's important is to display your true strength and talent. There's no rest today. Let's do it in one go. Participants, do your best. I hope that all of you can catch the guild masters. That will be our Cloud Province's fortune." Li Ran continued to speak loudly. Li Ran's words immediately ignited the flames of war between Mo Yui, Helian Iching, and the other top 10 disciples. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an opportunity for the carp to leap over the Dragon Gate. Chun Hao had already taken the lead, but what about them? Everyone knew that this would be a battle that would change their lives. The ranking wasn't important. What was important was to display one's strength. As long as one could truly display one's strength and talent in a battle, it would be enough even if one couldn't continue fighting due to serious injuries. Chun Hao did not understand why President Fang Yuan valued him so much and directly took him in as a personal disciple, but he knew that to be truly valued, it would depend on his future performance. Without a doubt, the next match would be his first performance. Therefore, even Chun Hao could not let his guard down. When it came to the 5th round, Chun Hao and another peak 6th grade martial arts master jumped into the main arena at the same time. Following the referee's command, the two of them immediately started fighting. "Go, throw it outside the city and feed it to the dogs." Yes, a few guards carried the corpses of Xiao Bo, Xiao Jihan, and the headless Dongfang Wangkai out of the arena and directly threw them to the lackeys. The lackeys directly stuffed them into the carriages without even looking at them and sped out of the city. When they reached the barren land, they directly threw them into the gully, where the corpses were often disposed of, and quickly left. They simply did not notice that although Xiao Jihan's corpse was stiff, its temperature was completely different from Xiao Bo and Dongfang Wangkai. In the winter, there was still a faint residual warmth. Rumble as the 3 corpses rolled down the ravine. The dead Xiao Bo and Dongfang Wangkai didn't react at all. However, the stiff Xiao Jihan's hand, which seemed to have pierced into his neck, actually let go of his neck after rolling for a few meters. If anyone saw this, they would definitely widen their eyes in shock, because this was a hand that had lost all of its fingers except for its thumb. What was even more shocking was that Xiao Jihan's movements were light. With a slight smile, he controlled his rolling body to avoid hitting his head time and time again. When the lackeys who threw the corpses were far away, Xiao Jihan's corpse suddenly glowed with a slight wave of elemental energy. His rolling momentum suddenly slowed down, and he stopped beside a slightly protruding rock. Xiao Jihan, whose face, neck, and body were covered in blood, actually slowly opened his eyes. Monstrous hatred and anger shone in his eyes, as well as a trace of excitement from surviving a disaster. Suicide. Chun Hao, who destroyed everything he had and killed his father, was still alive. How could he, Xiao Jihan, commit suicide before he took his revenge? However, Xiao Jihan knew that if he had not taken the risk and used such a crazy method to deceive everyone, he would have definitely died. He did not hesitate to expose his father's and sixth elder's crimes. He did not hesitate to use his dead father's corpse to vent his anger. It was all to cover up. When he had used his fingers to gather origin power and inserted it into his father's corpse, it had felt as uncomfortable as piercing his heart. However, he had still done it. Only by doing this would he be able to make everyone think that he had gone crazy, and inhumane. Only by doing this would he be able to break his own 4 fingers inside his father's corpse. Only by doing this would he be able to deceive everyone's eyes and make everyone think that he had really inserted his hand into his own neck. He forcefully entered the tortoise breathing mode, stopped his heartbeat and breathing, and entered a state of suspended animation. Everything, it was all for the sake of survival, for the sake of revenge. One day, Dongfang Han, will return. Just you wait. No matter how strong you are, no matter who you are, anyone who dares to stop me will die. All of you will die. Xiao Xianghao, no, Chenhao, just you wait, just you wait. Xiao Jihan's blood-stained face became extremely sinister. He bit his lips so hard that blood flowed out as he spoke sharply through the gaps of his teeth. His 4 fingers that had been cut off started to bleed again because he had used too much strength. However, he seemed to have lost all sense of pain. With a flash of his body, he dashed towards the direction of the desolate mountain range at lightning speed. Home? He no longer had a home. In less than 3 days, the Dongfang family would no longer exist in Yunzhou. Furthermore, even if there was, he could not return. He had to escape. He had to escape from the Zhenyuan kingdom and escape to a more powerful kingdom. He knew that if he wanted to take revenge and avenge his humiliation, he had to escape from the Zhenyuan kingdom. That old man was too strong, and Chun Hao had already acknowledged him as his master. Special note: Xiao Jihan was able to hide his death from the president and other experts. The details will be explained later. Chun Hao was overflowing with battle intent. His first opponent, a peak grade 6 martial master, was not his match at all. However, in the next few battles, Chun Hao felt extremely stifled. It was not because his opponents were too strong, but because his opponents did not give him a chance to fight to his heart's content and had already admitted defeat. What the F***ck was this? Especially when Helian Iching, who hated him to the bone, was still polite when he fought with him. On the contrary, other than him, the other people's battles were all intense. Climax after climax, one after another, each exciting battle overshadowed the previous one. They were truly going all out without holding anything back. After 4 consecutive battles, Chun Hao's high battle intent was immediately extinguished. Up until now, everyone had fought a total of 20 battles. Everyone had gone up 4 times. Almost everyone had performed as well as they should. Furthermore, other than Helian Iching, Mo Yui, Helian Wuzi, and Chun Hao, everyone else, including Sima Jianyun, had already suffered heavy injuries and lost their battle strength. There was no need to mention Chun Hao, but Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui made Chairman Fang Yuan nod slightly. Heli and I Ching, whose performance was not inferior to the other two, and even surpassed Mo Yui, did not attract any attention from Fang Yuan for some reason. Just as the remaining 4 people were about to draw lots, Li Ran suddenly froze. Then he respectfully nodded slightly and stood up, saying, "Wait, the last 4 people don't need to draw lots. Chun Hao and Heli and I Ching have already fought. Mo Yui, the first round will be between you and Chun Hao." "Yes," Mo Yui, who was holding a large heavy sword, replied at the same time as Chun Hao with a cold expression. At this time, Mo Clan's clan had repeatedly signaled Mo Yui with his eyes. He was clear of Mo Yui's character. In his eyes, other than cultivation, there was only cultivation. His EQ was extremely low, and a broken sword was more important than anything else. Even when eating or sleeping, it did not leave his side. He was even closer to his wife. Of course, he did not have a wife. From the looks of it, he did not intend to have a wife in this life. Since the start of Cloud State's martial gathering, everyone had concealed their strength. Basically, before the battle of the top 10, no one had used a weapon. But this brat, no matter who his opponent was, how high their cultivation was, even if it was someone he could easily deal with a wave of his hand, he would still brandish his sword at them without exception. And now, Chun Hao was Chairman's disciple. Who would dare to make a move against him? Mo Clan's clan head could already tell that the chairman seemed to have a little bit of interest in Mo Yui. If Mo Yui did not know how to restrain himself, this little bit of interest would probably be erased. But what made Mo Clan's clan head hurt was that Mo Yui did not even look at him. His hand was tightly gripping the large sword that he was closer to than his wife. His eyes were only staring at Chun Hao, who was about to fight. His figure was as straight as a sword, and the battle intent on his body soared without restraint. The aura of his entire person was like a sharp, treasured sword, and actually contained a trace of sword intent. Mo Yui's fierce aura made Chun Hao, who was originally dispirited due to boredom, suddenly become energetic and hard. "Many thanks." Chun Hao's eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. He actually stared at Mo Yui and said 2 words that made everyone confused. Mo Yui frowned slightly. He did not understand what Chun Hao meant. Since he could not figure it out, he let it go. He did not need to understand. Before the battle, there was only battle in his heart. Only battle. No matter if the enemy was strong or weak, he would fight with all his strength. Furthermore, although Chun Hao's realm was low, his true strength was definitely not inferior to him. Hiss! Following the referee's order, Mo Yui's figure instantly flashed. Under the activation of violent Yuan Qi, he flew towards Chun Hao like a sharp sword that was thrown out of his hand. P.S. Thank you for yesterday's Chinyu, Chuan Liang Wu Zi, Passionate Love Carrot Carrot, Xiao Feng Centrizzle, Mo Yui, Supervision Section 1, A Dream of Old Scenery, 145646554, 6456, People in the Spring Breeze, and Drizzle, 9 friends for their support. Thank you for your evaluation votes. The evaluation votes cannot be seen in the Dark Mountain Authors platform, so it will not be listed in the list. Thank you, everyone. Please recommend it. Add it. Thank you. Chapter 58. Mo Yui's clothes fluttered in the wind. His gaze was cold, and a sharp sword intent instantly enveloped Chun Hao. It had to be said that Mo Yui's merciless attack instantly raised everyone's spirits. This was really an anomaly. Just now, when the others were fighting with Chun Hao, especially Heli and I Ching, who was anticipating the most, they were all like soft eggs, not daring to act rashly. Although everyone understood what was going on, it seemed like they were really having a headache. But now, Mo Yui's view had finally changed. "Come." Chun how lightly shouted. With a clang, he unsheathed his sword. This was also the first time he used a weapon. It was also a sword. After coming out of the Yuan Ling cave, he had chosen a sword from the Shao family's weapon pavilion. But ever since the start of the Cloud State Martial gathering, he had never used it. Ding, ding, ding. In the blink of an eye, crisp sword sounds rang out densely like beans being fried. Resplendent sword rays flashed at the same time and spread out. The disciples with low cultivation couldn't even see the two figures. In their eyes, there was only a cold scarlet red sword ray and a fiery red sword ray. Mo Yui's scarlet red sword ray carried an intimidating power and sharpness, just like the Mo family's fist technique, fast, ruthless, and strange. On the other hand, Chun Hao's fiery red sword radiance gave others a feeling of being unrestrained, heavy, and majestic. Every move was simple, direct, and without any fanciness, just like his martial arts that turned something rotten into something miraculous. After a short moment, it caused the eyes of all the experts to brighten. Mo Yui had never felt so stifled when facing experts of the same level or even experts of a higher level than him. Every time he attacked, Chun Hao's simple and swift sword ray would attack his weak points. This kind of weak point was something he didn't even feel was a weak point before. But now it made his hands and feet tied. But Chun Hao's simple, direct, sharp, and every move was aimed at the vitals of the enemy. The more Mo Yui watched, the more shocked he became, and the more excited he became. The sword was his favorite. No one knew to what extent his passion for the sword had reached, but he knew that the peak of the way of the sword was his lifelong pursuit. All along, he had felt that the Mo family's sword technique seemed to be lacking something, but he was unable to understand it. But now, Chun Hao's simple but sharp sword ray made him see the light of hope. After Mo Yui and Chun Hao had separated for some distance, Mo Yui suddenly let out a long howl. His body suddenly straightened, and his aura seemed to have changed at this moment. It was as if a sword that had not been sharpened had suddenly been sharpened, becoming even sharper and sharper. The sword in his hand burst out a bright sword light, and he stabbed out with it. This sword was condensed all his strength. There was no defense. There were only attacks, violent, sharp, and indomitable attacks. Right at this moment, Chun Hao shouted loudly as well, and he drew his sword. Under the activation of the violent Yuan power, the sword in Chun Hao's hand actually let out a buzzing sound. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that this would be the two people's last attack. Victory or defeat would be decided in this one move. Boom! The sword rays clashed, and a huge explosion sounded. Mo Yui, along with his sword, staggered backwards. On the hard rock, clear footprints were left. Finally, he stabilized his body. But what made everyone surprised was that Chun Hao was sent flying by the huge force. His speed was several times faster than Mo Yui's. In the eyes of the crowd, the difference in strength was obvious. Just when everyone thought that Chun Hao would be sent flying out of the stage, Chun Hao's feet suddenly emitted dense footsteps. At the edge of the stage, when there was only a distance of one step, he actually stopped steadily. His figure was straight, his face was as calm as water, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. The tip of the sword was pointed straight at Mo Yui. In contrast, Mo Yui's face was deathly pale. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth as he stared blankly at Chun Hao. "I lost many thanks. Many thanks." Chun Hao used many thanks as an opening remark, while Mo Yui used many thanks to end the battle. Many people didn't understand, but there were also many who understood. But Mo Yui's "I lost" was clearly heard by everyone. Only at this moment did everyone finally have the truest understanding of Chun Hao's strength. His tie with Hellion Wuzi was absolutely not because of that strange defensive ultimate art, and also absolutely not because of luck. Rather, he truly possessed this kind of strength. Not bad. Fang Yuan's face showed a slight smile. After looking at Chun Hao, he looked at Mo Yui and said, "This Mo clan lad, although his aptitude is a bit lacking, but at such a young age, he has a trace of sword intent. That is really rare." Chairman, does that mean Mo Yui can do it? Many thanks, Chairman. Li Ran immediately said with a trace of joy. Fang Yuan stared at Li Ran, but still nodded slightly, saying, "Let Hellion clans last also exchange moves with Chun Hao." Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Li Ran immediately frowned slightly. "What? Is there a problem?" "No." Although Li Ran wanted to say there was a problem, he didn't say it in the end. The battle between Chun Hao and Hellion Wuzi. Even Li Ran didn't expect it to have such a huge impact on Hellion Wuzi. These few days, Hellion Wuzi had a cold and emotionless face. Even a blind person could see how crazy she would be if she fought with Chun Hao again. Letting the two fight now was undoubtedly quite disadvantageous to Chun Hao, especially when Chun Hao had just fought. Fortunately, this was no longer a simple competition. If there was any danger at that time, he could just intervene. The two's conversation couldn't be concealed from the crowd, so when he heard Mo Yui was chosen, Mo clan head's face immediately turned into a monkey's, but from excitement. Now, he specifically pointed out Hellion Wuzi and Chun Hao's battle, and didn't mention Hellion Iching at all. This made Hellion clan head Hellion Lei's expression a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to make a sound. Similarly, Hellion Wuzi, who was at the edge of the stage, when she heard she was going to fight with Chun Hao, her cold eyes suddenly shone with two rays of light. Her body swayed, and she directly jumped onto the stage. Looking at Hellion Wuzi's appearance, Chun Hao frowned slightly, but immediately jumped onto the stage as well. For eyes met, electric arcs crackled. Although Chun Hao was slightly immature, he was handsome and had an imposing appearance. Although Hellion Wuzi was expressionless, her figure was graceful, and her beauty was unparalleled. Looking at the two of them, especially when they thought about the last time the two of them had fought to the death, everyone's eyes were wide open even before the match started. They really wanted to know what kind of scene the two of them would be like this time. Although Hellion Wuzi hadn't fought with Hellion Iching and Mo Yui yet, after a few battles, the terrifying strength she displayed faintly surpassed Hellion Iching and Mo Yui. As for Chun Hao, everyone no longer made any judgments, because this abnormal level of existence simply couldn't be guessed with common sense. Interesting. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over Chun Hao and Hellion Wuzi, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile as he thought to himself, "Not using weapons." After the two faced each other for a while, looking at Hellion Wuzi's cold and emotionless face, Chun Hao took the initiative to break the silence, saying, "If it's like this, I don't dare to guarantee that I won't use that move." With just one sentence, Hellion Wuzi's almost numb and cold expression actually flashed with a trace of sullen anger. Although it disappeared in a flash, it didn't escape Chun Hao's eyes. Fortunately, Chun Hao's expression didn't change, but he thought to himself, Hellion Wuzi's current appearance more or less made Chun Hao feel a little guilty. After all, if a good girl lost her humanity because of that battle, it was Chun Hao's responsibility after all. But now, seeing the trace of sullen anger in Hellion Wuzi's eyes, Chun Hao felt relieved. At least there was still anger, right? This proved that she was still normal. Up to you. But what Chun Hao and everyone didn't expect was that Hellion Wuzi actually opened her mouth. It was still that ethereal voice, but it was emotionless and bone-chilling. Boom. Following Hellion Woozy's words, what made everyone astonished was that, just like last time, Hellion Woozy once again charged towards Chun Hao. However, the aura this time was much stronger than last time. The berserk crimson red elemental energy, following that slender palm, was immediately like a crimson red giant dragon, roaring and attacking Chun Hao with incomparable ferocity. It was like a giant dragon of flames, but it contained extreme coldness. Everyone other than Li Ran and Fang Yuan, especially the experts on the platform, each and every one of them stared with their eyes wide open in shock. Even the Hellion clan head was no exception. No one thought that Hellion Woozy had actually advanced to such a realm, and even more so, no one thought that Hellion Woozy's elemental energy could actually contain an extremely cold energy. What was going on? Even Chun Hao's eyes suddenly shrunk, feeling shocked in his heart. She actually also comprehended profound ice chi, and she even exposed it. P.S. Please recommend it. Bookmark it. Thank you. Chapter 59. Immediately after, Chun Hao faintly understood why Hellion Woozy did this. Without a doubt, Hellion Woozy also wanted to grab this opportunity to completely display her talent and strength in front of Fang Yuan. Chun Hao guessed correctly, but what Chun Hao didn't guess was that Hellion Woozy did this not only because she wanted to be fancied by Fang Yuan, but the most important reason was that she wanted to jump out of the Hellion family. Hellion family's Tianyuan cave was filled with water attribute energy and was much gentler than Shao family's primordial spirit cave. It was the Hellion family's true cultivation, holy land. And Hellion Woozy had comprehended water attribute energy precisely in Tianyuan cave. And in the battle with Chun Hao last time, it wasn't only Chun Hao who benefited. Hellion Woozy, similarly, through Chun Hao, also mysteriously comprehended the profound ice chi. Water and ice were originally of the same origin. After comprehending one type, comprehending the other type would be much easier. But the two of them had only met once and comprehended each other. In the end, it was a little too shocking. One had to admit that the two's physiques and comprehension were extremely strong, or else they wouldn't be able to do something that ordinary martial masters simply couldn't achieve so easily. But now, she had completely revealed her true self. Jump out of the Hellion family. No matter what, she had to jump out of the Hellion family. Ever since Hellion Lei forced her to marry Hellion Iching, there wasn't a moment when she wasn't thinking of jumping out of the Hellion family. Chun Hao lightly shouted, and the elemental energy around his body also burst out without restraint. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, terrifying attacks resounded throughout the entire arena. The two's figures were as fast as lightning. Palm shadows, fist shadows, leg shadows, and devastating icy cold elemental energy. Everyone stared in shock with their eyes wide open and drew in a breath of cold air. Especially Hellion Iching and Moue. Only at this time did they truly understand that Hellion Woozy and Chun Hao, no matter who it was, were not people they could contend against. On the rostrum, Hellion Lei's eyes were filled with shock, but at the same time, his brows were deeply furrowed. When Hellion Woozy had comprehended the water attribute energy, he had already seen Hellion Woozy's future potential. Therefore, out of selfishness, after testing Hellion Woozy and being rejected, he used his status as the clan head to forcefully betroth Hellion Woozy to his son, Hellion Iching, and announce to the public towards Hellion Woozy's resistance. He only used the far-fetched reason of thinking for the clan to deal with it, because he clearly understood that only this way could he truly tie Hellion Woozy down. Otherwise, once Hellion Woozy, who wasn't a direct descendant of the Hellion clan, reached a certain realm, leaving the Hellion clan was inevitable. Although she could also be of great help to the Hellion clan, in the end, It wasn't as practical as this, but now Hellion Woozy didn't even look at him and exposed her own hidden power. What made him even more surprised was that it wasn't water attribute energy, but rather the derivative energy profound ice chi. When did she comprehend the profound ice chi? Why didn't she tell him? Why did he use it in front of everyone at this moment? Almost in an instant, he understood Hellion Woozy's intentions. He clearly understood that his little bit of selfishness had ultimately still shot himself in the foot. Hellion Woozy displayed this kind of talent. There was an 80 to 90% chance that she would be fancied by Fong Yuan. Although it wouldn't be to the extent of taking revenge on the Hellion clan, wanting to gain benefits from Hellion Woozy, it would most likely be hopeless. Bam! Chun Hao and Hellion Woozy suddenly both soared into the air, their palms stretched out at the same time and collided head-on, erupting with a huge boom. Although Chun Hao had used all his strength, the difference in realm between him and Hellion Woozy meant that his elemental energy was much weaker in the end. His body immediately tumbled backwards, while Hellion Woozy only tumbled once before landing steadily on the ground. Her graceful figure didn't stop. Her jade feet suddenly stomped, and with a boom, she once again charged towards Chun Hao, who had yet to land on the ground. She still couldn't kill Chun Hao, but the humiliation last time, she had to take it back and teach him a lesson. "You're the one who forced me." When Hellion Woozy's slender jade palm flickered with crimson light and appeared in front of Chun Hao suddenly said, at the same time as he spoke, "Bam!" The collision of palms that everyone imagined didn't happen. Chun Hao's hand actually strangely grabbed onto Hellion Woozy's wrist, a clear and familiar bam-bam sound, accompanied by Chun Hao's oppressive groan of enduring Hellion Woozy's terrifying elemental energy, once again entered everyone's ears. The following scene. The others didn't think much of it, but Fong Yuan and the several young disciples he brought along all stared with wide eyes. "Bam, bam, bam!" Hellion Woozy screamed, but Chun Hao, who would rather endure her attacks and didn't care about his own injuries, once again used Golden Snake coiling sticky hand with an unstoppable force, even though Hellion Woozy was already mentally prepared, even though she displayed an extremely terrifying strength at this moment. But what made her incomparably ashamed and resentful was that she was once again entangled by Chun Hao. "Stop! I admit defeat." Hellion Woozy didn't hesitate and said loudly. Her ethereal voice carried a trace of urgency and nervousness. With the previous experience, Hellion Woozy was clear that even if she didn't lose her rationality now, the final result wouldn't be any better. Especially when she thought of the 2 clear claw marks on her chest when she went back last time. She really didn't know what Chun Hao would do. Even if she could win, would she dare to accept it? She had already been humiliated once, and if it happened again, she would really have no face to see anyone. When Hellion Woozy admitted defeat and retracted the elemental energy in her body, Chun Hao also quickly released his grip and let go of Hellion Woozy's delicate body. Hellion Woozy was afraid that Chun Hao would do something even more excessive, but what she didn't know was that this time, Chun Hao really didn't think of making use of her human weakness of being a woman and a virgin. Victory or defeat wasn't too important now. He only wanted to fight to his heart's content. If he lost, then he lost. If he used Dragon Claw Hand to make Hellion Woozy angry and humiliated, then it wouldn't be justifiable. A spectator who opened their eyes wide and was prepared to watch a wonderful battle didn't expect it to end like this, making many people feel a little unsatisfied. And at this time, Fong Yuan also slowly retracted the probing mental strength he sent out. His face revealed a smile as he slowly stood up. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. Not bad. Even the old man didn't expect that your cloud state, which is only a small county, could actually give the old man such a big surprise. "Little girl, Hellion Woozy, is it? You and Chun Hao, this little fellow, actually both comprehended water and ice attribute energy. Moreover, the energy aura is extremely similar. It's really a little strange, as if you were a match made in heaven. Ha ha. This isn't something that can be done just by having high comprehension ability. You're one. When Fang Yuan saw the two entangled together, he had already guessed the reason why the energy aura in their bodies was similar. One had to know that different people, after comprehending different elemental energy, would have completely different auras. Because the comprehension environment was different, the grade of the energy would be different. But the water and ice attribute energy in Chun, Hao, and Helian Wuzi's bodies were almost the same grade. When Fang Yuan mentioned Helian Wuzi's eyes shone with a trace of joy. She knew she should have succeeded. However, Fang Yuan's following words caused Helian Wuzi's face to instantly turn red. Her beautiful eyes shone with intense hatred as she looked at Chun, Hao, who didn't seem to have any reaction. Also, this little fellow is also not bad. Moe, right? Although your talent is a little lacking just based on this sword intent, you're also one. Fang Yuan continued. Helian Yiqing, who was filled with apprehension and anticipation, knew it was his turn soon. If Mo Yui could be selected, he naturally could too. But what made him disappointed, despairing, and unwilling was that after Fang Yuan finished speaking, he actually didn't even look at him and slowly sat down. The yearly Cloud State martial gathering ended in a way that no one had expected. Fang Yuan gave some instructions to Li Ran, Chen Hao, and the rest before stepping into the air and leaving. Many forces congratulated the Shao clan, Mo clan, and Helian clan. Especially the Shao clan, they became the moon surrounded by stars. Everyone knew that after today. Although the Shao clan's overall strength was still inferior to the Hao Lian clan, it wouldn't be long before they would inevitably replace the Hao Lian clan as the #1 clan in Cloud State. This was indisputable. Because Chun Hao could become Fang Yuan's direct disciple, he brought not only fame and status to the Shao clan, but also rich, substantial rewards. It was believed that in a few days, these rewards would arrive. Of course, the Helian clan and the Mo clan would also receive them. But it would definitely be different. Chun Hao didn't accept the crowd's compliments. Instead, he walked through the crowd and directly went to the Li clan's viewing platform. He thought Buttface would find an opportunity to find him, but he didn't in the end. And Chun Hao was facing an intense competition, so he wasn't in a hurry to find Buttface. However, he asked Xiao Mei to inquire about Buttface's situation in the Li clan. And now, the Cloud State martial gathering was about to end, but Buttface still didn't come to find him. Chun Hao naturally understood Buttface's thoughts and had to come. Ha ha ha. Isn't my brother Tianxi awesome? Isn't he awesome? Ha ha ha. Didn't you say brother Tianxi couldn't do it? Say it again. If you have the ability, say it again. In the last few rows of the Chun clan's viewing platform, Buttface's face was full of pride and joy. He was even a little arrogant and looked at the 4 youths behind him with hatred. It was just that Buttface's swollen face looked extremely comical. He's an ox. It's not like you're awesome. What brother Tianxi? With your appearance, I'm afraid he's already forgotten about you. You're the last in the group and relied on your family's money to sneak into the Li clan. It's not like you're awesome. What are you so proud of? That's right. Who do you think you are? Don't show off in front of us. In my opinion, you only acknowledged him as your brother, but he didn't even put you in his eyes. Nonsense. Buttface, whose face was bruised and swollen, immediately said angrily, Really? Then why don't you go find him? With his current status, he can just casually say a word, and you can come to the Shao clan. I think you're just bluffing. P.S. Thanks for yesterday's. Tragedy? Chuan Liang Wuzi, A Dream of Old Scenes. Luo Shi. Mo Qing Yi, Supervision Section 1. Weasel 22, Ru Bing Lai Hua, Feng Bi, 9 friends rewards and support. Please add recommend tickets. Chapter 60. But Face was tongue-tied, but he couldn't say anything. At this moment, the disciples sitting in front of the Li family's spectator stand suddenly quieted down. A young man, who was close to Buttface, tugged at him gently. The faces of the few youths who were confronting Buttface, and who had also injured Buttface, suddenly changed. They all looked ahead with a little bit of fear, and they all kept quiet out of fear. Not to mention them, even the head instructor of the Chun family's team looked rather humble and respectful as he stood up and clasped his hands at Chun Hao. Buttface. Chun Hao clasped his hands at the head instructor and shouted at Buttface, who could only see the back of the instructor, although Chun Hao could only see Buttface back. And Buttface had grown taller and stronger in the past 6 months. The back of Buttface's head stood out among the crowd. How could Chun Hao not recognize him? Chun Hao's familiar and slightly different voice made Buttface tremble, but he didn't dare to turn his head. He didn't want Chun Hao to see him like this. At first, Buttface had told them that Chun Hao was his brother Tianxi when he was fighting them with his life, because the 4 of them had spoken ill of Chun Hao. But after saying it, he regretted it. This was because Buttface felt that he had brought shame to Chun Hao. If he was outstanding, it wouldn't be a big deal. But in the eyes of others, he was the disciple with the worst potential in the Li family. Not only did he score last in the test, but because of his nickname, Buttface, he had become the target of ridicule. This was nothing. What was worse was that someone had said that he had paid money to enter the Li family. He had passed the test with his own strength. Why did they say that he had paid money? At first, Buttface was very angry. However, his parents, who had visited him twice in the past 6 months, had given Buttface some clues. Maybe what everyone said was true. Therefore, although Buttface really wanted to meet Chun Hao, he had to restrain himself from doing so. Although Buttface was simple and honest, he was actually very intelligent. In the past, his mother didn't allow him to hang out with Chun Hao. She said that he was different from Chun Hao and that it would affect his future. Later, when Chun Hao became a disciple of the Shao family, his mother asked Buttface to please Chun Hao's family. She said that it would be beneficial to his future. However, Buttface realized that his intention to get close to Chun Hao and his family would affect Chun Hao instead. Although Buttface knew that his brother Tianxi would never look down on him, he still did it. He wanted to see his brother Tianxi again when he became stronger. "Why are you hiding from me?" Chun Hao said again when he saw that Buttface didn't even turn his head. In the past, Buttface had always called him brother Tianxi, but Chun Hao had never called himself brother. But now, in front of the Li family's disciples, Chun Hao naturally said it out loud. Moreover, when he looked at Buttface, there was a trace of brotherly care and concern. Things were different now. Chun Hao knew that with his current status in Yunzhou, as long as he showed a trace of affection, it would be enough to attract the attention of the Li family. This was the way of the world, and it existed everywhere. Brother Tianxi, hearing Chun Hao's affectionate voice, Buttface's emotions surged, and he called out in a trembling voice. He knew that since Chun Hao had found him here, no matter what, he couldn't hide. He could only cover his swollen eye with one hand and slowly turn around. When Chun Hao saw Buttface turning around, a faint smile appeared on his face. However, when he saw Buttface's face, he stopped abruptly, and his expression changed abruptly. A chilly aura was emitted from Chun Hao's body without any warning. Who was Buttface? His brother. He was Chun Hao's best friend, best brother, and the only brother that he truly recognized. When Chun Hao's family was suffering from hunger and cold, homeless and destitute, it was this simple, honest, and kind-hearted brother of his, and his snobbish mother, who had helped them in their hour of need. Although the current Chun Hao was not the old Chun Hao, he still remembered the kindness that Buttface and his family had done for him. In the past, when Buttface was bullied, he would at most drag Buttface away. He never dared to fight for Buttface because he was afraid that his family would be implicated again. At that time, he felt guilty for his only friend. It was not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. But now, Chun Hao jumped to Buttface's side and removed Buttface's hand that was covering his face. Looking at the bruised and swollen eyes and bloodstains, Chun Hao's delicate and handsome face became incomparably cold. It was a kind of coldness that had never appeared even when he was fighting in the arena. "Who hit you?" Chun Hao asked coldly. Chun Hao's words caused the faces of the 4 youths beside Chun Hao to instantly turn pale, and they all shrank back. The head instructor of the Li family also became a little embarrassed. Even he didn't know how to deal with this situation. "Brother Tianzi, no one hit me. I was practicing with a friend and accidentally got injured." Buttface stammered. However, Chun Hao's gaze was no longer on him. Instead, he looked at the 4 young men. "It was you? So, sorry, it was Buttface who first." Slap, 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 slap. 2 of the young men tried to apologize and explain. However, no one expected that Chun Hao wouldn't allow them to speak. He slapped them in the face as fast as lightning. Brother Chun, seeing this scene, if the head instructor didn't say anything, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. He could only brace himself and call out, "Slap, slap, slap." However, Chun Hao didn't care at all. After slapping the 4 young men until they looked like pig heads, he stopped and said arrogantly, "You don't have to explain. Buttface never looks for trouble. Buttface, come with me." "Brother Tianzi." Buttface was a little shocked and shouted, "The Xiao family will talk to the head of the Li family. Let's go." Chun Hao didn't allow Buttface to refuse. He directly pulled him away and left under the gazes of the Li family's disciples, who were as silent as cicadas in winter. As for the 4 young men who had slapped Buttface, they were all turned into pig heads that were several times more miserable than Buttface. Several of their teeth had fallen out. They felt wronged and scared. Everyone felt Chun Hao's arrogance and domineering. However, even the head instructor didn't dare to make any moves. The bigger the fist, the harder the argument. What is the argument? The fist is the argument. Chun Hao's fist was naturally not strong, but he, who had leaped over the Dragon Gate, had a powerful backer. This was also a kind of strength. Although Chun Hao didn't care about this kind of strength, he didn't have any scruples when Buttface was slapped. Chun Hao didn't know that Buttface really didn't look for trouble. However, this time, the 4 young men who had turned into pig heads were indeed wronged. The 4 of them weren't the only ones who had said bad things about Chun Hao. However, Buttface had heard them and wanted to kill them. They had always looked down on Buttface. How could they let Buttface be so arrogant? Naturally, they beat him up violently. "Search the house? I'll go." When Chun Hao pulled Buttface to the front of the Xiao family's disciples, Xiao Ding had also returned to the front of the Xiao family. Apparently, he was waiting for Chun Hao. After Chun Hao briefly introduced Buttface's situation, Xiao Ding didn't even frown. Buttface, who used to be Dong Liang, became Xiao Xiangliang. Then Xiao Ding told him about the matter that the city governor Li Ran and the other big families had discussed. Chun Hao asked in surprise, "Is there a problem?" Xiao Ding asked, "I've never done this kind of thing before. I'm not good at it. How about Sister Mei, Ji Shan, Ji Fei, Xiao Ling Er, Buttface, and Ji Yin all go with me? The more, the merrier." Chun Hao scratched his head and said, among the people who were called by Chun Hao, except for Buttface, who had never seen the world and was a little silly, Xiao Ling'er just revealed a sweet smile, and Xiao Jiyan just stared at Chen Hao in a daze. The rest of the people showed a little bit of excitement. You still remember your senior sister. At least you have a conscience. Xiao Mei's charming eyes and face didn't show any abnormalities as she stared at Chen Hao with a smile. What a brother! Ha! Xiao Jishan said without hiding anything. You still don't know? Go. Remember, don't let the people of the city governor's mansion laugh at us. Anyway, 50% is already ours. Xiao Ding said. Yes, maybe it was because they knew that Chen Hao would leave the Yunzhou in a month. After they met up with the leader of the guards of the city governor's mansion, Xiao Jishan, and the others clustered around Chen Hao and talked to him as they walked toward Xiao Jihan's family, the Dongfang family. Their task was to accompany the guards of the city governor's mansion to search the house. The search didn't involve the annihilation of the entire family. Dongfang Wangkai and Dongfang Han were the only two males of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Wangkai came to the Yunzhou alone a few decades ago and established the Dongfang family. Dongfang Han, who was also Xiao Jihan, was his only lifeline. Therefore, this search could only be considered as confiscation of property. Although the Dongfang family wasn't a martial arts family, they were the richest family in the Yunzhou. The death of Dongfang Wangkai and Dongfang Han meant the destruction of the Dongfang family. Naturally, the Dongfang family's huge assets would be confiscated by the city governor's mansion. In view of the Xiao family's contributions, no one objected when Li Ran proposed that the Xiao family take 50% of the wealth. Furthermore, the Xiao family was appointed to participate. Xiao Ding didn't hesitate to give this lucrative task to Chen Hao. In return, Chen Hao didn't hesitate to pull in a few people who were close to him. The Dongfang family must have a lot of treasures. Moreover, that old fellow wants to become a martial arts family. He probably has a lot of good stuff. Otherwise, how could he trick a disciple of a big family like Dongfang Zan? Xiang Hao, you don't have to care about what eldest uncle said just now. Take as much as you can. We haven't seen the world, and we're poor. So what? Anyway, if you take it, no one will dare to laugh at you. Xiao Jishan said excitedly to Chen Hao when they entered the Dongfang family under the lead of the guards of the city lord's mansion, which seemed to have been sealed off long ago. P.S. Second update completed. Another week has passed. As usual, it will be released at midnight tomorrow. Tonight, the first update will be released at midnight. I sincerely hope that brothers and sisters, if you have time, please support Dark Mountain at midnight. Click, recommend tickets, etc. The results of my new book will depend on everyone. Please see you at midnight. Please collect. Chapter 61. In the new week, please log on to Qijian to help Wu Shan. Member clicks and recommendation tickets are needed. Thank you. Please. Don't worry. Chen Hao smiled. The same goes for all of you. If you see something you like, just take it. Don't be polite. If you're polite, you'll be letting yourself down. I'm not feeling well, so I won't be going with you. I'm sorry. At this moment, Xiao Jiyan, who was pulled over by Xiao Mei, spoke with a trace of worry on her face. This kind of expression shouldn't appear on the face of a 13-year-old girl, especially the angelic Xiao Jiyan, who was once innocent and flawless. After Xiao Jiyan finished speaking, she did not give anyone a chance to persuade her. She immediately turned around and left. Everyone looked at each other. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of Chen Hao's mouth as he shook his head. Dongfang Han is really a bastard. It's all his fault. In these 3 years, Xiao Jiyan probably thinks that the person who treats her the best in the world is Dongfang Han. Xiao Jishan said. Xiao Jiyan is still young and naive. I'm afraid she won't be able to adjust in such a short time. Fortunately, Dongfang Han exposed his evil deeds in front of everyone. Otherwise, Xiao Jiyan might not believe that he's a despicable person. Junior brother, don't blame Xiao Jiyan. Xiao Mei said, I won't. Chun Hao shook his head. The scene of him meeting Xiao Jiyan for the first time appeared in his mind. He smiled and said, she's more suited to live in a fairy tale world. However, reality is cruel and ugly. With this blow, I believe she'll grow up. All right, let's hurry up and catch up. Chun Hao felt that it was a pity for Xiao Jiyan. Originally, his relationship with Xiao Jiyan should have been the best in the Xiao family. However, because of Xiao Jihan and Xiao Jian's own indecisiveness, the two of them lost their originally relaxed relationship. Chun Hao knew that during this period of time, Xiao Jian was not only avoiding him, but also Xiao Jihan. However, Chun Hao did not like this kind of personality. This time, when everything was over, Chun Hao called Xiao Jiyan along because he wanted to help her get rid of her inner demons. Unfortunately, at the last moment, Xiao Jiyan still retreated. Although Chun Hao's words sounded casual, Chun Hao knew that this matter with Xiao Jihan would probably become Xiao Jian's inner demon for a very long time. If she didn't get rid of this inner demon, her martial cultivation would probably be seriously affected. Chun Hao had already done what he needed to do. The rest was beyond his control. Everything depended on Xiao Jiyan. Brother Chun, we'll start searching now. If you see anything you like, feel free to take it. Don't worry. Everything will be sent here for checking. You don't have to be polite. He. The guard leader came before Chun Hao and the others and said politely, since the city lord had specifically asked Chun Hao to accompany him, how could he not understand the city lord's intentions? The Dongfang family was the wealthiest family in the Cloud State. Naturally, they would have a lot of jewels and things like that. Moreover, it was very likely that they had elixirs, weapons, and other things that martial artists needed. All right, thanks a lot. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Not long after, batches of guards carried countless precious items over. Chun Hao and the others were dazzled by the sight, as they felt that every item was priceless. At first, Xiao Jishan, butt-face, and the others wanted to take everything. This was good, that was good, and so was that. As for the most direct gold and silver items, they didn't care about them at all. The guard leader and several people who were keeping records checked the items and recorded them on a list. When they found something good, they would ask Chun Hao. As long as Chun Hao and the others liked something, they wouldn't record it. Commander, we found a secret door in Dongfang Wangsai's study room. I don't dare to open it without permission. Please go and check it out. 1 hour later, a guard came over quickly and reported in a deep voice. Oh, the guard leader was delighted. Could it be a treasure house? Brother Chun, why don't you go with me? Your friends can pick whatever they like here. It's okay if they can't take it away. I'll help you send it back. He. Okay. Chun Hao replied. He was also looking forward to it. The Dongfang family was rich and had the ambition to become a martial arts family. However, they hadn't found anything useful for martial artists, such as elixirs. Something was wrong. Now that they found a secret door, it should be something valuable. In the huge study room, under the carpet under the desk, there was a secret door. If it wasn't for the big movement of the Dongfang family, it would be difficult to find it. When Chun Hao and the guard leader arrived, a few guards had just found the mechanism of the secret door and opened it. Under the secret door, there was a flight of stairs that led straight down. The inside was bright and clear. When Chun Hao's sharp senses extended over, he immediately sensed the aura of a spiritual herb. Ha! The best items of Dongfang, Wangkai must be here. Brother Chen, you can pick something from here. I'm sure you won't miss it. Let's go down and have a look. You lead the way and check if there are any mechanisms. Yes. The guards cautiously walked into the secret room, one after another. After breaking through 3 iron gates in a row, a bright light suddenly shone on everyone's faces. The dazzling light of jewels and treasures made Chun, Hao, and the others suck in a breath of cold air one by one. Even the guard leader didn't expect the Dongfang family to be so rich. How could they be just the richest family in Yunzhou? All of you stand guard outside. The guard leader said in a deep voice. Yes. Hearing the leader's words, although everyone was reluctant, they still obediently retreated. Brother Chen, these are all priceless treasures. Take whatever you like. Pick the most valuable ones. Take as much as you can. Thank you. Brother, where did this Dongfang family come from? I'm afraid it's not as simple as it looks. Chen Hao asked. I'm not sure about that. I'm afraid the governor didn't expect the Dongfang family to be so rich. The guard leader shook his head and said, take your pick. After you're done, I'll ask someone to report to the governor. All right, Chun Hao said with a smile. After that, he pretended to look around and touch this and that. Seeing that the guard leader was immersed in the treasures and no longer paying attention to him, Chun Hao fixed his eyes on a direction and approached it silently. The aura of the elixir came from there. Although there was only one aura in the entire treasury, Chun Hao could clearly feel that even the level 6 elixirs that Xiao Ding gave him could not be compared to the aura of this elixir. This was what Chun Hao really wanted. After removing some of the treasures, Chun Hao frowned. It was actually a wall. Is it sealed in a secret compartment in the wall? Seeing this, Chun Hao was not disappointed. Instead, he was even more surprised. The Dongfang family hid it so carefully, which was enough to prove the preciousness of this elixir. After a moment of careful observation, Chun Hao gently pressed his hand on a protrusion not far away. After testing it a few times, he turned it gently. The wall actually slowly opened, and a pitch-black, dull, and extremely ordinary-looking box appeared in front of Chun Hao's eyes. The box was not big, only the size of a fist. There were no patterns or carvings, but it had the fine texture of a tree. When Chun Hao held it in his hand, he was shocked. It was unexpectedly heavy. What made Chun Hao even more surprised was that the aura of the elixir came from the box itself, and not the items in the box. Could this box be made of elixir? Chun Hao was a little surprised. However, this was obviously not the time to study it. So he directly put it in his pocket. After carefully checking that there was nothing else in the secret compartment, he quietly closed it. Then he swaggered to pick some items that he liked, and he was rather impolite. When Chun Hao walked out of the treasury, although the guard leader did not have any dissatisfaction, his expression twitched a little. What kind of person is this? He is too impolite. It can't be? When Xiao Jishan and the rest saw Chun Hao's appearance, they were also stunned and speechless. You young masters and young Mrs. don't understand people who are afraid of being poor. Let's go, let's go. Chun Hao said with a slight smile on the corners of his mouth. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and walked out. They saw that this brother actually used a huge carpet to make a bag that was even bigger than himself and bent his body, carrying it on his back. Looking at Chun Hao's back, everyone looked at each other. They were originally embarrassed by the guard's stares, but at this time, they suddenly felt that compared to Chun Hao, they were simply too pure. Brother Chun, the carriage has already been prepared outside. It will directly send you back to the Xiao family. The guard leader followed and said, Is there another carriage? The carriage is not very big. When the guard leader saw Chun Hao's expression, He almost collapsed and could not help but say. But after saying it, he regretted it and hurriedly said, "But as long as Brother Chen is willing, calling for another carriage is not a problem. Hee, no need. I am just joking with you. Anyway, half of it belongs to the Xiao family. We can just casually take some as a token of appreciation. Let's go, let's go. P.S. Brothers and sisters who have finished reading, please vote for Wu Shan. This new book is very, very needed. Please, everyone. Today's third watch will explode. The second watch will be at around 1 a.m. The third watch will be at around 7 p.m. Seeking all encouragement and support. Thank you for yesterday. Tragedy? Chuan Liang Wu Zi. Fish that can't really swim. Mo Xie Yi. Ru Bing Lai Hua. Feng Bi Yi. Also, thank you, classmate Wu Chen 369, for your understanding. Chapter 62. Looking for recommendation tickets, member clicks, collection, gifts, etc. My new book is not easy, and I urgently need everyone's help. Thank you. Cloud State City, the Xiao clan's encampment. When Chen Hao and the others returned from their rewarding journey, they saw that the encampment manor was decorated with lanterns and colored banners and was filled with a festive atmosphere. Luxurious carriages were parked on both sides of the wide road outside the entrance, and along the way, numerous well-dressed and luxurious people brought along one or two young men and women, as well as servants carrying gifts, as they poured into the Xiao clan's encampment with faces beaming with happiness. Xiao Guan, as well as several elders and guest elders who had rushed over from their families, stood at the entrance to welcome the guests with glowing faces. Sister May, what is this? A celebration banquet? Chun Hao asked in surprise as he saw the scene from afar. You can say that. This is also a tradition. Every year, on the day of the Cloud State Martial Gathering, all the big families will open their doors for guests. Merchants, nobles, and small forces from all over Yunzhou County who had business dealings with or wanted to cooperate with him would pay him a visit. This is also one of the main sources of income for us martial arts families. A few years ago, Xiao Mei's charming eyes gazed at the somewhat crowded, luxurious carriage through the window of the carriage. Her expression flashed with a hint of sadness. After a slight pause, she continued, because our Xiao clan was suppressed by the Hellion clan in every aspect, Yunzhou's martial meet was getting worse year by year. At that time, there were not many people around. It was cold and cheerless. Xiao Mei turned her small face to look at Chun Hao. Her face showed a touch of emotion as she stared at Chun Hao and said, "But now, it's all good, because of you. Thank you." Yes, Xiang Hao, you don't know how miserable we were 2 years ago. Mother of Asterisk Kerr, they are all snobbish people. Now that they know you will be great in the future, you see, this year, our Xiao family's doorstep will be crowded. But this feeling is really glorious. Hee. Xiang Hao, you can't leave and never return. Forget about your brothers. Even if you look at us, you can't forget about the great beauty Sister May and the little cutie Ling Er, right? Pa! Xiao Mei slapped Xiao Jishan's head and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Although that's what they said, both Xiao Mei and Di Lingyan's face turned red. Brother Qianxi is not that kind of person. The simple and honest, but face didn't hide his admiration for Chun Hao at all. He stared at Xiao Jishan with a serious expression. The corner of Chun Hao's mouth revealed a faint smile. He didn't say anything, but his deep black eyes flashed with an emotion that the crowd couldn't quite understand, but made their hearts tremble. His eyes stared out of the car, as if they had become illusory. In the past, he had pursued immortality all his life. In countless fields, he had created countless splendor and glory that shook the entire world. But at that time, had he ever been truly happy? In the eyes of the world, he was cold, merciless, overbearing, and stubborn. No one could enter his heart. Even the most beautiful woman in the world could only make him stop for a moment. She was just a tool for him to vent his physical desires. No one could stop him. Until the last moment of his life, he was still alone in this world. Countless psychologists had studied him. The conclusion was that he was an orphan. After his childhood experience and his amazing talent, he had encountered some people who had approached him with ulterior motives and hurt him for their own benefits. This had caused him to close his heart and become cold and merciless. His heart was as hard as ice. This was indeed the case, but it wasn't completely the case, because as his achievements became higher and higher, even those who had treated him sincerely admired and respected him. But more than that, they feared him. No one dared to treat him as a friend, and no one thought that they were qualified to be his friend. No woman had the confidence to enter his heart. Who would share the glory and glory? If there was no one to share the glory and glory with, how could there be true happiness? What was the meaning of that? He stubbornly believed that he hadn't done enough. He stubbornly believed that one day someone would understand him. But in the end, he didn't do it. Now he had become Chun Hao, and Chun Hao was him. Chun Hao was just a teenager. He didn't have the glory and glory of his father, but he had the things that his father didn't have and longed for, such as family and friendship. A little achievement, compared to his past self, was really just a little achievement. However, the changes he had brought to Xiao Mei, Xiao Ling, butt-face Xiao Jishan, and the other people close to him made Chun Hao feel warm from the bottom of his heart. It was a warmth that he had never tasted before. Is this what true happiness looks like? Is this true happiness? In the depths of his heart, his other self, whose heart was as hard as ice, felt as if he was bathing in the warm and gentle sunshine. Gradually, he melted and was overflowing with spring. At this moment, to the surprise of Xiao Mei, Xiao Jishan, and the others, an invisible aura suddenly emitted from Chun Hao's body. That aura was like the warmest and most gentle sunshine in the world. It enveloped and illuminated them. Everyone had a mysterious and profound feeling. At this moment, they seemed to have touched Chun Hao's heart and entered Chun Hao's world. As they bathed under the warm and gentle sunlight, it caused their souls to seem as if they'd become white clouds that drifted in the sky, unrestrained and unrestrained. They also seemed as if they'd become fish that swam freely in the water, roaming freely and following their hearts, the galloping sound of the horses, the shouting of the coachman, and the noise of the crowd gradually faded away in everyone's hearts. The giant carriage became quiet, but it was filled with a faint, lively aura. That was the vitality of the fusion of souls and the resonance of souls. Unknowingly, everyone slowly closed their eyes. What a comfortable feeling. The coachman driving the carriage suddenly felt that his mind was very peaceful. A kind of joy that he had never felt before appeared in his heart. What made him feel even more strange was that even the old horse that was pulling the carriage seemed to have suddenly glowed with vigor. Its strenuous footsteps also became lighter, as if it was stepping on a musical note, making the carriage more stable. Ah, we're here! While the coachman was still in a daze, he suddenly discovered that the carriage had already arrived at the entrance of the Xiao family's encampment. He hurriedly pulled the reins and loudly shouted. Nay, the subtle atmosphere suddenly disappeared as Chun Hao's mind returned. Everyone also came back to their senses. They were incomparably astonished. What just happened? Chief Instructor, it's us. At this moment, Chun Hao stuck his head out and shouted to Xiao Guan, who was standing at the entrance, There are a lot of things. Can our carriage go in? Ah, good. Quickly put them down and go to the banquet hall. Elder Xiao, the head of the family, and the mayor are all waiting for you. When Xiao Guan saw that it was Chun Hao and the others, he naturally understood what Chun Hao meant by a lot of things. He immediately said with a rare smile, "The banquet lasted until late at night." Although Chun Hao's heart was reluctant, and he was still thinking about the black box that he got from the Dongfang family, he still insisted on bringing it to the end. It was not because he enjoyed the flattery of others and was surrounded by stars. Those were meaningless to him. He insisted until the end only because of the Xiao family. In the wee hours of the morning, after the so-called important guests gradually dispersed, Chun Hao returned to his room. Tomorrow, he would leave Yunzhou City and return to the Xiao family's headquarters. In only a month's time, Chun Hao would have to leave Yunzhou. Therefore, what Chun Hao wanted most now was to return to Taiping town and quietly stay with his parents, brother, and sister for a month. He knew that all of this was just the beginning. If he wanted to protect his current glory and status, he had to keep moving forward. Leaving was a must, and it was inevitable. After Chun Hao locked the door, he directly walked into the cultivation room and sat cross-legged on the mat. He took out the black box that filled him with curiosity. The moment he held it in his hand, a strange wave suddenly appeared in Chun Hao's mind. What surprised Chun Hao was that this wave was actually out of his control. It was like a tentacle that made a slight hissing sound and escaped from between his eyebrows. It was colorless and formless. Even with Chun Hao's amazing eyesight, he could not see any abnormalities. However, his mind could sense it very clearly. It was a thin and pure energy that seemed to be spiritual energy, directly entwining around the black box. Hua! At this moment, an unbelievable scene appeared in front of Chun Hao's eyes. The pitch-black box, following the contact of the tentacle, suddenly emitted a bright light, instantly illuminating the entire cultivation room. At the same time, a majestic and pure energy flowed along the tentacle and started to enter between Chun Hao's eyebrows at a terrifying speed. What shocked Chun Hao even more was that the energy had clearly entered his body, but the moment it entered his mind, it disappeared without a trace. This familiar feeling made Chun Hao's eyes widen. Back when he was cultivating in the Magic Cloud Mountains, his origin energy mysteriously disappeared. Wasn't it like this? At that time, Chun Hao did not understand what was going on at all. He even thought that there was something wrong with his body. But now, Chun Hao could clearly feel that there was another mysterious existence in his body. Otherwise, how could it be that he could not control it and draw out his energy? How could the extracted energy disappear without a trace after fusing with his body? How could this be? Chun Hao was shocked. He realized that his body was still under his control and was not affected in any way. However, he could not stop this strange thing. Even if he threw the wooden box far away, it was useless. The tentacle that spread out from between his eyebrows was still locked onto the wooden box, causing it to float in the air and continue to absorb the energy within. "Who are you? Who are you?" Chun Hao asked loudly in his mind in shock. This time, it was different from the last time because he knew very well that he was now Chun Hao and Li Yuan's body. It was impossible for there to be another him in his mind. Second update. Brothers and sisters watching Proud Heaven, please support Dark Mountain while it's free for the public. This is very important to Dark Mountain. Please. Chapter 63. Bang, bang, bang. What answered Chun Hao was the throbbing from the depths of his mind, like the beating of a heart. The sound was very low, but it was vigorous and powerful. Other than that, there was no other abnormality. No matter how Chun Hao questioned, there was no other response. But as time went by, when the black box became smaller and smaller and more energy entered Chun Hao's mind, The beating syllables became more and more vigorous, as if they were filled with a kind of breathtaking power. Chun-Hao's mind was completely integrated into it, unconsciously. At this moment, the originally very low sound suddenly exploded in Chun-Hao's mind like the evening drum and morning bell, making Chun-Hao's mind stop for a moment. What is this place? Chun-Hao's gaze was filled with astonishment and shock. He only felt his mind rumble for a moment, and his consciousness seemed to have been warped and stagnated for a moment. But when he recovered his consciousness once more, he noticed to his astonishment that he was in a gray and hazy space, an aura that was desolate, as if it came from the primeval times, suffused the entire space like smoke. A gust of wind rose, and the gray smoke seemed to condense into brilliant sword lights in an instant. With an incomparably fierce aura, the sword lights stabbed at Chun-Hao as fast as lightning. At this moment, Chun-Hao was filled with nervousness, and he felt unprecedented terror. He wanted to dodge, but it was utterly too late, and the fierce and terrifying sword light had arrived before him. Chun-Hao cried out in shock, and with a bang, he crashed into the wall of the cultivation room. His entire body was covered in cold sweat, and his face was pale, but his eyes were wide open in shock. The illusion in his mind had already disappeared, and his mind had also returned to his body. Chun-Hao lay on the ground with a dumbstruck expression, and he was unable to calm the shock in his heart for a long time. In his mind, those numerous swift and fierce sword lights still appeared clearly, and they seemed as if they'd instantly transformed his soul into powder resurrection from the dead. Chun-Hao clearly felt that he had walked through the gates of hell. His body was covered in cold sweat, and he felt extremely dispirited. It was as if that moment had consumed all his energy, and even his eyelids became extremely heavy. What is going on? Resisting the sleepiness, Chun-Hao stood up with difficulty. The black box was gone, and there was only a craft paper colored handkerchief on the ground. The handkerchief seemed to be damaged, and it was covered with small golden words. Is this the thing in the box? It should be, Junior brother, you. Chun-Hao's last thought stopped. He faintly heard Xiaomei's voice, but his eyes closed uncontrollably. In an instant, he fell into a deep sleep and no longer felt anything. At this moment, it was already late at night. The entire Xiao clan's encampment was silent. If not for everyone meditating and cultivating, they would have already fallen asleep. As Chun-Hao's personal instructor, Xiaomei lived next door to Chun-Hao, and the cultivation room was only separated by a wall. When Chun-Hao screamed and crashed into the wall, Xiaomei would not have been able to hear it due to the thick walls of the cultivation room. But tonight, Xiaomei did not sleep. She was cultivating in the cultivation room and was immersed in a strange state. She happened to hear Chun-Hao's scream and the sound of him crashing into the wall. Xiaomei didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but the mysterious feeling she had in the carriage because of Chun-Hao made her feel an aura she had never felt before after waking up. It was as if her soul had been baptized, and even the air she breathed had a subtle change to it. What made her even more surprised was that she could faintly feel that the stagnant 9th grade martial master barrier seemed to have loosened a little. That feeling was very subtle, and Xiaomei could clearly feel that it would not be long before she could break through the 9th grade martial master barrier and step into the realm of martial king. It was because of this feeling that Xiaomei returned to the cultivation room early and entered a state of cultivation. What was different from her previous cultivation was that this time her perception seemed to have merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. A new path of cultivation appeared in front of her. It was also because of this strange state that Xiaomei heard Chun-Hao scream. Xiaomei called out to Chun-Hao a few times, but there was no response. She became more and more worried. Chun Hao's scream was obviously because he had encountered an extremely frightening situation. Otherwise, with Chun Hao's abnormal calmness, Xiao Mei could not think of anything that could make him scream like that. Frowning slightly, Xiao Mei suddenly gathered her origin energy and opened the door to Chun Hao's room. When Xiao Mei walked into the cultivation room and saw Chun Hao lying motionless by the wall, she immediately cried out in alarm. Her figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Chun Hao. Junior brother, what happened to you? Xiao Mei hurriedly helped Chun Hao up. She discovered that Chun Hao was covered in cold sweat, and his face was slightly pale. However, his breathing and heartbeat were normal, and there were no injuries on his body. It was as if he was sleeping, and there was no expression of pain on his face. After using her origin energy to examine him, Xiao Mei finally let out a long sigh of relief. She frowned slightly and muttered, "How could this be? Could it be that junior brother is cultivating some special cultivation technique? What is this?" Xiao Mei's gaze inadvertently fell on the broken handkerchief on the ground. It was covered with small golden characters. She gently picked up Chun Hao and picked up the handkerchief. It was densely covered with golden characters, and all of them were complex, immortal characters. Xiao Mei widened her eyes and looked from beginning to end. She could only recognize a few numbers. Could it be the cultivation technique that junior brother is cultivating? Xiao Mei thought to herself, it is very likely that the old ancestor passed it down to junior brother. But how could it be broken? Xiao Mei was a little puzzled, but she didn't delve into it. She directly carried Chun Hao out of the cultivation room. After placing Chun Hao on the bed, Xiao Mei hesitated for a moment. Her face flashed with a hint of blush, but she still reached out and carefully took off Chun Hao's sweat-soaked outer clothes. She quickly covered him with a blanket and placed the broken handkerchief beside Chun Hao's pillow. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and stared blankly at Chun Hao, who seemed to be sleeping soundly. In just a short month of contact, Xiao Mei, as his personal instructor, had witnessed his rapid growth. In the beginning, Xiao Mei was indeed his instructor, but that was only for the first few days. After that, she became like a personal nanny, taking care of everything Chun Hao did. When she first met Chun Hao, she did indeed treat Chun Hao as an underage younger brother. However, as they interacted more and more, Xiao Mei's view unknowingly changed. Sometimes she even felt that she was younger than Chun Hao. This was especially true when Chun Hao occasionally spoke as if he was teaching him. It had to be said that Xiao Mei had gained a lot from Chun Hao, especially the wonderful feeling she had today. Xiao Mei knew that if she hadn't followed Chun Hao for this period of time, although she would have been able to advance to Martial Emperor, it would have taken a very long time. However, now that she had comprehended the barrier, it wouldn't take long for her to step into Martial Emperor. This speed was even faster than some experts who had advanced to grade 9 Martial Master before the age of 20. Xiao Mei was a mature flower. Both mentally and physically, this was the case. Gazing at this youth who was only 13 years old, she actually had a feeling that made her face blush and her heart race. It was a kind of attachment that didn't want to be separated from him, a kind of extravagant hope that she would always be by his side like this. Xiao Mei knew what this attachment, this extravagant hope, was, but she could only bury it deep in her heart. However, she knew that this was destined to be an impossible thing. Even if she could turn back time and return to the same age as Chun Hao, it was still impossible because his monstrous talent was not on the same level as hers. He was destined not to belong here, and no one could keep his heart. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Mei's mouth. Gazing at Chun Hao's delicate, handsome, and slightly immature face, Xiao Mei gently shook her head, throwing away the unrealistic fantasy from her mind. He's only my junior brother, only 13 years old. He's still a child. I just want to witness his miracle, his glory. Isn't that right? As long as there's a day when he still remembers me as his senior sister, that's enough. Xiao Mei muttered in her heart, looking at Chun Hao's complexion gradually returning to normal. She slowly stood up and quietly left. No one knew that on this night, a charming and gentle girl had inadvertently opened her heart and then quietly closed it, carefully sealing it away. No one knew that from then on. That heart only belonged to that one person, and no one else could intrude into it. While Chun Hao was deep in sleep, he did not know when he had entered into a dream. In his dream, the sharp sword light kept appearing over and over again. From the first time he was frightened, he gradually calmed down. In a trance, he seemed to have transformed into the sword light. Over and over again, he felt the desolate and ancient aura that was contained in the sword light. Only when the sun was high in the sky did Chun Hao slowly wake up. The moment his eyes slowly opened, if someone were to see it, they would definitely be shocked. That flash of light was like an incomparably sharp sword that could shake one's soul. However, Chun Hao didn't feel anything. He only felt refreshed, as if he had never been so spirited before. Slowly getting up, Chun Hao saw that his outer clothes had been taken off and the tattered craft paper like handkerchief next to his pillow. The corner of Chun Hao's mouth curled into a smile. He knew that it was Xiao Mei's doing. Before falling asleep, he heard Xiao Mei's voice, so he didn't worry at all and slept very soundly, picking up the tattered handkerchief. Chun Hao slowly unfolded it. Seeing the dense golden lines of immortal characters, his eyes shone with a bright light. With his photographic memory, he had learned a lot of immortal characters from old Xiao. Although it wasn't complete, he could basically read them all. These characters were undoubtedly the incantations of a mental cultivation method. That alone wasn't strange, but what was strange was that Chun Hao felt that these incantations were extremely similar to the secret to long life. When he saw the 8th level, 9th level, 10th level, and so on, Chun Hao's hands trembled with excitement. Third update, about 9,000 words. Brothers and sisters, please give Dark Mountain some support. Thank you. Something happened at home tonight, so tomorrow's update will probably be around noon. I'll tell you in advance so that you won't be anxious. Please bookmark, recommend, click. Chapter 64. 18 levels. There are actually 18 levels. The 9th level of the secret to long life is already a 7th level cultivation technique. Then the 18th level. Chun Hao took a deep breath. He faintly felt that this cultivation technique seemed to have exceeded the scope of a martial artist, just like ancient martial arts and Taoist cultivation techniques. They were no longer on the same level. However, the secret to long life linked these two completely different levels together. It was a set of cultivation techniques that could be used as a main cultivation technique after advancing from martial disciple to martial god. How could the Dongfang clan have the second half of the secret to long life? Where did they come from? Why did Elder Xiao only know the first 9 levels? Questions appeared in Chun Hao's mind one after another. This remnant scroll seemed to have been divided into 2 after 2 people fought over it. The 8th and 9th levels only had the beginning numbers, but the true cultivation technique had been broken. Only after the 10th level did it become complete. What did this mean? Could it be that Elder Xiao had the first 9 levels of the scroll? Elder Xiao had once told Chun Hao that the secret to long life was a 7th level cultivation technique with a total of 9 levels. The cultivation technique for the 9th level had also been passed on to Chun Hao. At this moment, Chun Hao verified the words of the 8th and ninth level of the scroll. This made Chun Hao realize that the eighth and ninth level that Elder Shao passed on to him didn't have any problems. However, the first few words were similar in meaning, but the words were different. This proved that Elder Shao had only inferred the first few words based on the contents of the eighth and ninth level. Just as Chun Hao was about to continue reading, there was movement outside the door. Chun Hao hurriedly put away the remnant scroll. Then Xiao Mei opened the door and saw Chun Hao sitting on the bed. She said, "You're awake?" "Yes, I just woke up." "Sister Mei, thank you. Otherwise, I would have to sleep on the floor for the whole night." Chun Hao said, "Then hurry up and wash up. We're about to leave. Junior brother, be careful when you cultivate in the future. Don't be too tired." Xiao Mei said, "Okay." He returned to the Shao clan and stayed for nearly a month. During this month, he should have accompanied his family and relaxed. After all, he didn't know when he would return. However, during this 1 month, Chun Hao did not relax at all. His family had been taken to the Shao family by Lord Shao. His younger brother and sister had started to attend classes in the Shao family school. But Face had become a disciple of the Shao family. His family had also returned to Taiping town. Moreover, because of him, they would definitely not suffer any grievances in the Shao clan. This should be something to be happy about. However, after Chun Hao finished reading The Secret Art of Long Life's remnant scroll, he had a lot on his mind, especially after confirming it with Old Man Shao and calling Xiao Ji Yen over to ask her about it face to face. Chun Hao's brows never relaxed. It was as if there was a thorn in his back and a fishbone in his throat. Based on Chun Hao's understanding of Xiao Jihan, he definitely did not believe that Xiao Jihan would commit suicide. However, at that time, Xiao Jihan did seem to have lost his humanity, not even sparing his own father's corpse. When Xiao Jihan stabbed his finger into his throat, Chun Hao's sharp senses had indeed sensed Xiao Jihan's life force rapidly fading away. Although it was hard to believe, Xiao Jihan was indeed dead. Chun Hao could not believe his own senses, but at that time, Li Ran, the Emperor of Will, and the chairman of the Will Guild, the super powerhouse. If Xiao Jihan had not really committed suicide, how could he have escaped their eyes? But now, if Chun Hao's guess was correct, Xiao Jihan was not only not dead, but had also mastered the complete secret art of long life. Moreover, he had been cultivating the secret art of long life from the beginning to the end. However, he had only mastered the first 3 stages. As for the 4th to 9th stages, he had learned them from Xiao Jiyan, who was not scheming at all. The reason why Xiao Jihan was able to hide from everyone's eyes and senses was because he had cultivated the secret of longevity to the 5th level. He was able to execute one of the cultivation techniques recorded in the remnant scroll, the art of solitude, which could only be executed with the secret of longevity as the foundation. Using the secret art of long life's primordial energy to activate the secret art of long life, not only would one's heartbeat and breathing stop, they would enter a state of suspended animation. Even the chairman of the Will Guild, Fang Yuan, was deceived. One could imagine how mystical this cultivation method was. The reason why Chun Hao was so sure was because he had obtained Old Man Zhao's secret from back then. Dongfang Wang Kai, Dongfang Han. Their surnames were Dongfang. Dongfang was Zhen. Zhen should be their real surname. Old Man Shao was adopted by a lone cultivator expert when he was young. The expert also adopted another person called Zhen, who, the enemy who had almost forced Old Man Shao to his death, was his senior brother. Zhen, who their master had imparted the secret art of long life to them, but he had only taught them the 3rd stage. The reason for this was because their master was worried that the 2 of them would be too arrogant and bite off more than they could chew, fearing that their foundations were not solid enough and would blindly cultivate beyond their realms. Back then, Old Man Shao did not mind, but Zhen, who thought his master was intentionally hiding something and harbored hatred in his heart. Once their master went out to travel and said he would return in half a month, but after waiting for half a year, their master still did not return. Zhen, who could not endure it, and sneaked into their master's cultivation room, coincidentally being discovered by Old Man Shao. At that time, Zhen, who had already found the handkerchief that recorded their master's secret art. Old Man Zhao's cultivation was not as high as Zhen Hu's. He suddenly appeared and attacked Zhen, who, catching him off guard, and only managed to tear off a small portion of the handkerchief. Zhen, who was furious, how could he still care about their relationship? Old Man Shao could only escape. Originally, Zhen, who had chased him all the way to the peak of Heavenly Road and forced him into a corner. But Old Man Shao did not want his master's secret art to be easily obtained by the unscrupulous Zhen, who, so he could not bear the torture, and resolutely jumped off a bottomless cliff. But Old Man Shao did not expect himself to be saved from death's door and his cultivation to increase greatly. But he could not find Zhen Hu, and when he returned to his master's secret area, what made him even more miserable was that he had already turned into ashes. Old Man Shao waited there for an entire year, but there was still no news from his master, so he could only leave. Thus, the current Shao clan was formed. Rest assured, go. If it is really as you guessed, he will not dare to return for several years. Furthermore, Old Man already has the latter half of the secret art. Even if he comes, what can he do? Old Man Shao said confidently the night before Chen Hao left. The main reason why he, a rank 7 martial emperor, was limited to his current cultivation was because the longevity secret art was incomplete. Now that he had obtained the latter 9 layers, as well as the several secret skills that could only be used with the longevity secret art, Old Man Zhao's cultivation would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. This was also the only thing that Chen Hao could be comforted about. As for Xiao Jian, foolishly being duped by Xiao Jihan into obtaining the first 9 layers of the longevity secret art, she could only let it go. How could he blame an ignorant little girl for that? Similarly, during this month, what puzzled Chen Hao the most was that his crippled father actually gave him a small knife. The knife was only the length of 5 fingers. Without any explanation, his father instructed him to carve wood with the knife. What shocked Chen Hao even more was that his father did not allow him to use any origin power, nor did he allow him to use brute force. Instead, he taught him all kinds of carving techniques, as well as the mental state required for each technique. For an entire month, his father would watch him carve, for 2 hours every night. Chen Hao did not ask. However, he was certain that his father was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, he was definitely not an ordinary person in the past. Updated the first chapter. This chapter has a bit less words, so I'll update it first. I'll strive for more in the next chapter. Please click bookmark, recommend. Thank you. Chapter 65. A month's time passed quickly. Chen Hao, Helian Wuzi, and Mo Yui, under the grand send-off ceremony of the city lord's mansion, and the 3 great clans, carried simple luggage and set foot on the road to the capital. The 3 of them hadn't traveled far. Although their cultivation was close to the peak of martial master, they didn't have any experience in Jianghu. From Cloud State City to Zhenyuan Kingdom's capital to Qian City, for experts like Fang Yuan who could fly, it would take 1 day. But for Chen Hao and the other 2, it would take at least half a month's time. Go, go, go. Chen Hao and the other 2 sat in the luxurious carriage arranged by the city lord, Li Ran. No one paid attention to each other, but this was something that couldn't be helped. Mo Yui's sword infatuation quotient was almost 0. At all times, he was holding the thick and broad sword. His eyes were gentle and affectionate. He used his hands to gently caress the sword from the beginning to the end. It was as if he was caressing the smooth and delicate skin of his lover. It made Chun Hao feel goosebumps all over his body. As for Hellion Woozy, there was no need to even mention it. Putting aside her cold and indifferent face that kept strangers away from her, she even gave Chun Hao a vicious look from time to time. That appearance clearly showed that she was humiliating Chun Hao and still harbored hatred in her heart. It was just that she didn't have the ability to teach Chun Hao a lesson for the time being. Otherwise, Chun Hao was sure that she would definitely start a fight at the first opportunity. After estimating the distance, Chun Hao lifted the curtain at the back of the carriage and looked at the crowd that was already a few miles away. Chun Hao knew that they probably couldn't see him anymore, at least not his face. But Chun Hao's eyesight far exceeded that of ordinary people. As he squinted his eyes, he could clearly see the crowd in the distance. His mother was looking around, his sister was crying, his brother was tightly pursing his lips to hold back his tears, and Buttface was lightly hugging his brother's shoulder. Little Ling Er was pouting and frowning as she stared in his direction. As if she was thinking about something, she looked around, her eyes shining with a trace of tears. She gazed tenderly at Xiao Mei, who seemed to have thousands of words to say, but didn't say a single word. When he left, Chun Hao looked at each face, and a faint, knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He lightly waved his hand towards the distance, and then suddenly pulled the curtain. A small knife and a small rectangular piece of wood strangely appeared in Chun Hao's hands. The small knife was shining, causing Hellion Woozy's gaze slightly turned to the side. She saw that Chun Hao was holding a knife in one hand and a piece of wood in the other, staring blankly at the wood in a daze. Hellion Woozy's mouth twitched. "Go." Suddenly, Chun Hao's gaze didn't change at all. He was still staring blankly at the wood in his hand, but his right hand that was holding the knife suddenly moved. That small knife suddenly made a slight whoosh-whoosh sound. Rays of cold light emitted from his hand. That small knife seemed to have a mind of its own. It actually jumped and spun strangely between Chun Hao's fingers. Sometimes it was fast, and sometimes it was slow, as if it was dancing to the notes. The whoosh-whoosh sound was the accompaniment. Hellion Woozy couldn't help but widen her eyes. Mo Yui, who was in a state of infatuation, was also attracted by the small knife in Chun Hao's hand. He completely forgot about his lover, who was still waiting for him to touch her. Chun Hao's expression became more and more focused. His left hand that was holding the wood didn't move at all, as if it was in a state of absolute stillness. Compared with the increasingly dreamy knife light in his right hand, one still and one moving, it contrasted nicely. After a full 2 minutes, Chun Hao's eyes suddenly shrunk. The flickering knife light suddenly fell on the wood in his left hand. Immediately, it made a hissing sound. Small pieces of wood floated down from his hand. A piece of rotten wood actually showed vitality at an astonishing speed, becoming curvy and exquisite. What made Hellion Woozy and Mo Yui incomparably shocked was that Chun Hao obviously didn't use any elemental power. That wood was obviously a hard sandalwood, but under his knife, it was like tofu without the slightest hindrance. What a sharp knife! This was the common thought of Hellion Woozy and Mo Yui. But what they didn't know was that the knife wasn't as sharp as they imagined. It wasn't even any different from an ordinary knife. What was sharp was Chun Hao's heart. Chun Hao's mind seemed to have completely integrated into the texture of the hard sandalwood. He could clearly sense the extremely fine texture. The knife didn't need much strength to easily cut through the texture. 1 month's time. He used an entire month's time, but he still hadn't broken through to this realm. But now, because of that moment of concentration, he had reached the first realm that his father had mentioned. Eye, hand, knife, heart, object, 5 daos as one under this kind of subtle state of mind. Chunhao seemed to have integrated into nature. The aura around his body became ethereal and illusory. Heli and Woozy and Moe clearly saw Chunhao, but they felt that they were in two different worlds. Only the fluttering wood shavings and the gradually revealing outline of the pattern that became clearer and clearer made them understand that Chunhao was carving, one after another. Lifelike figures were born under Chunhao's knife. Mother, sister, brother, Guzi, Xiaoling Xiao Jishan, Xiao Jifei. Just now, Chunhao saw their appearances appear one after another on the wood that wasn't much bigger than a palm. Their expressions, postures, facial features, although there wasn't any color rendering. As long as anyone saw these figures, it was as if they could see everyone's mood. Chunhao's saber had given them emotions and spirituality. He had used the saber to realize each of their emotions. This was truly lifelike. Chunhao could only do this if he could see through each of their emotions and state of mind. Hiss, another figure appeared in front of Moe and Helian Woozy's eyes. A graceful and exquisite body, as well as a face that didn't have any facial features, gradually appeared. With their understanding of Chunhao, just by seeing this figure, they were sure that the last remaining piece of sandalwood was to be carved into his personal instructor, Xiaomei, but Chunhao's smooth and flowing blade suddenly trembled slightly when it descended upon his facial features. And then it stopped. A wisp of bewilderment and puzzlement seemed to flash within his eyes as he stared blankly at the last step of the process, yet he was unable to draw his blade again. Chunhao slowly closed his eyes, as if he was lost in thought. After a full 2 minutes, the corners of his mouth revealed a slightly bitter and vicissitude smile. As if there was no one around, he muttered 3 words, "Silly girl." At this moment, no matter if it was Helian Woozy or Moe, their minds trembled. They felt that in front of Chunhao, they were like children, especially when they looked at Chunhao's slightly immature face. It made the two feel extremely strange. Soon after, Chunhao's knife fell. Xiaomei wasn't very beautiful, but was full of charm, gentleness, and affection. Under Chunhao's knife, a charming face was born, who, with a flash of the knife disappeared from Chunhao's hand. Chunhao held up the wooden carving and gently blew off the fine wood shavings on the wooden carving. With a gentle gaze and a faint smile, he stared at the lifelike faces and whispered in his heart, "No matter if it is now or in the future, my glory and glory will be shared by all of you. In this life, I will no longer be lonely. This feeling is really good. The first part is better. Please recommend, collect, thank you." Chapter 66. Little guys, about 900 li away is Lansong province. We should be able to meet them before midnight tonight. Sit tight. This old man is talking like a youngster. I haven't driven a carriage for a long time. Ha ha ha. Go, go, go. Following the old man's shout, the 4 horses' hooves suddenly flew, and their speed suddenly increased by more than 2 times. The originally stable carriage also began to shake violently. Chunhao and the other 2 hurriedly grasped the armrests, and their gazes looked at the old man driving the carriage. This old man was the expert Fang Yuan, sent to pick them up. He looked to be in his 50s, with a kind face and a smile on his face. One look, and you could tell he was a smooth and slick old man. There was no trace of elemental energy around him, but Chunhao and the other 2 knew this old man was an expert of intent. Even Li Ran was respectful towards him. Originally, Li Ran had arranged for a coachman, but he was rejected by the old man and personally became the coachman. "Why are you 3 little guys like a taciturn gourd?" After the old man spoke, Chun Hao and the other two didn't have any response. It was as if the forthright old man couldn't stand this kind of oppressive feeling. He turned his head and looked at Chun Hao and the other two, lecturing them. This is not good. When you go out, you must learn to make friends with all the heroes in the world. One more friend means one more path. Especially you three. You all came from Yunzhou. You must maintain this kind of relationship. When we reach the Royal New Show Hall, you can take care of each other. Otherwise, with your strength, you will all be bullied. Ha! The old man drove the carriage while talking to Chun, Hao, and the other two. Royal New Show Hall? Bullied? This time, when the three heard the old man's words, they were slightly stunned. They were clearly shocked by the information contained in the old man's words. Moe naturally looked at Chun Hao, and even Helian Wuzi was no exception. Although she had conflicts with Chun Hao was the core of the three of them. There was no need to doubt this point. Before they set off, their patriarchs had instructed them to treat Chun Hao as their core and befriend Chun Hao. After all, they only had this opportunity because of Chun Hao. To put it bluntly, they were the result of Feng Yuan rewarding Cloud Continent. Because of Chun Hao, of course, the most important reason was that Mo Yui was a taciturn person. Helian Wuzi was a character who was as silent as a block of ice. Ahem, Senior, what is the Royal New Show Hall? Aren't we going to the Will Guild? Chun Hao, the only one who seemed normal, coughed lightly and asked, Oh, you still don't know where you're going? The old man seemed a little surprised, but then he understood immediately and said, Yes, your Yunzhou is just a small county. This time, you have the opportunity because President Feng personally gave you this opportunity. The Club of Intentions is only a management organization for our Jinyuan Kingdom, not an organization for cultivating talents. Oh, it seems that President Feng accepted you as his personal disciple, right? It's like this. Chun Hao replied. President Feng's personal disciples in the Royal New Show Hall. If not 100, there are at least 80. Anyone who joins the Royal New Show Hall is basically President Feng's personal disciple. Don't think that President Feng can watch over you and teach you every day. However, your physique with both will and martial arts is indeed quite rare. At least it has never appeared in our Jinyuan Kingdom. And your martial talent seems to be even higher. So it's not strange at all for President Feng to accept you as his personal disciple. The one who strikes first gains the advantage. Otherwise, President Feng's sworn enemy, also an old friend, might snatch you away from President Feng. Senior is overpraising me. Chun Hao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Whether or not I'm overpraising you is still undetermined. It still depends on your future development, the old man said calmly. After a slight pause, he turned his head and glanced at Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui, saying, The little girl's martial talent can also be considered quite good. In the Royal New Show Hall, you can at least be considered above average, but your family background is too poor. The cultivation conditions that your family originally provided for you are incomparable to those of the other disciples. After you enter the Royal New Show Hall, you should be able to perform even better. As for you, little guy, old man, to tell you the truth, don't be discouraged. Your aptitude is considered good in Yunzhou, but in the Royal New Show Hall, you should be at the bottom. President Feng chose you because he fancied the sword intent in your heart. You can only be considered as barely qualified to enter the New Show Hall. Your future achievements will depend on whether or not the sword intent in your heart can be awakened. To become a true swordsman, you are very strong. Swordsmen and bladesmen are existences above pure martial artists. Within the same realm, for example, between a sword emperor and a martial emperor, a sword emperor's battle strength is 3 times stronger than a martial emperor's. Little guy, do your best. Swordsman, I will. I will definitely become a swordsman. Hearing the old man's words, Emoyui tightly grasped the large sword in his hand. His eyes flashed with a trace of passion as he said in a deep voice, "Yes, not bad. Your spirit is praiseworthy." "Huh? Senior, are we all going to enter the Royal News Show Hall?" Chunhao asked again. "Yes. Don't call me senior. Senior. Old man, emperor, rise. The emperor of the royal family, rise." The Royal News Show Hall's Uncle Guard occasionally takes on new members like you. Yes, this uncle has many nicknames. In the new show hall, I am very famous. When the time comes, you will naturally know. Ha ha. Every year at this time, it is the time for the top forces in the 37 provinces of our kingdom to select members of the new show hall. Our kingdom has a population of more than 1 billion, but only about 300 people are qualified to enter the Royal News Show Hall every year. On average, there are only 10 people per province. The Royal News Show Hall is a rather mysterious existence. It's not strange that a small county like your Yunzhou doesn't know about it. And the three of you are the lucky ones personally selected by President Fong. You will know about this very soon. Telling you now isn't a big deal. Ha ha. Huang Qi's words caused Chun, Hao, and the other two to be slightly shocked. In a kingdom with a population of more than 1 billion, only 300 people were qualified to enter the Royal News Show Hall every year. Even if the old, weak, women and children were excluded, the ratio was still 1 in 10,000. One could imagine how fierce the competition was. At the same time, Huang Qi's enthusiastic and casual words also made Chen Hao feel that this old man wasn't bragging. He was probably an awesome person in the entire Jinyuan kingdom. Especially when he talked about President Fong. He seemed to be very casual. He didn't have the kind of reverence that Li Ran had for a god. As for the royal surname, although it wasn't the royal surname of the Jinyuan kingdom, it was basically forbidden in any country. At most, it could be changed to Huang. However, this old man's surname was Huang. When he introduced himself, he even brazenly said that he was the emperor of the royal family. This made one ponder deeply. Second update. Wushan was really miserable. First, he got stuck. Second, he had a cold and cough. Wushan didn't think about telling people that he was sick. He hated people who took time off due to illness the most. Therefore, after he got stuck and didn't write the second update yesterday, he immediately posted a single chapter saying that it was the third update today. After he finished, Wushan had a headache. It was his daughter's birthday today. He was scolded by his wife and felt extremely ashamed. Fortunately, his wife was also chasing after Proud Heaven and understood his feelings. He could only let his daughter suffer. This birthday, I only accompanied her for lunch. I will post the third update tonight. It will probably be a little late. The number of words in today's chapters is a little low. I hope you don't blame Wushan. It's really not easy being a father. Thank you, number 16. Tragedy? Chuanliang Wuzi, Tianhen Songjing, A Dream of Old Scenery, Fong by Passionate Love Carrot Carrot, like ice raging fire, swaying drunken red, and number 17. Dust 369, Chuanliang Wuzi, Luoshi, Passionate Love Carrot Carrot, Low-Key Little Devil, Mo Siet E for the donations and support these 2 days. Thank you. Chapter 67. Along the way, Huang Qi's mouth was never idle. Some were asked by Chun Hao, some were answered by Huang Qi himself. Gradually, even Mo Yui and Helian Wuzi would occasionally interrupt to ask questions. When they arrived at the Lansang province in the middle of the night, Chen Hao and the other two had a more comprehensive understanding of the Royal New Show Hall. Yali Mountain was definitely huge. In Huang Qi's words, the three of them were undoubtedly at the bottom of the list. To be able to stand out among the superpowers of the province, the weakest of them was a 9th grade martial master. Most of them were martial kings. As for Chen Hao and the other two, they were only martial masters. After the Cloud State martial gathering, Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui had both broken through their original realms after a month of consolidation. Helian Wuzi had advanced to a 9th grade martial master, and Mo Yui had advanced to an 8th grade martial master. However, Chen Hao, in terms of realms, was barely at the peak of a 5th grade martial master. In Huang Qi's words, this was breaking the record of the lowest level of the Royal New Show Hall. Of course, Chen Hao's age also broke the record of the lowest level. After the Cloud Province martial gathering, Chen Hao did not stop cultivating. However, after the strange change in his mind, after swallowing the black box and entering the illusion, Chen Hao seemed to have returned to the time when he was in the Demon Cloud mountain range. The inherent Yuan power did not change, but the Yuan power of heaven and earth that he absorbed during cultivation once again mysteriously disappeared. In the past, Chen Hao did not understand. However, now he was certain that there was another existence in his mind. After a period of time, he could only ignore it and not think about it. Chen Hao believed that there would be a day when this existence would appear. Of course, there was another reason why Chen Hao was so open-minded. It was because this mysterious existence didn't seem to have any ill intent towards him. On the contrary, as long as Chen Hao fell asleep, the terrifying sword light would appear in his mind. Moreover, it seemed to be consciously allowing Chen Hao to comprehend it. Chen Hao's state of mind couldn't help but fuse with it every time, causing Chen Hao's comprehension of the sword Tao to deepen. However, it was precisely this kind of enormous pressure that made the three of them even more determined to fight. Chen Hao, in particular, was looking forward to the life he was about to face. Through Huang Qi's words, Chen Hao understood that after entering the Royal New Show Hall, his cultivation was basically completely free. This was exactly what he wanted. "Sai, it's already late at night. Why can't I see any kittens or puppies?" The pitch-black official road was sandwiched between the continuous mountain ranges. The mountain wind blew intermittently, like the howling of wolves, bringing with it a hint of terror. It was the time when the night was dark and the wind was strong. Although there weren't any strong beasts in the mountains, no one wanted to meet them. What's more, bandits and mountain kings were very popular everywhere. Therefore, during the night, there were almost no pedestrians. Those who dared to travel at this time were either due to a malfunction that delayed the time to enter the city, or because they were skilled and daring. Huang Qi was obviously the latter. He even spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. After a day of continuous galloping, although they had luxury goods like fasting pills to provide energy, their speed still slowed down. Fortunately, they were only about 100 miles away from the Lansang provincial capital. "Little guy, you're quite spirited. You're full of energy without the slightest bit of weakness. Your potential is really not bad." Huang Qi turned his head and lightly scanned with his mental energy. He clearly sensed the condition of Chen Hao and the other two. At this moment, Chen Hao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He frowned slightly. In the depths of his mind, a familiar and strange fluctuation quietly appeared in Chen Hao's heart. Furthermore, it was a little stronger. "What's wrong?" Huang Qi noticed that Chen Hao was acting strangely and asked curiously. The drowsy Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui also looked at Chen Hao. "Cough, cough. Uncle Huang, I need to go to the toilet." What Huang Qi didn't expect, Helian Woozy frowned slightly, and Mo Yui was a little surprised was that Chun Hao actually said such a sentence. As a martial artist, and a martial master at that, although eating, drinking, and going to the toilet were still very necessary. For matters like going to the toilet, it wasn't a problem at all to hold it in for a few days and nights. After all, the body had been tempered by elemental energy, and the tenacity and flexibility of the organs in the body were very strong. Can't hold it in? Huang Qi asked, a little amused. Can I hold it in? Will I still be so spirited? In front of Helian Woozy, this stunning little girl, Chun Hao didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed, and said very calmly, Big one or small one? Small one, come to the front of the carriage to take care of it. In another hour, we'll reach the Lansang province. Huang Qi said. Mo Yui didn't think much of it, but when Helian Woozy heard Huang Qi's words, she frowned and fiercely glared at Chun Hao before turning her face to the side. Big one. Uncle Huang, you guys continue forward. Wait for me at the front. I'll find a place to take care of it, and then follow. It seems like I have diarrhea. It might take a little longer. How can that be? If you encounter a demonic beast, you'll be in danger. Shoo, Huang Qi said as he pulled the reins and stopped the carriage. Go quickly. Finish it quickly. Just by the side of the road. We'll wait for you here. No, I know you guys are nearby. I won't be able to do it. I have diarrhea. It's very smelly. You guys should go further away. If there's a problem, I'll call for help. Chun Hao said as he jumped off the carriage. He held his stomach with one hand and waved at Huang Qi with the other. Just wait for me 2 miles away. Go, I can't hold it in anymore. There's no powerful demonic beast near the official road. I can easily take care of a peak level 4 demonic beast. You brat. All right, if there's a situation, immediately call for help. And Chun Hao replied. As he spoke, his gaze swept back and forth, as if he was looking for a place to place a mine. His figure flashed, and as fast as lightning, he rushed into the forest beside the official road. So disgusting. Sitting in the carriage, Helian Woozy's face was slightly red as she said in a low voice, Ha! Huang Qi laughed and waved his horsewhip. Even he didn't think that Chun Hao was bluffing. Instead, he felt that Chun Hao, this little guy, was very interesting, especially Chun Hao's lightning-like figure and his tone when he said that he could easily take care of a peak level 4 demonic beast. This made him admire him very much. A peak level 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a peak level 9 martial master. Furthermore, a demonic beast's special physique was usually even stronger, and Chun Hao, who was not even 13 years old, had such battle strength. Obviously, it wasn't a bluff. Since Huang Qi came to pick up the 3, he naturally understood the situation of the 3. Swoosh, swoosh. After Chun Hao entered the forest, he didn't move quickly at first. However, after the carriage traveled a distance of 300 meters, he immediately retracted his aura. His entire person suddenly became silent, like a ghost. He quickly moved in the direction he sensed in his mind. There wasn't any fluctuation of origin power. There was only the strongest concealment technique in ancient Chinese martial arts. His rapidly moving figure seemed to have blended into the forest, cleverly avoiding every blade of grass and leaf as he advanced. Third update. Please collect, recommend. Thank you. Chapter 68. Gradually, the fluctuations in Chun Hao's mind became clearer. When this feeling appeared in the past, Chun Hao thought that he was naturally sensitive to spiritual herbs, but now he knew that it was because of the mysterious existence in his mind. It was all thanks to this mysterious existence that he could constantly obtain spiritual herbs in the Demon Cloud mountain range. This was an abnormal existence that was equivalent to a treasure hunting tool. This time, the feeling was so strong that Chen Hao did not hesitate to use the excuse of needing to go to the toilet to fool Huang Qi and the others. By doing so, even if Chen Hao was delayed for too long, Huang Qi would find him, and it would be easier to explain. Bumping into a spiritual herb while taking a dump could only be considered super lucky. If he said that he had sensed a spiritual herb in the carriage, it would be too shocking. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Hao moved forward quickly. As he got closer, the fluctuations in his mind became more and more intense. This made Chen Hao very excited because the stronger the fluctuations, the stronger the spiritual herb he sensed. However, at the same time, he became anxious. At this moment, he had been running for more than 10 minutes and was at least 10 miles away from the official road. However, other than the fluctuations becoming stronger, the destination was still locked in one direction, and there was no end. This was something that had never happened before. One had to know that although his sensing range for spiritual herbs was much higher than that of ordinary people, the distance was still very limited. What did it mean to be 10 miles? Moreover, he did not know how far it would take to reach it. Why isn't this kid back yet? I'll go take a look. You guys wait here. After Huang Qi drove the carriage a few hundred meters forward, he stopped at the side of the official road and waited for Chen Hao. However, after waiting for a full 20 minutes, Huang Qi was a little anxious. After saying that, he flew into the air and rushed toward the place where Chen Hao had entered the forest. His powerful mental power also spread out in all directions. His speed was countless times faster than Chen Hao's, but what surprised Huang Qi was that he could not sense Chen Hao's aura within 1,000 feet radius. Strange. Huang Qi frowned slightly and suddenly shouted, "Chen Hao, where are you, kid?" The majestic mental power transmitted his voice far away. As long as Chen Hao was within 10 miles, he would definitely be able to hear him. However, there was no response. Chen Hao seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Even the places he passed by did not leave behind a trace of his aura. This was a little strange. One had to know that Huang Qi was a willpower expert who was even stronger than Li Ran. His spiritual perception was definitely quite powerful. As long as it was an aura that he was familiar with, he would be able to detect it within a short period of time. But just now, Chen Hao had clearly entered the forest from here, but at this moment, not a trace of his aura remained. What was going on? Huang Qi did not dare to hesitate any longer. He instantly pushed his mental energy to the limit and flew through the air like lightning. He sensed the aura fluctuations in the surroundings and began to search for Chen Hao. Whoosh, whoosh. An hour later, Chen Hao was still going deeper and deeper. He was getting more and more excited and anxious. He knew very well that Huang Qi and the other two had probably come looking for him by now. However, even after running at full speed for an hour, he still hadn't reached his destination. The fluctuations in his mind were getting more and more intense. Phew! After another 10 minutes, Chen Hao finally climbed to the top of the mountain. The mountain wind was whistling. Chen Hao, who was running at high speed, suddenly broke out in cold sweat and stopped abruptly. This seemingly gentle mountain peak was actually like Heavenly Road Mountain. On the other side was an extremely steep cliff. Motherf asterisk cur, are you playing with me? At this moment, Chen Hao was enraged. He had used such a shameless method of defecating to run over. Furthermore, this would definitely cause Huang Qi to come back and look for him. However, after running with all his might for more than an hour, all he got in return was a cliff. Moreover, if it weren't for his amazing eyesight and the ability to see in the dark, he would have rushed over the cliff and fallen to his death. How could he not be angry? Hiss, 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 in response to Chun Hao. Invisible tentacle-like energy automatically spread out from between his eyebrows. Unlike when he devoured the black box, this time, Chun Hao's mind seemed to be connected with these tentacles, causing his perception to suddenly be strangely distorted and rapidly spread toward the cliff. To Chun Hao's surprise, right at this moment, the scene before his eyes seemed to have changed. The towering cliff had vanished, and it was replaced by a barren round mountain that emanated strands of milky white light. Moreover, there were flat rocks before his eyes. Chun Hao's eyes widened in surprise, and then he closed his eyes and rubbed them hard. When he opened his eyes again, it was still not a cliff. This strange scene caused Chun Hao to be unable to distinguish which one was an illusion. The only thing he could be sure of was that he was standing on solid ground. Chun Hao closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and carefully stretched out his foot. A strange wave came from his foot, as if his foot had passed through a layer of barrier and stepped into another world. Finally, the solid feeling of touching the ground came, proving that what Chun Hao saw at this moment was real. Boom! The tentacles that unintentionally spread out also completely extended in. At this moment, the waves in Chun Hao's mind became extremely violent, causing Chun Hao to muster up his courage and step in. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When Chun Hao's body completely passed through the barrier, the tentacle-like existence between his eyebrows suddenly began to move. At the same time, the majestic and terrifying energy, like a flash flood, was not under Chun Hao's control and surged into the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, Chun Hao's mind felt a terrifying suction force, and before he could react, it was completely absorbed into his mind. There was no sky, no earth, only the brilliant sword light, a huge sword that emitted an ancient aura, and the sword body was covered with complicated runes, as if it was connected to the starry sky of the universe. The sword tip was facing up, and the sword hilt was facing down. The entire space revolved with it, was born with it, and was destroyed with it. It was the master of this space, and Chun Hao seemed to be the incarnation of the sword. His body was the sword, and his heart was the sword. He had fallen into a wonderful state. His body naturally sat cross-legged on the peak of the round mountain, and endless heaven and earth energy entered the space between his eyebrows at a terrifying speed. At the same time, the round mountain below him rapidly shrank. This situation was as if Chun Hao was the mountain, such a powerful and terrifying fluctuation, but no one could see it. Even Huang Qi, who was flying high in the sky and pushing his mental strength to the limit, did not sense the slightest fluctuation. Chun Hao bathed in the brilliant sword light and did not move at all. Time slowly passed. After 2 hours, the round mountain finally disappeared completely. Chun Hao was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Explosions could be heard from 100 feet away from him. It was as if his chi cover had been blown apart. Then Chun Hao's figure gradually appeared. The mountain was still a mountain, but it was the extremely ordinary mountain that Chun Hao had seen before. The cliff was no longer there, and the round mountain was no longer there. Only Chun Hao was there. Slowly opening his eyes, Chun Hao's eyes flashed with intense shock. Chun Hao! Chun Hao! Just at this moment, Huang Qi's voice, which was filled with mental strength and with a trace of anxiety, floated into Chun Hao's ears. "Shut up!" Chun Hao roared in his mind, and with a bang, he jumped up and immediately gathered his mental strength and shouted, "Uncle Huang, I'm here. Quickly come and save me. P.S. Thank you for yesterday's news. Tragedy? Passionate love carrot, Chuan Liang Wuzi, Mo Chingy Yuling, Mu Yi, book friend 1205042332054883, and 6 friends gave their support. In the morning, I went to the hospital for an infusion and was delayed for more than 2 hours. Sorry for the late update. Chapter 69. Chun Hao's voice carried a trace of fear as it floated from behind Huang Qi, causing his rapidly moving figure to stop abruptly. After an entire hour, he could not sense any trace of Chun Hao's aura. He could only use the place where Chun Hao had left as the core and search in a radial pattern. Although his cultivation was high and his speed was fast, the range of his mental strength was limited. After searching for an hour, he had already confirmed that something had happened to Chun Hao. It was very likely that he had encountered a rare, flying demonic beast, and it was much higher than Chun Hao's realm. Otherwise, he would not have disappeared without a trace. This was a disgrace. He was a Grand Emperor, and a rank 9 Emperor peak at that, but he could not even protect a little fellow. How could he report back? Especially when this little fellow was not Hellion Wuzi. Nor was it Moue, but the one Fan Yuan valued the most, Chun Hao, the one who had the rare physique of dual cultivation of will and martial arts, and had astonishing talent in cultivation. If he was alive, he had to see the person. If he was dead, he had to see the corpse. Things had already reached this stage. Huang Qi could only carefully search every inch of the place. Even if he could find a trace of clothes, bones, or blood, he would still be able to give a little bit of an explanation. After an hour, he shouted Chun Hao's name from small to large circles, spreading outwards. He was dozens of li away from the place where Chun Hao had drilled into the forest. Even with his high cultivation, after circling around like a donkey for an hour, his mental strength was on the verge of exhaustion. If he persevered for a little longer, he would have to give up even if he did not wanna. But at this time, Chun Hao's cry for help suddenly came from behind him. How could Huang Qi not be surprised? Of course, he was even more surprised. Swoosh! His body immediately turned into a flash of lightning, rapidly moving towards the direction of the voice. Uncle Huang, save me, save me. What made Huang Qi stare with wide eyes was that the voice was clearly below him, but he could not see Chun Hao's figure. There was only a mountain peak. Even Chun Hao's voice was faintly discernible, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Spirit lock bewitching array. Huang Qi's eyes shone with a bright light as he stared at the mountain below him. He took a deep breath and said in shock, "May I know which senior is here? This junior is from the imperial family. Your Majesty, please show mercy and let this child go." Hiss, hiss. As Huang Qi spoke, the formation that trapped Chun Hao suddenly fluctuated. It immediately dissipated like smoke, and Chun Hao's seemingly dazed figure appeared before Huang Qi's eyes. "Ah, Uncle Emperor, you're finally here," Chun Hao exclaimed in surprise. "Thank you, Senior." Huang Qi cupped his fists and said respectfully. After saying that, he landed beside Chun Hao, grabbed him, and flew into the air. At the same time, he said loudly, "Thank you, Senior." Chun Hao looked at Huang Qi with a strange expression. He wanted to say something, but Huang Qi sent out a mental power to stop Chun Hao. He quickly returned in the direction of the carriage. How is it? What a simple matter. When Huang Qi flew back to the carriage with Chun Hao, an old voice strangely appeared in Chun Hao's mind. It sounded a little smug. "Shut up. You're taking all the benefits, and I'm not getting any. You even made me act," Chun Hao said angrily. "Short-sighted. The old man being able to awaken is a great benefit to you. Without the old man, you would have died a long time ago." "Nonsense. Without you, I would have broken through to martial master long ago. You stole my energy and disrespected your elders. And you still have the nerve to say that?" Cough, cough. I only borrowed a little bit of energy. Without it, the old man wouldn't have been able to sense your situation. This is necessary. Moreover, didn't you realize that when you needed to improve, the old man wouldn't lend you his energy? Moreover, when you were fighting with Li Yuan without the old man's help, you wouldn't have been able to become the core. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This is one of your maxims. All right, the old man is still very weak. Do as you see fit. Chun Hao still had countless questions to ask, but the old man left quickly and disappeared from Chun Hao's mind. Shut up and don't make a sound. Go, go, go. After Huang Qi threw Chun Hao into the carriage, he said sternly. After he finished speaking, he fiercely whipped the horse, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave if he was too slow. Even though he had many questions to ask Chun Hao, he held them back for now. Inside the carriage, Mo Yui and Helian Wuzi also looked at Chun Hao strangely. An hour later, when dawn broke and the red clouds gradually appeared in the east, under Huang Qi's ferocious whip, the vast Lansang province appeared in their line of sight. It was also at this time that Huang Qi slowed down. He turned his head and stared at Chun Hao. Kid, what happened? How did you poop so far away? How did you meet such an expert? Uncle Huang, I also didn't want to. I just took off my pants and didn't have time to poop when an old man suddenly appeared and scolded me. He said something about polluting the environment and wanted to punish me without any explanation. He grabbed me and flew away. His speed seemed to be faster than you, Uncle Huang. Then you saw the place where I was. I was trapped inside and shouted until my throat was hoarse, but it was useless. There were cliffs on all sides, and I was scared to death. That old man said that I would be trapped for at least 3 hours as a punishment for urinating and defecating everywhere. I haven't pooped yet. That old man really deserves to die. Isn't it just pooping and pooping? Chun Hao said as he held his stomach again, his face full of pain and confusion. Shut up. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Huang Qi hurriedly stopped him and said, You came back alive because of that senior's kindness. What's this little punishment? It's really strange. When did our Jinyuan kingdom have such an expert? He actually lived in seclusion in this place. Brat, you almost harmed old man. You pooped. Hold it in. Hold it in until you reach the great thousand city. F***CK. It can't be? Uncle Huang. An expert at the level of divine intent. At the very least, he has to be at the level of divine intent to be able to use his super strong mental power to form the spirit-locking, bewildering array. You pooped in the territory of a divine intent. You deserve to be punished. Chun Hao looked at Huang Qi with a face full of surprise. Mo Yui, who still didn't know what happened, had a face full of surprise. Helian Wuzi's beautiful and cold little face, other than surprise, also looked at Chun Hao with a gaze that carried a trace of schadenfreude. The corners of her mouth slightly hooked up, as if she was a little happy. She said in a low voice like a mosquito, Serves you right, you poop to death. Cough, cough. Hearing Helian Wuzi's words, Mo Yui instantly coughed twice and lowered his head. His expression seemed to be focused and gentle as he once again began to stroke his sword wife. This guy wasn't good with words, but that faintly twitching lower abdomen made Chun Hao even despise him. F***CK. He's obviously a coquettish guy. Chun Hao fiercely glared at Helian Wuzi. Helian Wuzi wasn't afraid at all. She raised her little face and snorted at Chun Hao. If I can't hold it in, I'll poop in front of you and stink you to death. Chun Hao's voice was also like a mosquito's, but every word was clearly said as he looked straight at Helian Wuzi. Buffed. Ha ha ha. Mo, Yui finally couldn't hold it in anymore and spurted out. He hugged his stomach and laughed out loud. You brat! Huang Chi also looked at Chun Hao a little speechlessly and no longer paid attention to the three people who had a strange relationship. Helian Wuzi was so angry that her face was flushed red. P.S. Second update. Please add, recommend, thank you that you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.